Hi, Jeremy.
Anyway. Anyway, all right. Anyway, god damn it. I hate that like Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's the 3-minute average now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour for so many years. Hello, hello? Oh, God. Oh. I have to fix something. Hold on. David, you fucking cooked me so hard, dude. Oh. Bro, how do I turn off? Hello, hello? Oh, wait. Maybe it's fixed now. I think it is fixed. All right, it's fixed. Okay. All right, bye. Sorry, brother. I thought I turned that off. No, it's okay. Bye. It's all right, bye. Oh, my God. Okay. We're back. We're fixed. It's fine. What a great way to start. Camera's busted. At least this camera's busted. This one is not busted, but the other camera is busted. And great way to start the Monday show. It's fine. We had still kind of loud mic gain. Too much gain is peaking. What the hell is going on, dude? I don't know. Oh God. I gave David the reins, and you know, he just he did a lot of stuff. I lowered the gain. Is still blown out? Is still peaking a little bit? Fuck. How does this happen every time? It's fine. It's gonna be okay. All right. The volume is at 33. I don't know why it's like, I don't know why the gain is so explosive in general. It's peaking a little bit, but it's not wrecking our ears. No, but I can see it peaking. I definitely can see it peaking, and I'm not even yelling yet. So I don't know why the mic is so loud. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it, but I think this should be fine for now. This is good. I think this is good. Do not listen to any other chatters. It's normal. Okay. You should turn capitalism to solve your problems. Yeah, it's not happening. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're back. We're live. We're alive. There was a little bit of a brief hiccup there, as you guys, as you guys just saw. But it's all good. I think it's fine now. I believe it's fine now. It might be a little quiet, and I will fix it. I will fix it as I go along. I think I'm monitoring it over here on my end, and I will move it along. Mic is fucked. Mic is fucked. Mic is fucked. Okay. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. But basically what ended up happening is yesterday I didn't stream, and the reason why I didn't stream is because I did a merch shoot. New merch is coming out soon. This is one of them. This is one of the pieces. You're like 1 second audio video. What do you mean? What? I don't know what that. Audio's perfect. Oh yeah, your cam's lagging and choppy. Wait, really? Is it? I can't tell if you guys are like being serious or not, because here's the thing. Yesterday I didn't stream, and when I didn't stream, I foolishly said, yeah, of course, David, go ahead, do whatever you want to do on the PC. It was fine. Everything was fine. I don't know what I thought he was just simply moving the cameras a little bit to make sure that they were placed properly. Didn't realize that he was also doing some other stuff. And that's the reason why I'm late, as a matter of fact, because I spent most of the morning trying to tweak the camera. This one is actually 30 FPS, yes, and this one is still fine. Like, this camera is fine. And I'll probably be using this one for the time being, because the other one is blown out. And hold on. I'm gonna fix it, but for the time being, this is what we got. Okay, for the time being, this is the camera we have. I don't know why it's also like, weirdly enough, not. I mean, it's tilted. Fuck. Yeah, but this is what we got. Hasan, I'm sorry I had the Theo Von podcast going in the background since you asked us to set up AI view bots. I'm doing all I can, but it seems Candace Owens is just more clouded. What AI view bots? What are you talking about? Since you asked us to set up AI view bots? Yeah, okay, dude. Good meme. I know you're joking, but like, there's genuinely people who will take that seriously and be like, Hasan is setting up AI view bots. Like, as if I would know how to do any of that. But yeah, yesterday I took the day off, and in the process of taking the day off, I did a lot of fun stuff. Okay, one of the fun things I did was a TikTok. I'm a TikToker, as you guys know. I went on Tara Yummy's. YouTube show. It's gonna be out in like 3 weeks. However, it's not gonna be out yet. But I went on her YouTube show. Stuck in the car with Tara. Step one. And then I learned about what it is to have Tara Yummy mindset, which was huge. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what Tara Yummy mindset was, and I learned all about it. And this apparently is Tara Yummy mindset.
One. If you want to be Tara Yummy, you have to think like Tara Yummy. Tara Yummy is a mindset. Step one. If you want to be Tara Yummy, you have to think like Tara Yummy. Tara Yummy is a mindset.
Yeah, that's what it is. We also shot like a kooky ass, crazy TikTok on her end, but then I think she archived it because it got restricted because it was a dangerous activity. But I'm sure you guys have probably seen it because it was all over. It was all over Twitter. So, yeah, this is. I was being a silly, goofy guy. That's right. This is what I did. Apparently, this is a TikTok trend, and we did it. Was it due to the guns? No. I mean, this is the TikTok trend that we did. But here, this is what it was. Yeah. It's just funny because, like, I also failed to catch it and flip it fast in the fastest way possible. It got flagged for dangerous behavior. So I think she just, like, archived it or something. I don't know. So she doesn't get blacklisted. Oh, you mean Guns is in My Arms? Oh, yeah. Okay. And we shot the Fear End episode. Obviously, you guys can go check that out. It's live already. It's a really good one. It's a really good banger. I think we realized that we need female energy on the podcast. Without Cutie Cinderella, we are nothing. I really miss Cutie Cinderella, obviously, for other reasons beyond the podcast as well. But, it was just... Yeah, here it is. Tariemi learns way too much about us. And that episode is out. It's great. Austin with a female guest. Like, I think the dynamic changes quite a bit when there is a female guest. And I think that's why it was so great. So Cutie last night says she's coming back soon. I don't know about that, but we'll see. But you just realized you need female energy on the pod? No, I know we need female energy on the pod, okay? We need at least one girl and one gay. You feel me? We need one girl and one gay. It doesn't work. When it's just like me and Will with other dudes, like it doesn't have that same energy. But having said that, it was a great episode. I took the day off. I had a great time. Did a little bit of self-care. My weekend so far has been really awful on the diet side. I posted about this on my Instagram as well, but I feel like I'm gaining weight. I'm getting fatter, which is not good. I'm definitely getting fatter. And I'm worried about that for sure. I mean, this is like... I'm getting fat. I ate 2 burritos. This weekend. I ate 2 burritos this weekend. I had 2, not 1, but 2 cinnamon rolls this weekend. And it's not good. It's not good at all. I need to lock in, okay? I need to lock back in. I'm losing my 6-pack. I've already lost it. But the worst part about it is with the bulk, normally when you bulk, you at the very least get stronger. I feel like I'm bulking and I'm not getting stronger. So I got to fix this. I got to fix the situation. I don't know what it is. This is what the Mavs were saying about Luka. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm feeling like Luka. Put back on the Mountain Dews? Yeah, no, dude, that's not the problem. But I certainly need to work on this. This was also crazy. Oh, I saw this youngest HasanAbi head in the building. That was crazy as well. By the way, is Twitter down or is it up? What's happening? Like, it was down for most of this morning, and I think it's fine now. Speaking of Stabby Baby, he'll be on the broadcast this week some point. Like, that's so sick. I can't believe I have grandmas, man. We got grannies. We got grannies with the off-brand Hassan Piker merch, which is crazy. I didn't even know that this merch existed. It's like, youngest, you mean oldest? No, that's the joke, chatter. Like, my youngest fan. This is how it, as in implying that my fans are very old.
Slim thick, no tummy. I'm too bad.
But yeah, I love it. From one HasanAbi head to the next, you know what I'm saying? Can you tell Marsha the Patreon app was taken down? Wait, what? Okay. I don't know, but sure. Why am I okay. He'll fix it. 1% of the 1%. There was a 13-year-old at the Stavi show last night with their divorced parents. That's pretty funny. Late response, but come on, homie. Abs or no abs, you're still a strong dude. Abs happen if you have like 9% body fat. No, abs. The way I consider abs is fine. Is like at like 13% body fat. I'm going up there right now. I'm at like 15, 16 right now. I gotta. Oh, okay. There's some. Patreon will be up soon. Okay, calm down. But yeah, it's not an issue. What else? What else did I do? I played some Kingdom Come. It was awesome. That's why I did. Also, the market is down. Market's going crazy. It's in the pooper. We'll obviously be talking about that today. And we'll be talking about a lot of other things that are happening as well. There's a DDoS attack potentially on Twitter. We'll obviously be talking about the Columbia University situation, which is, I think... I mean, we're there. We've been there, but this is full tilt fascist behavior. And obviously, there's, it must be talked about. But before people go, oh my God, like fascism has been here already, Hasan. Like, I know, dude. I know. Okay. This is a new level, though. They are definitely leveling it up. So we'll talk about that. Sam Cedar on Jubilee. Obviously, that's been all over my Twitter, and I've been avoiding it like spoilers for a TV show, basically, because I want to watch it with fresh eyes. So that's something that I'm excited to watch. And we'll also obviously talk about the insanity that's happening right now with the White House as well. Trump admin moves to denaturalize green card holder, Columbia student activist for Israel. American citizens are literally less valuable. Okay? American citizens are less valuable to this administration than Israel's feelings. I need you to understand. Stock market crashing. There's just everything sucks. Everything sucks, and this government is going to keep doing things. Everything sucks, and this government is going to keep doing awful things over and over again without learning any lessons, I think. So that's where we're at. Also, yeah, Canada Liberal Party. That we could talk about that as well. I mean, there's just so much to cover. I'm just getting in it. I'm just getting into it. Get in now. It's Monday News Day. Can you stare into my soul? Sure. Show.tv/HasanAbi. Do we have a blast off meme or not? My conservative mom just told me you didn't know. My conservative mom just told me, did you know black people are actually overrepresented in our federal government? Lamau. Nice. Is that why they're trying to fire black people from the federal government? Is that what's going on? What is this? Misgive. Hasan, I fucking hate Trump. Hasan, I fucking hate Trump so much. Hasan, Trump is the worst president in the world. I fucking hate him. I mean, there's been worse presidents, for sure. There's been worse presidents in America. I would still say George W. Bush was worse than Trump, but Trump is getting up there. I think Trump is Trump is certainly getting up there. It's pretty impressive to be worse than George W. Bush. We'll see where he goes. I mean, we'll see where he goes from here on out. But I'm down so much money. Oh, you're mad because he's cooking you in the stock market. Yeah, those are considerations I do not have. I don't know anything about stonks, and I don't really care about it that much. But yeah, I mean, if rich people get mad, if Trump is cooking rich people, then, you know, his time on this earth is not long. You feel me? Because like a guy like Misgive is a perfect demonstration of a person who just doesn't normally care about politics all that much. You know what I mean? But he cares about his money. He cares about his stocks. And if his stonks are not doing well, all of a sudden he's like, what the hell is this? That's the whole point, right? You came in here to fix the stonks, to make the stocks go up. That's your job. Get to work, rich man. When the line goes down, it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Line's not supposed to go down. It's supposed to go up. But, you know, not financial advice or whatever, but, you know, you got to buy the dip, right, guys? Anyway, I don't know anything. Don't listen to me. What's awful is all of us have small amount of retirement. We have crashing to zero because we're all on 401ks. We're lucky enough to have one. I know. I mean, it's just like, I don't know where to begin in terms of like Donald Trump being horrible, okay? Misgive has made the best investment he could ever make, though, which is subscribing to me for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. You can do either or, okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Congratulations to Misgive for subscribing. In spite of the fact that his stocks are not doing well, he still apparently has enough disposable income to be able to make the greatest investment of all time, which is to subscribe to me. Hold on one second. Opa. Oh. That's the shirt, by the way. Did you say oppa? I did. Turkish people say hoppa. If you tell me not to listen to you, then do I not listen to you by listening to you? Holy conundrum. I mean, listen to me on politics. Don't listen to me on freaking, I don't know. Make it a baby tea. So I'm not doing baby teas this time, but we do have girl teas coming out. A lot of you have been complaining about girl teas, not having girl teas. So we heard you. We have some teas for the girly pops as well. Like you can get a girl size as well. And then maybe we can do baby teas next line. Baby teas and baby pink. What about kids? You read my mind. No, when I say baby tees, that's not for like actual babies. It just is a style of t-shirt. It's not literally for baby. I don't think it's for babies. Are babies supposed to wear baby tees? No, right? Like it just means it's like a crop top. All right? That's what it is. Please, I need a onesie. Okay, you are literally not a baby. I can't get you a onesie. We're not doing a onesie merch. If anything, like I've been meaning to do like something cool, something different. Problem is, like, obviously, we're very limited in what we can manufacture with union-made, American-made products. They just simply don't make a lot of stuff beyond what you see. So I've thought about working with a non-union shop potentially. Still American made, obviously, but that's the situation. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see where we like if there is. I'm working on it. I've said this before. If there's like a cool thing that we do, like it'll still be. The bulk of the stuff, the t-shirts and whatnot, will obviously still be unions, but Bro, I would turn in my toddlers to the youngest HasanAbi heads. What would be the Hasan meets is my idea. Do you F with it? Do you fuck with it? Yeah, I do. Yeah, Hasan meets. What is this? You and Nev could do this in front of 10K people for charity? I don't know what this means. It's just me and nephew shooting 3-pointers. Nah, don't do it unless it's extremely cool. Fuck non-unions. Okay, everybody calm your goddamn titties. I haven't even done it. I'm saying, like, I might work with a local manufacturer potentially. If we were to do something. If we were to do something that I hate this fucking community sometimes. It's like, it's literally, they're doing thought crimes already. I'm God, it's, brother, there is no union shop that does manufacturing for, like, I don't know, jewelry, for example, okay, at the level of inventory that we need, because you guys buy too much, okay? So if that's the case, like, and if I were to do jewelry, for example, I might have to work with an American shop that isn't unionized. That's it. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not even doing that yet. I haven't done it. Everything is still American made, union made. Okay? Calm the fuck down. I'm saying that if there was ever an opportunity for something cool that beyond like t-shirts and long sleeves and things like that we put out all the time, you know, we might do it just to do like a one-off. At what point do you look at your demand and limited union supply considering starting your own printing co-op? I don't mean this in a scoldy way. I was just curious. No, it's something that I've put zero thought into because I would rather never make fucking merchandise ever again than to start my own garment manufacturing shop. That is an entirely separate world. That is something that would take a shit ton of time and effort and knowledge. These are not things that I know. These are not things that I'm good at. I'm not good at being a boss. Okay? Which is precisely the reason why I will not be doing that. Okay? I will never do that. That is craziness. All of these other content creators that do stuff like that do not have the same moral considerations. Not to say that they are immoral in general. I'm just saying that their moral considerations are different than mine. Okay? That's it. Like content creators who are capable of setting up manufacturing facilities and whatnot are able to do so because they are able to, you know, they work with overseas manufacturing and they have people that they hire to like handle all this stuff. I'm not going to be able to do that on my own. It's like demanding that I own a factory. If it's a unionized co-op model, it could be your way of changing the systems. Brother, Megaphonics, do you understand the level of time consideration, like the time and effort that takes to build not just like a fucking unionized co-op model, but just like any? Like, do you... Oh my Lord. Y'all are crazy. You need to ignore chat sometimes. Favorite it up. Thank you for the 69 gifted subs. Yeah, just build a factory. Just purchase a factory, build it, make it a cooperative. Like I'm not saying it's impossible to do. It certainly is possible. But if I were to do it, I would have to stop everything else that I'm doing and just only do that. You know what I mean? I would have to stop to become a titan of industry. I would have to literally drop everything that I've done thus far and only focus on that. It's a possibility. People can do it. I'm just saying that I'm not very good at that. So obviously I'm going to continue doing what I'm good at. which is this. That would be some pretty sick IRL content. Okay, guys, you don't know anything about content creation. Okay. I'm sorry. No, it wouldn't. No, dude, it would not. Okay. You're just fucking wrong. All right. I literally. Yo, it would be so sick if you went to the factory and you streamed the process of you doing paperwork and managing people. That would be so sick. I would watch the heck out of that. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't even watch that if it was like in a video format on YouTube. And I'll tell you why I know. Because there's plenty of fucking videos like that on YouTube right now. And I'm certain that you haven't watched a single one of them. At most, you'll watch one TikTok from a Chinese factory talking about how like they are the number one at industrial glycogen or whatever. And that's it. All right. You underestimate our artistic powers. No, I just know that that's not good content. I know what good content is. I think I have a pretty decent nose for what is good content as far as making something that is otherwise considered very boring or maybe even hard to grasp as palatable as possible. I do that every day. I do that for 8 to 10 hours every single day, as a matter of fact. And that's why I do what I do. I know what's good in this field, in this very specific, very niche field. You know, I am going to keep doing that. All right. So we're obviously going to get to what the hell is going on with the Trump administration. We're going to talk about Khalil, the Columbia University student that is, that story is the main story for today. Hex Babe, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I think it's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying that the Trump administration that signaled that they would do such a thing, which is the denaturalization potentially of people with citizenship, people with like proper paperwork, are doing that at the behest of Israel. And it is shocking because it's like a very similar McCarthyist rule that unironically was used against Jewish socialists and communists quite frequently. And now it's like being used against people who speak out against Israel. And you see like Jewish and pro-Israel organizations just like championing this. And it's really gross. It's very scary. It's very bad. We're obviously going to talk about all of that. But let's start with Elon Musk revealing that X is under a massive cyber.
Hey, this just in, John, if you're having issues on X today, perhaps you are at home. I certainly have been today. Apparently there is an outage, and Elon Musk now says that a foreign actor might be responsible for this. This is what he wrote. He says still is a massive cyber attack against X. We get attacked every day, but this was done with a lot of resources. Either a large coordinated group and or a country is involved. So some serious allegations.
What's really crazy about this, I think, is that remember how I talked about liberal run Twitter versus Elon run Twitter and the significant differences between the two, and how liberal run Twitter wasn't great. Maybe there was some bloat. There wasn't the best moderation, but at least it like kind of worked. Versus Elon run Twitter on its bare bones does not work at all. Running on a skeleton crew. And how I always used to use that as an analogy for what happens when the Democrats run the country versus when the Republicans run the country. As you guys know, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of the Democratic Party, right? That much is clear. I am very critical of the Democratic Party, as a matter of fact, on a lot of issues, especially when it comes to foreign policy and even on domestic affairs. Having said that, while the Democrats also suck, at least there was a degree of competence within the federal government, within the way things worked. Whereas when Republicans come in charge, they basically break everything. They're like, no, we have no care or consideration for the welfare of American citizens. We're just going to break it. We're going to break it. We're going to take a hammer and just like start slamming it on the federal government, the administrative state, and we're going to pick apart the scraps and strip it. Basically engage in copper stripping to the best of our ability, like a bunch of crackheads, and then steal what remains of the federal resources at the behest of the wealthy. Why am I talking about this analog, though? Because if under Elon Musk's leadership, if Twitter is constantly breaking all the goddamn time, shouldn't you be a little worried that this guy is now in charge of the administrative state? Like, in a very meaningful way. Shouldn't that be a point of concern? That's the way I look at it. I'm like, well, this guy seems to not do a good job. Okay. And it's weird to me that him not doing a good job at Twitter was that paired up with $100 million in donations to the Trump campaign was good enough for the Trump administration to go, hey, you know how you fuck Twitter up? We want you to do that to the federal government. I don't know. I'm a little worried. That's just me. If they can do this to Twitter, perhaps, what kind of cool things can happen at the federal government? Because the reality is, I do not have any confidence in Elon Musk. It's that simple. I do not have any confidence whatsoever in Elon Musk. I don't have any confidence in his leadership skills. I do not think that he is an intelligent person. I think he's a charlatan who has failed upwards. And I think that while massive cyber attacks do happen, I think his administrative and managerial skills certainly play a role in these sorts of things that happen frequently, being far more impactful than they should be. Okay? All right, hold on. Anecdotally, most Teslas I saw while walking around this weekend had posts on them with Elon doing the salute and saying to sell their cars or massive key scratches on the body. But yeah, Elon dick riders are losing their patience, says Themasius. It's true. Look at that. I think I'd rather be woke than broke. Turns out it was DEI or die. A lot of people kept saying, oh, it's DEI equals die. No, it's DEI or die, okay? That's what it is, baby. That's what it is. That's what's going on. It took them, being in the red for a couple months to finally come to that conclusion. But if you got Elon dick rider saying stuff like that, I'd rather be woke than broke, then god damn, dude. God damn. Anyway.
Allegations there from the owner of X. Musk will be on Fox Business later on this afternoon with Larry Kudlow, hopefully with an update on what is happening there.
Well, that explains why my Twitter or my X wasn't working very well earlier today.
Israel has cut off electricity to Gaza. This affects the drinking water for the area. Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman is in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Matt.
We'll talk about this in a second. We'll get to this in a moment. Obviously, before we talk about like Israel doing Israel shit once again, they hit the genocide, do more genocide button again. Okay, they've decided it's time to do more genocide again. It's time to do more Israel shit again. shutting off power to Gaza, impacting the drinking water in the area, and also shutting off last week humanitarian aid from going in as well. Israel's back at it again, doing the things that it was doing. Surely for self-defense, of course. I mean, it's always self-defense. When is it not, you know? Putting on shirts like you got 126 on the TISM test, positive and amicable. Wait, what? Did I put the shirt on weird too? Like, what's happening? Wait, even the way I put my shirt on, you got issues with? It's crazy. What should I tell my younger family members who are on visas, green cards, and who want to still be a part of Free Palestine movements? I don't want them to stop, obviously, but I don't want them to get deported. I will talk about that in a second, but this is something that is highly illegal. What the federal government is doing right now is highly illegal, and I'll tell you all about it in a moment. But for the time being, let's continue talking about Israel doing Israel things in Gaza.
Hey, good morning, George. That's right. Israel cutting off power to the lone facility in Gaza that was still receiving electricity from Israel. It was a desalination plant that we're told provided water to thousands, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in central Gaza. And of course, this comes a week after Israel cut off the flow of aid and goods into Gaza in order to try to pressure Hamas to continue that first phase of that ceasefire deal, which exchanged hostages for Palestinian prisoners. That as today, negotiations resuming between all the parties in Qatar. But those negotiations are being overshadowed by those side talks that the Trump administration was having directly with Hamas. And this breaks a massive taboo. Never before has any U.S. administration ever spoken directly to Hamas. We understand Israel was not happy about it, but the U.S. envoy who was leading those talks, Adam Bowler, said he wasn't just trying to negotiate the release of that lone Israeli-American hostage, Don Alexander, but the release of all of the hostages. Robin.
All right, Hannah, thanks to you.
ICE agents have arrested a Palestinian.
So the reason why, I mean, they basically admitted it, which is interesting, but the reason why Israel is doing this is because they're upset with the Trump administration having direct conversations with Hamas. And the Trump administration's response to this has actually been less than kind, surprisingly enough. While on the one hand, Donald Trump in the United States of America is actively bringing on the clamps for anyone that dare speak out against Israel. On the other hand, kill yourself, Hassan terrorist, dick sucker, says Nick KDV. Nice. Interestingly enough, you are saying this while we are, you know, when you put KY5, that people still understand, like the moderators, the administrators on this platform, another 2013 account, by the way, still recognize that you're saying kill yourself to a content creator. You probably will have your 2013 account banned every single time, by the way. It's almost always people that have been on this platform since 2013, like Justin TV accounts, and they just melt them for no reason. It's very shocking. I don't know why. In any case, like these aren't like young children. These are straight up people that have been on this platform and have been watching this platform for years and years and years. And then they just kind of throw their channel out there and get banned permanently from the website for telling a streamer to kill himself. It's very odd. Having said that, getting back to the story that we were talking about. So the reasons as to why Israel did this, of course, is because they're upset. They're upset with the Trump administration. And when Israel gets upset with anybody, including the Trump administration or the Biden administration or Hezbollah or anyone, they only have one note, and that is to directly attack a group of people that they have power over. They directly go to attack Central Committee. Thank you for the raid, by the way. Hope you had a good stream. They go and they attack the Palestinians in Gaza. This is exactly what happened with Iran, for example. When Iran would respond to Israel, Israel's response back to Iran was rather measured in comparison to the way that Israel behaved in southern Lebanon or Israel behaved in Gaza. Iran would attack Israel, and in retaliation for Israel attacking Iran, and then what would Israel do? They would turn around and bomb Gaza viciously, more aggressively than they had prior. Because their one speed, their one note is just always punishing. No matter what happens, they always get their licks in. They always punish the Palestinians. That's it. Why do they do that? Because they have purposely kept the Palestinian population vulnerable so they can do whatever they want to the Palestinian population, including, but not limited to, directly cutting off their humanitarian aid that the rest of the world is desperately trying to bring into Gaza, but then also cutting off their electricity like they have done this week. Now, the reasons as to why they're doing it is because of the anger and frustration that they feel towards the American government sidestepping Israel and going directly to Hamas to have talks with Hamas. Has any other administration directly communicated with terrorists? The answer is yes. I always thought it was we do not negotiate with terrorists. Yet this is the second time the Trump admin has publicly admitted to negotiating with terrorists. No, they do. It's ridiculous. The idea that we don't talk to terrorists is ridiculous. Oftentimes it's done through back channels. And the only reason why you heard about the Trump administration directly communicating with Hamas, okay, the only reason why you heard about it is because Israel leaked it. We are the terrorists. We don't care. What are you talking about? We're the arch terrorists on the planet. If you grew up outside of the sphere of American influence, your understanding of the United States of America is one that, you know, creates terror wherever it goes. That's the difference. A lot of people don't actually meet people from outside of the American sphere of influence, or more importantly, when they do meet people from the outside of the American sphere of influence, oftentimes those people are actually collaborators, or at least like, family members of people who have collaborated with the American government at a certain point. So they have a very different perspective on America. Obviously, they're here. So that's usually the reason why, being here implies that they probably don't have as much anger and resentment towards America. So that will probably give you a very different perspective about whichever nation's population that we're talking about, one that you will not be able to get until you actually go there and meet the people. Okay? That's just kind of how it is. This is a generalization. This is not a rule, okay? I'm not saying that every single person who's of Vietnamese descent, for example, is directly in support of the United States of America, or every single person who's Cuban living here is directly in support of the United States of America and hates Cuba or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. But if you're confused as to why, like, seemingly a big majority of these populations have an attitude that is like unconditionally pro-U.S., for example, or pro-U.S. foreign policy, especially older generations, that usually comes from the reality that when you come to the United States of America, that means you like the United States of America or its actions in your home nation. So, once again, still not a rule, okay? This is not a rule. This is a generalization that I'm engaging in that isn't necessarily always going to be correct, but I'm simply stating that, and there are multiple factors. There are multiple factors that also play a role in this, like assimilation, wanting to integrate as fast as possible, being victim to a lot of reactionary hate crimes initially, and in that process basically saying, no, you don't understand, I'm super pro-America, and just hamming it up, and then that becoming your front-facing policy, basically. There's also that side of this as well, because a lot of the people that come here, regardless of their background, do actually receive a lot of skepticism, a lot of criticism, and even attacks. Anyway, but I took a major sidestep here. Let's get back to the issue at hand. Here is a one-on-one with Adam Bowler, who is
Adam Bowler. Adam, thanks so much for joining us. Let's start on these direct negotiations with Hamas. First of all,
who is here to talk to Jake Tapper about the direct hostage negotiations that the American government was conducting with Hamas.
Obviously controversial to directly negotiate with terrorists.
He's the United States envoy for hostages and has been given the rank ambassador by the president, Donald Trump. Adam Bowler, you might be shocked to find out, is first and foremost known as an American businessman and now a government official. Bowler started his career at Battery Ventures, a technology venture capital firm that focuses on investments in software and emerging technologies. He was an operating partner at Francisco Partners, a global private equity firm based in San Francisco, focusing on healthcare. Bowler founded and was chairman of Avalon Health Solutions. He has worked in the U.S. government from 2018 to 2021 on the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation. He was appointed director for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation at the United States Department of Health and Human Services. Then he did International Development Finance Corporation. On July 10th, 2019, the President of the United States announced his intent to nominate Bowler for the position of Chief Executive Officer of the newly formed U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, a government agency formed through the Better Utilization of Investments Leading to Development (BUILD) Act as a consolidation of the Overseas Private Investment Corporation and the Development Credit Authority of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, into one entity. The nomination was received by the Senate and confirmed unanimously by voice vote on 2019. He's done a bunch of stuff, including but not limited to trying to counter China's Belt and Road Initiative. And now he's back. He's back and he's doing the special presidential envoy for hostage affairs. The reason why I'm talking about this, of course, is because Jake Tapper is interviewing him on why he is talking to the why he was talking to Hamas directly, but also not necessarily a bad thing, okay? Just letting you guys know. Trump administration talking directly to Hamas is not a bad thing at all. As a matter of fact, it is a good thing. It is certainly a good thing because the people that have spoiled all ceasefire conversations thus far are on the Israeli side. As a matter of fact, it's not even the Israeli hostage negotiators that are directly spoiling the hostage negotiations, as evidenced by the fact that the Israeli hostage negotiators will routinely come out and speak out against Benjamin Netanyahu. There is one primary party responsible for spoiling every single ceasefire negotiation and every single hostage negotiation. That man is Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu does have a broad mandate to do such things, certainly. Having said that, however, even the Israeli hostage negotiators are regularly saying, we do everything, and then we go back to Netanyahu, and he just says no. He adds new deals. He adds new spoilers, poison pill provisions over and over again, which is true. That is what has happened time and time again. Refusing to leave the Philadelphia corridor was a recent one that Benjamin has been holding on to as a poison pill provision over and over again. Anyway, so it's not a bad thing necessarily for the Trump administration to sidestep Netanyahu and directly talk to Hamas, especially because we still hold all the cards. Let's take a look.
Is reporting the top Israeli official, Ron Dermer, strongly discouraged you from talking directly with Hamas. He said it was a tense phone call. Tell us about that. Do you understand why Netanyahu, Dermer, others might be upset?
I do like that Jake Tapper is also kind of scolding him. Like, Jake Tapper, who hates Muslims, like just, has virile hatred in his heart for Muslims in general, is supposedly the guy who is the smarter guy in the room, right? Like, the Trump administration is stupid. Jake Tapper is smart, right? And yet, interestingly enough, here he is seemingly scolding this person for sidestepping Israel.
I do understand. I spoke with Ron, and I'm sympathetic. He has someone that he doesn't know well, making direct contact with Hamas. Maybe I would see them and say, look, they don't have horns growing out of their head. They're actually guys like us. They're pretty nice guys. So he doesn't know me, and there are big stakes. He lives in a country where if it sets certain precedents, then it will hurt.
How dare you say Hamas is not having horns growing out of their head? Excuse me. Excuse me. You are not allowed to say these things. How dare you say such things? Hamas certainly has horns growing out of their heads, sir.
Or help a lot of other people. So I understand the consternation and the concern, and I wasn't upset. At the same time, we're the United States. We're not an agent of Israel. We have specific interests.
I mean, it's true.
At play. And we did communicate back and forth. We had very specific parameters by which we fell. And the reality is what I wanted to do is jumpstart some negotiations that were in a very fragile place. And I wanted to say to Hamas, what is the end game that you want here? Not the dream end game, but what do you think is realistic at this point? Because until we know that, it's very hard to reach some sort of truce or some sort of end to hostility. So in the end, I think it was a very helpful meeting. It was very helpful to hear some back and forth. But I think Israel knows walking out of that, you know, it's not like Hamas got the world because I thought they were a bunch of nice guys.
Right.
I don't know why he kept repeating in this interview that he thought Hamas were a bunch of nice guys, and then followed it up by saying, well, they didn't get the world because I thought they were a bunch of nice guys, like, you know, but they're not, you know, they're just people like you and I. That right there is an insane thing to say, okay? When I say that, when I say half of what he just said, people clamp on me and say I'm the worst terrorist-loving person on the planet. Now, it's interesting because this is the hostage envoy for the United States having this conversation on Jake Tapper. Now, he walked back some of those statements, for the record. Okay, of course he did. He immediately got pressured. But it's shocking to see, even on accident, any sort of level-headed analysis and clarity coming from the Trump administration. How is that even possible? I do not understand, especially considering that the Trump administration is doing a metric ton of evil when it comes down to any sort of pro-Palestinian sentiment coming out of college campuses, which I'm going to be talking about in a second, okay? Which is, you know, some truly devastating things that the Trump administration is doing on that front, greatly undermining the American Constitution, and obviously we're not exactly too fond of that sort of stuff here, but I always maintain the position that there are things that work in America. There are some good things that the American government does, and the Trump administration is actively bouldering through the remainder of said good things.
How quickly could something come together in terms of this negotiation?
I think something could come together within weeks. I will say that I believe there is enough there to make a deal between what Hamas wants and what they've accepted, and what Israel wants and it's accepted. And I think I think there is a deal where they can get all of the prisoners out, not just the Americans.
So that was interesting, and Reuters confirmed Hamas held talks with U.S. officials about releasing Edon Alexander, a 21-year-old American-Israeli IDF soldier believed to be the last living American hostage in Gaza. Hamas political advisor Taher al-Nono said the discussions held in Doha were positive and flexible. He included talks on implementing the phased agreement to end the war. We informed the American delegation that we don't oppose the release of the prisoners within the framework of these talks, Nono told Reuters. Hamas spokesman Hazem Qassam echoed the same in his remarks to Al Jazeera Mubasher. We are ready to conduct a prisoner exchange process with new keys in the second phase in the agreement. We have no problem meeting with the representatives of the U.S. administration because we realize that it has the power to pressure the occupation. He added, we do not object to releasing Israeli prisoners who hold U.S. citizenship, but within the framework of a comprehensive agreement. Okay?
All prisoners.
Here it is. Speaking to Israeli media, here's what Adam followed through on, because he also spoke to Israeli media as well after this, and I think it's important to hear what he has to say to the Israeli media too.
Suggested exchanging all prisoners, and they suggested a 5-year to 10-year truce where Hamas would lay down all weapons, and where the United States would help, as well as other countries, ensure that there's no tunnels, there's nothing taken on the military side, and that Hamas is not involved in politics going forward.
As you see it today, how close are we to see all hostages released?
I mean, if I want to be optimistic, I would think weeks. They suggested.
Hamas has said multiple times it does not seek to continue governing Gaza and would accept the Palestinian National Unity Administration to take charge, or an independent body established in coordination with the Palestinian Authority, similar to the kind proposed under the Arab League-backed Egyptian plan. On the issue of disarmament, Hamas's position has been that it will not lay down its arms unless there is a competent Palestinian force that can defend the rights of Palestinians to self-determination. This is important to recognize as well. Okay? Just so you understand, they're not saying that they will like full blown just keel over and say, okay, Israel can do whatever it wants to us now, we're done. They're simply stating that they are perfectly willing and capable of laying down their arms and dissolving their political administrative state as long as there is a competent political administrative state led by Palestinians with a force. Obviously, because without force, without any sort of military, you cannot have any sort of sovereignty whatsoever, which is unimaginably reasonable. If you have any issues with that, I don't know what to tell you. You just want all of the Palestinians to roll over and go away, which is the Israeli position. The Israeli position literally is die. Okay? Having said that, while that is happening on the one hand, Adam Bowler obviously responded to the pressure that was coming in. The Times of Israel said, deal with Hamas possible within weeks, U.S. Envoy Baylor says, but it's not like Hamas got the world because I thought they were a bunch of nice guys. That quote was obviously very shocking for a lot of Israel lovers, especially those in Israel, to which he responded with, I want to be crystal clear, as some have misinterpreted. Hamas is a terrorist organization that has murdered thousands of innocent people. They are, by definition, bad people. And as POTUS has said, not a single Hamas member will be safe if Hamas doesn't release all hostages immediately. It's quite difficult to understand exactly where these guys are coming from because what they say and what they do oftentimes is very different. This is something that we've found out about the Trump administration with tariffs. This is something that the Trump administration has done virtually every single day. They will come in, they will boulder in, they will say some insane stuff, they'll do mass layoffs, and then they'll go, oopsie, my bad, and then they'll try to restore it piece by piece. So Adam Baylor, I don't know how to say his last name, going and talking to Hamas directly is very impactful. It's very important, okay? It's unique, it's important, and it's a good thing that it's happening. On the one hand, him going to American television and being like, yeah, no, these guys are just normal guys. We're going to have to talk to them like it's crazy. That's also incredible. That's different. That is very different than the previous modus operandi of the American government. We've also heard this from my goat, Steve Goatkoff, as well. It is interesting that these guys are doing this sort of stuff, but then when pressure comes in, they turn around and they like kind of scale it back with their statements. But focusing on the statements alone will not allow you to understand the full scope. What you must focus on instead are the actions. And in terms of the foreign policy actions, I would say, we still have to wait and see. Okay? We still have to wait and see. Secretary of State Rubio has said, by the way, that Boehler's talks with Hamas were a one-off and stresses it hasn't borne fruit. Rubio added that the main channel for talks on a Gaza hostage deal is White House envoy Steve Witkoff. Now, Marco Rubio saying this, I think, moves the needle in the opposite direction. I will say it's not good. Marco Rubio saying that means that they are, still playing ball with Israel. They're playing damage control with Israel. They're afraid of upsetting and offending Israel, which is not something you should think about. You're the United States of America. It's very frustrating. It's incredibly frustrating that there still is this like weird notion, this weirdness that we are entertaining. We're still entertaining this idea that like Israel holds all the cards when it clearly does not. It is not the case. We hold the cards. We are the United goddamn States of America. But if you wanted to understand why Israel is shutting off energy, shutting off the electricity to the Gaza Strip once again, if you want to understand why Israel is stopping humanitarian aid from going into the Gaza Strip once again, it's a response to that, because they can't do anything to America, so they will turn around and punish the civilian Gazan population because that's the only thing they have. Please don't use the phrase holds the cards. Those are Trump's words and it's super gross because of that. I don't care. I've been saying that far before Donald Trump, and I will continue saying that. One last note that I want to mention before moving on to Trump administration's insane domestic policies in terms of dealing with Israel, hurting Israel's feelings and whatnot. Obviously, we'll get to that. Is this incredible analog from history? As the Associated Press reported that Israel is cutting off its electricity supply to Gaza a week after cutting off all supplies of goods into the territory, Israel sought to press Hamas to accept an extension of the first phase of their ceasefire, reneging on the previous three-phase ceasefire agreement that Hamas had initially put forward, that the Brandon administration had claimed Israel had put forward, that Israel has refused to recognize in perpetuity. And the analog here is from World War II. That's right. On April 19th, this is what Dan Cohen is saying. On April 19th in 1943, German Nazis, unable to combat the Jewish resistance of the Warsaw Ghetto and its tunnel network, cut off electricity, water, and gas. Soon after, they burned the ghetto down. He says, Zionist Israel is today's Nazi Germany. I've talked about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising quite a bit as a very apt analog into understanding what has happened in terms of Palestinian resistance, in terms of Palestinian militancy. Okay? I'm going to read this choice quote from the article from the Jewish Historical Institute talking about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and what the Nazi government's response was to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, also in Arabic known as the Warsaw Intifada. On the same day, 19th of April, General Jürgen Stroop replaced Lieutenant von Sammarn-Freckenegg. Germans entered the ghetto again to meet the resistance on the corner of Nalevki and Geja on Muranowski Square. And they were defended by revisionists from the JMU who had machine guns, or who had one machine gun. After the first day, the insurgents lost one person while Stroop 12. This was a definitive victory for the Jewish fighters, the Jewish resistance. The next day brought combat into the brushmaker's workshop. The gate at the Wolova Street was rigged to blow up. The bomb exploded when the Germans tried to enter the building. At the second attempt, they managed to circle a group of insurgents. Michael Klepfiz distracted the Germans to help his comrades escape. He died of machine gun fire. For his courage, he received the Virtuti Militari Order. And after a bunch of fighting that took place, two flags, a white and red and blue and red one, were placed on Muranowski Square. Germans tried to negotiate with the fighters, and after failing to achieve an agreement, they cut off electricity, water, and gas in the ghetto area. 1-1. 1-1. Obviously, Israel's awful, but I really don't like the Holocaust comparisons. It downplays how awful the Holocaust was. Yeah, no, I don't care that you have an issue with that. I don't care that you take issue with that. Dan Cohen himself is Jewish making this comparison, and I think it's a perfectly apt comparison. The only reason why it hurts your feelings is because the genocide during the Holocaust, the genocide of the Jews, was completed. That's the only difference here. So yes, the entire point of the entire reason for learning about history, specifically the Holocaust, which is one of the most studied atrocities, okay? But the entire reason for learning about it is so that we don't repeat it again. That's what never again is supposed to imply. Okay? Never again doesn't mean, oh, this will never happen again and it only happened once and it never happened before. There is no exceptionalism that I will entertain in this process. I never entertained it when we were talking about concentration camps for deportations along the American border, when people would get mad at that and they'd be like, oh, how dare you call it a concentration camp? That is precisely the purpose. Okay? The idea that we can't look at horrifying atrocities throughout history with hopes of recognizing how we got there, how those people got there, and learn some lessons and apply that to ongoing current atrocities, it basically betrays the entire reason for why people learn history. Okay? It is a perfectly apt comparison, and I urge you, chatters who consider this to be unique or exceptional, I urge you to try to seek within, dig deep, and try to figure out why you think it's exceptional. I get that. It's just illegal in my country, which is Germany. Of course. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay? Listen to my words. Why does it feel like this is inappropriate in terms of comparison when there is a direct parity here? Okay? We learn about history not to just go, oh, wow, that happened. That was crazy. Well, there's no lessons to be learned here. We learn about history specifically so that we don't repeat it. A lot of people don't understand this when it comes to the prosecution of a genocide, right? Nowadays, there is at least some legal structure that has been created to prosecute genocide. Now, obviously, it's somewhat of a toothless institution, whether it's the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court, as we've seen, especially when it comes to directing the legal crosshairs at America or an extension of America like Israel or even America's allies and the Western world. Having said that, the reason why we have a prosecutorial apparatus for figuring out how genocide is being conducted and focus on intentionality rather than the raw numbers is because the entire goal of this regulatory body is to stop it before it finalizes. Does that make sense? Because if we were to only prosecute the genocide after it has been completed, well, then far too many Palestinians will have been ethnically displaced and ethnically cleansed. And one might even say that that has already happened. Right? There is some uniqueness, exceptionalism to the Holocaust from a historical perspective, but comparisons are not inappropriate. Equating may be considered inappropriate given the context, but generally it's a significant event to point to because most people understand it. We just need to be careful not to trivialize or downplay the Holocaust. I don't think you are, by the way. Yes, I will never downplay or trivialize the Holocaust. But in terms of the mechanized atrocities, in terms of the mechanized death and destruction that took place in the Holocaust, obviously, in the aftermath of the Holocaust, there were these agencies that I'm talking about that were put in place so that there's international law. There are rules of warfare that changed in the aftermath of World War II. So living in the living in a world where we have these rules in place, okay, it's not going to be, especially with the internet, especially when you can like see it happening in real time and completely understand what's going on in a way that like the rest of the world was kind of oblivious to in World War II in Nazi Germany until they arrived at the concentration camps. Like, obviously, Israel still has limitations in this process. The only exceptional thing about the Holocaust is that it happened in the Imperial Core. Jay Mershon, you said you are moronic, but I do think that it's not the only exceptional thing about the Holocaust, but it certainly is an exceptional thing about the Holocaust, especially considering the many different atrocities that took place prior to the Holocaust during colonialism, whether it be chattel slavery or a lot of Belgian missions in African states, German missions in African states as well. Like all of these things that took place were comparable in almost size and scope as well, but it is not regarded in the same way as the Holocaust because the Holocaust was implemented by a Western nation against people that were not considered in the in-group white at the time, certainly by the German state, but everybody else considered them to be a part of the imperial core in that regard. It was being done to, it was neighbors doing it to their neighbors. But yes, that's not the only exceptional aspect of it, though. That's not correct. I think the industrialization of this genocide was, I think, a unique part of this as well. But I would say that my only issue is the word only. Look at Rwanda. The mechanisms of which genocide took place there are immensely different from the Holocaust. No, absolutely. But I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about colonial violence beforehand from the very same states or like, neighboring states. When the victims are Africans, usually it's just not, it's just regarded as a part of history, but never paid attention to in the same way. And I think that it's certainly because of the singular industrialized nature of the Holocaust, but also beyond that, the victims as well, for sure. And yes, in terms of the sheer brutality and in terms of the sheer violence, like the situation is very different now. Like we have rules specifically designed to make sure that this doesn't happen ever again. So, of course, those rules are limitations set upon the Israeli state. The Israeli state is also not waging this industrialized warfare that it calls war, but it's actually a genocide upon a captive civilian population it is the belligerent occupier of without American support. They're not doing this on their own. They would never be able to do this on their own, which is part of the reason why there is some limitations to what they can get away with doing. And they greatly, push the boundaries to the best of their ability. Make no mistake. To quote Mark Edelman, a surviving leader of the uprising, all it was about ultimately was that we not let them slaughter us when our turn came. It was only a choice as to the matter of dying. Yeah. Are you regretting voting for Trump yet? Ha ha ha. If you think I voted for Donald Trump, you need to go back to your doctor and ask him to prescribe you lithium because you are hallucinating. Straight up. All right. Anyway, we shouldn't. The reason why I brought the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising as a 1-to-1 analog is because, understandably, people pushed to the brink in the Warsaw Ghetto took matters into their own hands with the limited resources that they had, and they were right to do so. Okay? And the German government that had profound power and control over this captive population greatly increased the violence in that process. It's an apt comparison to any kind of Palestinian militancy that has evolved throughout time and become more violent as a direct consequence of how violent the apartheid administration has been. Lithium is a mood stabilizer, not an antipsychotic. Okay, my bad. So, important to recognize that. Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the left-wing Palestinian resistance group, is calling on progressive forces, human rights organizations, and student unions in the United States and worldwide to take urgent action to expose the crackdown on Palestinian rights advocates on U.S. college campuses. The recent actions reveal the true fascist face of the Trump administration, the group said in a statement. They called Trump's push to detain and deport student activists a systematic oppression campaign and said this repressive behavior will not scare free people, nor will it stop courageous voices from continuing to support the Palestinian cause. And yes, the only thing, and I'm going to get to that story now, about Mahmoud Khalil, a student activist who led the Columbia protests, who is now in ICE custody. Okay? This is a horrifying story, an absolutely morally repugnant, horrifying story. And the reaction from Americans has also been just as horrifying. Okay? It is insane. Now, of course, Donald Trump signaled that he would do this. So it's not surprising, if that makes sense. It's still, that doesn't change the reality that it is a completely morally repugnant act. It betrays the American Constitution. It betrays free speech. It is genuinely messed up. I don't know how else to describe it beyond the fact that I have no words for it. I have no words to describe this moral depravity. What ended up happening is ICE arrested a student activist. They realized that he was not on a visa in the process of arresting him, as the Trump administration had signaled that if you are a student activist that has protested against Israel, we will deport you. We will remove your visa. This is something that they said they were going to do. They realized that he didn't actually have a student visa. He actually had a green card. He was married to an American citizen who was 8 months pregnant with his child. And they took him anyway. Colombia in the process actually cooperated with ICE, for the record, which is also, again, betraying the students, betraying the student body, betraying the principle of being a place for learning, a place for education, like actively collaborating with the Gestapo against your own students is shocking. It's unimaginable. So ICE did what ICE does. They took him anyway. They grabbed him. He is now in a Louisiana facility as we speak. And they said that they were revoking his green card. People have not been able to communicate with him since yesterday. And the Secretary of State then announced that green card holders will also have their green cards revoked. This is what Marco Rubio said. Marco Rubio, who got 99 votes in a Senate confirmation hearing from the likes of Bernard Sanders as well. We will be revoking the visas and or green cards of Hamas supporters in America so they can be deported. Mahmoud Khalil's crime was having moral courage. That's it. He saw what Israel was doing and he thought it was unconscionable. Mahmoud Khalil has now been moved to an ICE facility in Jena, Louisiana. DSA here in Louisiana has been working since this morning to get him aid and get him in contact with everyone he needs to hear from. Not sure if he or his team have a call to action for supporting him during this time or not. Asking my chapter currently, and I'll let you know as soon as I hear from anything. Yes. I already mentioned this, but yes, his wife is an American citizen and is 8 months pregnant. And for hours, they didn't tell her where he was. And yes, Shai Davide also demanded that this person get deported. Let's take a look at the story, and I'll get to it a little bit. I'll talk more about it. But there's also currently a protest happening in New York as well.
These will return. And up.
But we'll get to that in a little bit. Let's talk about some of the other details.
Who helped lead last year's protests at Columbia University. Mahmoud Khalil's attorney says the agents said the former graduate student's green card was being revoked. Christina Fan joins us live from Columbia's Morningside Heights campus with the latest. Christina.
Natalie, good morning. Mahmoud Khalil was a well-known figure here on campus, known for organizing and leading the student encampment that was pro-Palestinian here on campus last spring. His attorney has vowed to file a vigorous legal appeal, accusing the government of openly repressing student activism. We know that federal immigration authorities arrested Khalil Saturday night, and according to his attorney, Amy Greer, he was taken into custody inside his university-owned apartment while with his pregnant wife. Greer says federal agents claim they were fulfilling a State Department order to revoke his student visa, and when she told them he was a legal permanent resident with a green card, they said they were revoking that instead. A spokesperson with the Department of Homeland Security released a statement saying the arrest was in support of President Trump's executive orders prohibiting anti-Semitism, claiming Khalil led activities aligned.
Does he have any legal defense? Yes, he has endless amounts of legal defense. Are you kidding me? Yes. As it stands, this is a violation of numerous pre-existing American laws. You cannot simply engage in the process of revoking someone's green card for not violating any serious, severe crimes. When someone has a green card and they actually engage in some kind of serious crime, even then the process of denaturalization and deportation would be unique. Okay. He has not done anything. He has not violated the law as it stands, unless there is a clear-cut law where you just say, hey, if you hurt Israel's feelings, we will deport you. Until that becomes the law, there is no law that he has violated. So he has a chance to stay? Yes, he does. He does have a chance to stay. Obviously, I have no real confidence in the American criminal justice system, but this is, this is a novel example for sure. It's not one that I can think of from American history. Like there's not really any comparisons I can think of.
To Hamas, a designated terrorist organization. According to an immigration expert not related to this case, Khalil's arrest violates due process.
If he's a green card holder, slam dunk, there's no way to arrest him. If he had not been charged with a crime, or if he's, if there's something more than that, really, there's no way, number one. Because you're dealing with a legal resident alien. Yeah. Which means you're dealing with the green card holder who has a lot of rights in our country.
Yeah, you are basically de facto an American citizen at that point. Okay? That's insane. This is one step removed from denaturalization, like having a natural born U.S. citizen, someone who was born on U.S. soil, someone like myself, for example, having his citizenship removed simply because the president said so, or simply because the State Department says so. It's just like, it is a violation of numerous American laws, okay? And here is the legal standing, or here is like the legal reasoning or justification that the American government used here. The arrest of Mahmoud Khalil, a prominent Palestinian activist, was based on a provision of immigration law that gives the administration broad authority on who can be subject to deportation, I'm told. The Immigration and Nationality Act states that an alien whose presence or activities in the United States the Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States is deportable. That provision of the law was used, in this case, as grounds to detain Khalil, according to a senior Department of Homeland Security official. It's also expected to be used in future cases. The real reason why they're doing this is to create a chilling effect. Okay? This violates the principle of the First Amendment. That is the only reason why they're doing this. They don't actually believe that this person is a terrifying figure or a terrorist or anything like that. They just don't want people on student visas or American citizens or green card holders to protest against the state of Israel. That's it. That's it. So when people come in here and ask me, Hasan, are you afraid? Like, is this going to happen to someone like yourself? We're not at that level. We're not at the level where they denaturalize U.S.-born citizens, even though the Trump administration has actively talked about, doing exactly that at one point. We're not there yet. But having said that, this doesn't put fear in my heart. It just puts anger in my heart. And I hope that you guys can also, feel the way that I'm feeling in this moment. This shouldn't cause you to be fearful, because there are a lot more of us than there are of them, okay? There are a lot more of us who understand exactly what is going on in Gaza and are angry about it, are willing to protest, than there are people who don't feel that way, people who want to silence you. It's that simple, okay? There is nothing that they can do in the face of genuine moral conviction. It's completely unacceptable. And I suspect that people will push back. I will do everything in my power to do so as well. Okay? Jeremy Scahill had a take on this. He said, it's remarkable how so many people who just got their law degrees on Twitter don't understand a basic constitutional principle. A person is not convicted of a crime because someone, including the president, accuses them of a crime. This applies to U.S. citizens and non-citizens alike. They are simply trying to do their very best to get you to stop protesting. They openly has said it as such as well. The ADL, which is supposed to be a civil rights organization, by the way, I tweeted about this yesterday. The ADL, that is supposed to be a civil rights organization in the United States, was celebrating this. Okay? They were celebrating this decision. The Apartheid Defense League was celebrating the decision of the White House and the Department of Homeland Security, the decision to revoke the green card of an American green card holder married to an American citizen who was 8 months pregnant for the crime of hurting Israel's feelings. The ADL thinks it's okay to revoke the green card of student activists. This is supposed to be a civil rights organization, by the way, is what I tweeted. Here's what the ADL said. We firmly believe that there would be swift and severe consequences for those who provide material support to foreign terrorist organizations, incite violence in support of terrorist activities, or conceal their identities in order to harass and intimidate Jewish individuals and institutions with impunity. We appreciate the Trump administration's broad, bold set of efforts to counter campus anti-Semitism, and this action further illustrates that resolve by holding alleged perpetrators responsible for their actions. Obviously, any deportation or action or revocation of a green card holder or visa must be undertaken in alignment with required due process protections. We also hope that this action serves as a deterrent to others who might consider breaking the law on college campuses or anywhere. When they're not defending Elon Musk throwing up a Sig Heil, they're defending the Nazi government doing Nazi things. Here's the Columbia Jewish Alumni Association. which played a role in this happening, by the way, celebrating the decision of the Department of Homeland Security. Now that Mahmoud Khalil has been taken into ICE custody, his supporters are spinning a sob story about why you should feel sorry for him. Here's why you shouldn't, and why this is exactly what needs to happen to restore order to campuses like Colombia and our country. Khalil wasn't just another protester. He was a ringleader of the chaos in Colombia. Here he is acting as a spokesperson for the Hamilton Hall takeover, a ringleader at Milstein Hall occupation, distributed materials supporting terrorism. For over a year, Colombia coddled Khalil. They excused him. They negotiated with him. They suspended, then unsuspended him. He responded by escalating with more and more demands. Demands in capital letters. What were those demands? Demands that the Columbia University divest from Israel. Very reasonable demands, mind you. Very reasonable. And also that the Columbia University authorities actually demonstrate transparency over the ways in which they are suspending student activists. Okay? None of this is illegal, by the way. None of this. Civil disobedience is perfectly permissible, perfectly acceptable. It's the only tool that people have until you push them into a corner and they don't want to be civil any longer. This is something that a lot of Americans don't understand, because while there have been instances of militancy throughout U.S. history, and some of that militancy has led to the weekend, for example, and labor rights and labor protections that we actually take for granted without even thinking about it, okay? The abolition of child labor. Things of that nature that the current American administration is actively clawing back, by the way, and actively undermining on a daily basis. But as I've said time and time again, I always bring back the JFK quote on this issue. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. Okay? That's it. That's what you're doing. You cannot consistently push people and expect them not to retaliate in return. That's it. It can't go on like this. It just simply cannot go on like this. There will be blowback to this, I'm telling you. No one forced Khalil to barge into campus, disrupt learning, or take over buildings. No one forced him to lead mobs that demonize America or harass and intimidate Jews. This was his choice. Reportedly, Khalil's green card is being revoked. Good. A green card is a privilege that millions wait years for. So is studying at Columbia. Khalil threw them away. His actions prove he neither respects nor deserves the shot he was given. No one should feel sorry for him. Khalil's supporters report that he recently graduated. If so, how and why was he on a closed Barnard College campus? He knew full well he didn't belong there, and he snuck onto campus for the express purpose of interrupting the learning of others. Khalil has spent over a year abusing the privileges of this country and Columbia gave him. He faced zero consequences until now. If he's finally being removed as an anti-Semitic instigator and anti-Western provocateur, this isn't a strategy. This isn't a tragedy. This is justice. That is what the Columbia Jewish Alumni Association said. ADL, of course, the Apartheid Defense League, obviously, supported this. I can't explain to you how unimaginable how insanely cruel this is. I don't know how else to describe to you how cruel this is, how ridiculous this is. And although in this process, those who use their Judaism as a defense mechanism, as a shield, to claim that this is anti-Semitic because he's criticizing the state of Israel, okay? What those people do not comprehend is that these rules will inevitably be used against Jews. First, anti-Zionist Jews, and then all Jews across the board. And you're a fucking dumbass for not realizing that. And the only reason why I'm bringing this up is not because like, oh, Jews are exceptional and they must be preserved or they must be protected or anything like that. I'm not doing Jewish exceptionalism or whatever the fuck people say I'm doing. I'm simply saying that if you care about self-preservation and you actively champion these things, you are actively championing your own inevitable demise. You are a fucking short-sighted moron. Do you understand? Wake the fuck up. It is quite literally baked in to Holocaust studies. understanding the idea that it doesn't start with just trade unionists or socialists, okay? Ridiculous. Update from Zateo on Mahmoud. Scoop. Emails obtained by Zateo News shows Mahmoud Khalid reached out for help from Colombia administration one day before ICE detained him. He said he couldn't sleep from threats he was receiving. He even wrote he feared ICE might come to his home. And they did. And they did. And now people are saying he's a terrorist. Here's Izzy Breen. Organizations of Jews cheering, clapping as armed agents of the state remove a young person from public life without telling the public or even a family where he is, without even an ounce of self-awareness. Okay? The White House then said, Shalom, Mahmoud. We will find, apprehend, and deport these terrorist sympathizers from our country, never to return again. Using the Trump quote. The White House has been actively also partnering without... I don't know how this doesn't even like spell trouble for anyone who cares about self-preservation as an American Jew. Okay? Like liberal Zionists or conservative Zionist Jews don't fucking recognize how devastating this is for their own fucking future on this soil, by the way. Yeah. Izzy said, huge test for Democrats. What's more important, Israel or democracy? It's pretty obvious that they don't care about democracy. They care about Israel. Let's be real. The other Shalom tweet was even grosser than the previous one that we just looked at. Okay. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because the White House also posted yet another Shalom tweet, I think. This is going to create actual anti-Semitism? Of course it is. What do you mean? And it has already. Israel's actions being paired up with Judaism and the Western defenders of Israel claiming that this is being done at the behest of Judaism is already fucking exploding anti-Semitism. The next generation is already locked in. They're saying like, oh, well... if they're doing this right now, then what was Hitler right about? That is like the most common thing that young people say. Okay? That is literally going on right now. And the retaliation to that is not to be reasonable and immediately separate the actions of a violent genocidal apartheid state from the entire religion. Instead of doing that, people are offensively celebrating this shit. I don't know how no one can see the devastating impact of doing shit like this. Shalom, saying, Shalom, Mahmoud. ICE proudly apprehended and detained Mahmoud Khalil, a radical foreign pro-Hamas student on the campus of Columbia University. This is the first arrest of many to come. Donald Trump then turned around and said, following my previously signed executive orders, ICE proudly apprehended and detained Mahmoud Khalil, a radical foreign pro-Hamas student on the campus of Columbia University. This is the first arrest of many to come. We know there are more students at Columbia and other universities across the country who have engaged in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity, and the Trump administration will not tolerate it. Many are not students. They are paid agitators. We will find, apprehend, and deport these terrorist sympathizers from our country, never to return again. If you support terrorism, including the slaughtering of innocent men, women, and children, your presence is contrary to our national and foreign policy interests, and you are not welcome here. We expect every one of America's colleges and universities to comply. Thank you. Yes, we have crossed the Rubicon when it comes to the insane ways in which this administration is just undermining the Constitution, weaponizing the Department of Homeland Security against people that they consider to be political dissidents. Okay, this has nothing to do with like protecting Hamas or offering material support to a terrorist organization. Suck my dick. Okay, shut the fuck up. There have been numerous instances throughout American history where American politicians have actively offered real material support to institutions and organizations that were otherwise declared terrorist organizations. Okay? The most obvious and prescient example right now is Israel. That's number one. Number two, even one that was considered a terror cell by other Western nations, is the IRA. Americans fundraised and sent arms shipments directly to the IRA. What are we talking about? I'm not even talking about the Iran-Contra affair. I'm not talking about the American State Department actively offering material support and training and radicalization and logistics to virtually every single terror cell on this fucking planet, either directly or indirectly by way of local allies such as local regional powers such as Turkey, okay, or other NATO nations. That's not what I'm even talking about here. I'm saying like directly American citizens offering material support to groups that were considered terrorist groups has happened throughout American history. There's never been this level of reaction towards it. That is not even what Mahmoud Khalil did, by the way, which makes this even worse. Between 1973 and 1978, 500,000 rounds of 5.56 45 millimeter NATO ammunition stolen from U.S. Marine base were successfully sent to the IRA. 1979, the Gardai seized a cargo of more than 150 guns and 60,000 rounds of ammunition, including 2 M60 machine guns, 15 M16 rifles, a number of M14 rifles, and an AK-47 sent from the United States. Irish Americans offered direct material support to the IRA, and they had every right to do so, by the way. They were on the right side, okay? This person did not do that for Hamas. He didn't do any of those things. He simply protested against the state of Israel. That's it. That is insane. And he wasn't the only person, by the way, okay? ICE agents also visited a second Palestinian student living in Columbia-owned housing over the weekend and attempted to take her into custody, but were turned away at the door, according to a union representing the student. That's right. I had the UAW representative H. Bizzle in the chat ringing the alarm bells about this as well. Do not open the door to ICE agents ever. Trump warns that arrested Palestinian activists in Colombia will be the first of many, and it turns out they were also actively targeting another student there as well. It's just like an insane thing. I don't know. I don't know how people don't recognize how this will be damaging for them as well. The NIH is now cutting grants directly at Columbia, by the way. The NIH is today terminating more than $250 million in funding, including more than 400 grants to Columbia University, following the directives from the Trump administration's Joint Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism. The cancellations are due to Columbia University's continued inaction in the face of persistent harassment of Jewish students. Here's what they did. They created a fake problem. Liberal media elevated this fake problem because of their own personal loyalty to the State Department agenda under the Brandon administration. And now the Trump administration comes in and says, you see, we're dealing with the anti-Semitism on college campuses. It's not real anti-Semitism on college campuses, okay? And even if there was anti-Semitism on college campuses, whether it be fucking Nazis protesting or anything else, this is not an adequate measure to deal with that, okay? Cutting off grant funding to college campuses and deporting people is an insane thing to do, especially when considering that when neo-Nazis that participated in Charlottesville were allowed to literally graduate from Columbia University in the past. One of the organizers of the Charlottesville neo-Nazi rally, where people were marching in the fucking streets with tiki torches saying Jews will not replace us, actually anti-Semitic shit, not simply saying Israel's an apartheid state, okay? Or that Zionism is fascist and we must not allow Zionism to fester. Those are not comparable statements. One is correct. The other one is Nazi bullshit. And Colombia treated one very differently than the other. Okay? This is white supremacy in full display. Leah Greenberg says, if you as an American Jew do not want to be used as the excuse for destruction of civil liberties and basic democratic protections, the time to speak out is right now. 100%. 100%. Straight up. And it's not just Jewish Americans. It's all Americans that have to speak out against this. This is, I don't, like, if you look at the situation and think, he's a terrorist, fuck him. Okay. You are a delusional loser. If you look to the situation and say, he's just a terrorist, who cares? You do not understand what you are championing. You're not naive, you're evil. This reminds me of the more humorous quote from before the election regarding support for Hamas that you read before. What is this? Very funny and very correct Felix's position was, and I'm going to read this, okay? In terms of like lending support to Hezbollah or whatever, Felix also said, hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. He said, I hate that the central conceit here is that any American can meaningfully support Ansar Allah, Hezbollah, or really anyone like that. An American supporting or condemning any of these groups, they literally can provide no material, logistical, or any other type of tangible assistance to, makes as much sense as an American condemning the Battle of Agincourt. It's like, that's it. Like, we're just chirping into the fucking void. The American government is Sharia law better or fascism? What? Sharia law? Where is Sharia law? What are you talking about, dude? Is doing whatever the fuck it wants regardless. That much is clear. Yeah. It's just, it's a ridiculous statement. And not only is it a ridiculous statement because it's like virtually impossible without any sort of like criminal punishment that you receive, including fucking torture and being put in Guantanamo Bay immediately. Okay. There is no real material support that you can offer these groups regardless. But outside of that, what they are considering material support is simply saying Israel is an apartheid state, that Israel is doing a genocide, and demanding that our institutions take actions against that. That is insane to me. Okay? And you know, from my own personal back and forth online, wherever I go, the comments are fucking filled to the brim with Hasan loves terrorism. Hasan wants Jewish women to be raped or whatever the fuck these rabid psychos say. Regardless of what my commentary on this issue is, a lot of these people just simply say, oh, you support Palestinian emancipation? You're a terrorist. You love terrorism. You want Jews to die. Okay? This is an incredibly dangerous prospect. I'm not saying this simply out of self-preservation. Okay? This is completely unacceptable. It is officially Turkish levels of political suppression, okay? Suppressing dissent to this degree is insane. This is unironically something that has happened throughout American history in the past, in dark pages of American history, in terms of like the McCarthyist trials, the Red Scare, and the blacklisting that took place, the internment camps for the Japanese during World War II, things of that nature. We've done a lot of horrible things, okay? But god damn, this is like, maybe this happened. Maybe this happened in the, anti-Vietnamese occupation, protests as well. Students engaged in a lot more militant action back then. But I don't know if they ever actually deported student protesters in the process. Like, I don't know if they actually utilized this level of political suppression. If you think this is acceptable, you wouldn't have been resisting the Nazis in 1940. You would have been helping them. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, they did Kent State, obviously. They shot them. And there was that. They did do that. Asmongold reacts to the Chinese UCLA student getting visa revoked for organizing rallies in support of Palestinians. What? This isn't even real. This wasn't a Chinese national who organized protests at UCLA and she didn't get her visa revoked. This was a fake story. She's not even Chinese, I don't think. Like, every part of this is fucking fake, dude. What the hell is going on?
And so, really, if you have a person who's organizing a group of people to collectively commit a crime, well, then, yeah, I think it makes sense to get them the fuck out of here. Like,
what is the crime? Aren't you a fucking free speech defender? What the hell is this? The crime is what? Protesting against Israel is not a crime, at least still to this day. I guess in 38 states it might as well be. 37 states it might as well be. But if you're a fucking free speech defender, what the hell are you saying here? This is a clear-cut violation of the First Amendment. New York Times headline about it. Oh, this was a famous New York Times story from Columbia hears plea for expelled student. Berg and two other speakers demand his reinstatement at gathering of 500. 3 members of the American Student Union, including Robert Burke, who was expelled in June for leading the anti-Nazi demonstrations last May, addressed a gathering of 500 students of the college and various schools at Columbia University in front of Hamilton Hall yesterday noon. It's so crazy that for so many people, they just openly say, like, no, you don't understand. Just like free speech means I can say slurs and you can't say anything about it. You can't even like feel upset about it. Okay. But if you actually are peacefully demonstrating against a violent apartheid regime doing a genocide, then of course you're not going to have free speech. What do you mean? There's no freedom to protest against Israel. What are you talking about? Yeah, of course. You should go to jail. You should get deported. What do you mean? Free speech is just to say slurs without any additional free speech that comes after those slurs, by the way. I have free speech to say slurs. You don't even have the right to use your speech against that, okay? No, make no mistake. It just goes one direction. I cannot understand how you can look at this. This is like not even a real story, even though the real version of this has now happened. Okay, but it's hilarious that Asmongold, who claims to be a free speech defender, is like, yeah, you should get deported based hurting Israel's feelings. Yeah.
We've got enough of these people on our own here that are living here already. You think we need more of them? We're going to need to import more of them from fucking...
There's no discussion on this either when the other side is doing the suffering Olympics driven by spite for their own countrymen. And it doesn't help that 80% of them are dumber than dog shit 60-year-olds who get Google Play cards scammed by Kevin Costner Facebooks.
In China. So yeah, it's insane. That's obstruction and harassment. Yeah, I guess so. What's the correct way to protest without breaking the law?
Oh, dude, yeah, no. And if the law says you can't protest Israel, then yep, that's it. It's even better when you consider a source, my subreddit. Is this from his subreddit? No, this is from World News Video or some shit. It doesn't fucking matter. It also doesn't matter because this was a fake story, but now there is a real story. There is a real story of a person who's having his green card revoked, potentially, for the crime of hurting Israel's feelings. I can only react to this image as I am, a Jew. To make Jewish words and phrases interchangeable with ICE detention is to make Judaism the face of fascism. This has happened in Israel and will happen here if we allow it, says David Grossman. It nauseates me on a basic level to see Judaism used as some sort of fascist taunt. The mixture of Jewish and Nazi signals from this administration is an intentional mixture to depoliticize Nazism and create a vision where only right-wing Judaism is seen as legitimate. Free Mahmoud and free Palestine. Daniel Greenfield, you are not a Jew. You are a human shield for those who terrorize and kill Jews. Real question. Are you concerned about them trying to arrest you? I don't give a fuck. I am a rich Twitch streamer, okay? I am the last person who matters in this process. We're talking about a real student activist who fucking put his body on the line and is now facing repercussions as a consequence of that. I think putting myself in this position is ridiculous, okay? I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's not something that I care about or entertain at this moment. And it's not something that will stop me from continuing to speak truth to power in this process. And it shouldn't stop you either. Okay? We all have our rights. At least right now, we still have our rights. We still have a right to resist against this sort of thing. We still have the criminal justice system. And I hope that there are more reasonable people that are in positions of power right now that will put an end to this nonsense. Oh my fucking Lord. But it won't happen unless there is mass mobilization. Okay? Yeah. Meanwhile, at Harvard, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who headlined an event at Columbia right before Mahmoud Khalil was detained, just joked at a Harvard event that he would give exploding pages to students protesting his visit. Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 21 gifted subs. Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett joked to hundreds of people about sending explosive devices to dissenting event attendees at a talk at the Harvard Business School on Thursday, according to 6 people present at the discussion. HBS professor Paul A. Gompers, 86, the moderator, began the off-the-record event by explaining Harvard's guidelines on disruption, noting that the dissenting audience members who interrupt the speaker would be removed. Bennett then interrupted to add, "I think we'll just give them a pager." Isn't that wonderful? If you are a former Israeli prime minister, you can joke about assassinating American college campus protesters against you. You can just joke about that sort of thing. It's perfectly fine. Mahmoud did everything that Columbia wanted and the students to do, always respectful and calm, was chosen to be the lead negotiator for this reason, and was always unmasked. It didn't help. Yeah. Here's the other aspect of this, that he didn't fucking violate any rules and actually abided by the rules as well. Okay? What really gets me is Mahmoud did everything that administrators claimed they wanted from us. He was always unmasked. He was extremely tactful with his words, was a legal permanent resident, was kind and patient even with those who dehumanized him, always stayed rational and calm. He was a lead negotiator precisely because of these qualities he had that I and so many of us lack. He always extended grace to those who didn't deserve it. He always helped us ground ourselves in the face of the constant trauma Columbia inflicted upon us all since October 2023. Any journalist who interacted with him can speak to his character. It does not matter how perfectly we behave or how pure-hearted we clearly are. When fascism comes knocking at our doors, we will start with the most vulnerable and eventually get to eroding all of our rights. Open your eyes. I'm begging you to open your eyes. While many may have come knocking at Mahmoud Khalil's door yesterday, you will hear the knock at your own door tomorrow. And if you don't resist this now, nobody will be left to resist for you when it's too late. This is straightforwardly Nazi Germany shit, okay? There's no other way to put it. I can't, I don't know. I don't know what else to say, man. I really don't know what else to say. And you got fucking donkeys celebrating this decision. Like, it's so goddamn gross. I mean, it's wild to read about Nazi Germany and be shocked at the ways in which dehumanization it actively becomes the normative position in society, and the atrocities that unfold as a consequence of that. And then you read that shit and you go, oh, that could never happen again. I mean, come on, dude. That could certainly never happen again. That's insane. It's like, how did this happen? How do people become so complicit? You think to yourself, oh, well, back then they simply did not have access to information in real time. They didn't have the internet. They didn't know what was going on, even though many did, right? They smelled it. They saw it. It was visible in the backdrop of their everyday lives. And they looked the other way, either out of fear or because they didn't care. And yet, we're watching it unfold in real time, and it's we're watching it unfold in real time in broad daylight, and everyone can see it taking place. And it seems like, unlike previous civil rights movements, right, whether it be the civil rights struggle for black people, there is mass public support for this cause. And it's wild to me that the more there is support for this kind of thing, the more there is anger and resentment towards Israel's genocide, the more this administration tries to deal with it with political repression. Even Glenn Greenwald is supporting him. It's wild. Wait, no, that's not wild at all. That's like perfectly normal. Glenn Greenwald has been, has always been a free speech absolutist. This is like the one issue where he will unflinchingly shit on Israel over and over again. That's the one aspect where he hasn't lost his mind on. This is something that he's always been consistent on, regardless of who funds his operations. Matt Duss also talked about how Ann Coulter is outflanking the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League, on this issue. There's almost no one I don't want to deport unless they've committed a crime. Isn't this a violation of the First Amendment? There's almost no one I don't want to deport, but unless they've committed a crime, isn't this a violation of the First Amendment? Like, Ann Coulter's like, I haven't seen a deportation I don't like. Okay? I have yet to encounter a deportation I dislike until this very moment. It's insane. Like, this person is a direct villain. Okay? Here is new information, a scoop from Prem at Zeteo, where Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian who helped lead negotiations between Columbia University and student protesters, had appealed to the school for protections from harassment and possibly immigration and customs enforcement agents one day before the Trump administration detained him Saturday Emails obtained by Zateo show. Most recent among the leaked messages was an email Khalil, a green card holder, sent to Colombia interim president Katrina Armstrong on March 7th. Since yesterday, I've been subjected to a vicious, coordinated, and dehumanizing doxing campaign led by Colombia affiliates Shai Davide and David Lederer, who, among others, have labeled me a security threat and called for my deportation. This is correct, by the way. The most annoying dipshits are celebrating this. They actively champion this, and the Trump administration gave them this as a gift. A violation of numerous American principles and American laws, by the way. Shai Davide says, Dear Secretary Rubio, thank you for your strong statements. Now we want to see strong action. Illegally taking over a college in which you are not even enrolled and distributing terrorist propaganda should be a deportable offense, no? Because that's what Mahmoud Khalil from Columbia SJP did yesterday at Barnard College. This was from 4 days ago. And the DHS actually said, yeah, we'll do that. The Senate Judiciary Dems posted, free Mahmoud Khalil. And the White House responded with, this is the first arrest of many to come. The reason why they're saying that, by the way, once again, is because they hope to create a chilling effect on protests. If you're an American citizen, if you're an American Jew, okay, you should be on the fucking front lines. Straight up. There are overwhelming majorities of people that recognize what is going on. For the first time in American history, the majority of Democrats actually sympathize with the Palestinians over Israelis. That is a complete shift that I never thought would happen. Even if the Democratic Party does not listen to its base of support, it still does not change that reality that there are more people that absolutely recognize what the fuck is going on. And it's going to get worse. So it is our duty to protest against this, to resist against this in any way, shape, or form we can. Ramallah says so many people have no historical awareness and legitimately believe that it could not and would not happen again, but are unaware of the warning signs, so they just expect fascism to basically only show up when Trump himself says he's a fascist. I taught a few people about beer hall push, and they were shocked that they had never learned about it and immediately were like, wait, didn't Trump do the same thing, Lamau? Yes. The Action Network demand the immediate release of Palestinian student activist Mahmoud Khalil from DHS detention has already collected 1.5 million letters, by the way. There is broad support for this. There is broad popular support for this. Releasing a Palestinian student activist, a Palestinian American student activist, is infinitely more popular than Donald fucking Trump. Okay? And arresting pro-Palestinian and anti-Zionist student activists is only going to make the Trump administration even more unpopular. FYI, Action Network is just a tool. This is from Deportation Defense. Yes. This is a letter campaign created by Deportation Defense. We'll post a link as well so you can also sign up and make these same demands as well. Yeah, this was the email that he sent to Colombia 3 days ago before he got before his deportation process started by ICE. Citing the Beitar Post, Beitar is a right-wing Israeli harassment operation, not dissimilar to the Canary Mission and many other Israeli Knesset grant-funded organizations that simply dox fucking American students on American college campuses without any sort of political or legal repercussions, by the way, and have greatly escalated post October 7. If you remember, some of the first things that Canary Mission and all these other like groups did was bring to college campuses these massive fucking billboards on the back of trucks doxing college students for the crime of criticizing Israel. Beitar is one of the most right-wing versions of this, led by a guy who is a revenge pornographer, allegedly. And they were, of course, going after Khalil. Khalil asked Armstrong in his email, citing the Beitar post, with the stakes being so high, I ask you, as representatives of Columbia University's administration, how will you protect international students from doxing and from deportation? How will you protect these students' rights to free speech, expression, and association, rights provided for in the U.S. Constitution and Columbia's Code of Conduct, and stop the suppression and now potential criminalization of that speech and expression? Students' futures, their livelihoods, and now, without exaggerating, their lives are at risk. Yeah, Beitar is so right-wing that they fucking fought with Shai Davide in the past. Here's what Letitia James said. I'm extremely concerned about the arrest and detention of Mahmoud Khalil, an advocate and legal permanent resident of Palestinian descent. My office is monitoring the situation and we're in contact with his attorney. Here's what the Columbia Office of the President just released, by the way. This was their reaction to everything that's going on. And yes, the plan to deport pro-Hamas students relies on a 1952 law that targeted Jews. We'll talk about that as well, the irony inherent in this process. I write to you at a challenging moment for our community. Columbia University exists to serve the United States and the world by teaching, creating, and advancing knowledge. We pursue that mission through freedom of expression, blah, 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 blah. We will work tirelessly to fulfill our mission. We're taking a methodical and thoughtful approach to addressing the multitude of challenges ahead of us. Suck my fucking dick. We will support our community. I understand the distress that many of you are feeling about the presence of ICE agents in the streets around campus. I feel it too, and I'm working with our team to manage the response. Resources for students are listed below. We will follow the law, as has always been the case, and rumors suggesting that any member of Columbia leadership requested the presence of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents on or near the campus are false. It remains the longstanding practice of the university and the practice of cities and institutions throughout the country that law enforcement must have a judicial warrant to enter a non-public university areas, including residential university buildings. How'd they get there? We are deeply committed to free speech as a fundamental value, except for when you protest against Israel, in which case we have no commitment whatsoever to free speech, and we will let you get deported. I mean, this is all bullshit, okay? And then they have counseling and well-being resources. Do they have... other than counseling and religious life advisors or whatever, do they actually give you like an ACLU link in here on what to do when ICE comes knocking down your door? I don't see it. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. I don't see it though. Beitar are the same ones who've been putting pages in people's pockets of pro-Palestinian activists, including Norm Finkelstein. The group cannot be any grosser than they are. That's who Columbia is working alongside ICE with. Yeah. Unsurprising that Fetterman is involved. We are strongly supportive of, said Glick, we are strongly supportive of Trump's administration's plan to deport jihadis who seek out to destroy America. Our campuses and our streets are filled with violent people who hate Jews and cannot coexist with Western society. On Wednesday, Glick was on Capitol Hill meeting with lawmakers, including pro-Israel Senator John Fetterman, Democrat from PA. A Zionist organization is compiling names of foreign students on student visas in the U.S. who spewed anti-Israel bile at campus protests and is hoping President-elect Trump will give the haters a one-way ticket back home. This is from the New York Post, by the way. That's why they're writing the article in this, in the English language, even though it is very close to how you would hear it from the original German. For the record. If you cannot comprehend how, if you cannot see what is going on, if you cannot recognize the writing on the wall, and how we are actively becoming more and more militant, more and more right-wing, more and more dangerous, okay? More open to fascism. I don't know what to tell you. This is a telltale sign. I'm going to give you two examples here, by the way, two things that happened. One good news and one reason as to why why Khalil would have been placed in custody in a detention center in Jena, the LaSalle Detention Center facility in Louisiana. Pablo Manrique from Migrant Insider reports, ICE often goes immigration judge shopping by putting detainees in detention centers under jurisdictions of courts that very rarely decide in favor of migrants. Jena, LaSalle in Louisiana, where Mahmoud Khalil is held, is one such detention center. That is the reason why they sent him to LaSalle. And even then, it seems that a judge has blocked the Colombia pro-Palestinian protester organizer Mahmoud Khalil's removal from U.S. This is from the senior legal affairs reporter at Politico, Josh Gerstein. Apparently, a judge has blocked the pro-Palestinian protest organizer Mahmoud Khalil's removal from the U.S. pending further action on habeas petition, because it would be a violation of due process. But the very fact that this is happening, and before people get at me over this and be like, oh, well, what about the Democrats or whatever? This action is not being taken as it stands currently to start deporting people en masse, okay? This action is being taken specifically to have a chilling effect, to tell people you will get punished criminally. And it is an extension of the previous administration's policy on the matter. 3,500 college students were arrested under the Biden administration for protesting against the state of Israel. 3,500 students were arrested in direct violation of the First Amendment. 3,500. If a liberal administration is going to allow that to happen, what the fuck did you think a Republican administration was going to do? And the reason for why those people got arrested was not because they were being truly disruptive or anything like that. The reason why, the 3 times the number of people that were arrested after January 6th, by the way, 3 times the number. January 6th, 1,000 people are arrested and convicted, okay, of crimes during the insurrection. 3,500 student protesters arrested under the Biden administration. And the reason for why they did that was specifically to say, you cannot protest against the state of Israel. If you do, we will find a way to fuck your lives up. They released them. They released the overwhelming majority of those, if not almost all of those protesters, but they arrested them regardless. And the reason for why they did that was specifically to create an environment where people understood that if you protest against Israel, there will be violent repercussions for you. Okay? Administrations in the past have never done so against Nazis, actual neo-Nazis, protesting on college campuses, protesting all around the country. The Trump administration prior actively defended neo-Nazis, as a matter of fact. So there were very fine people on both sides during Charlottesville, where a neo-Nazi traveled all the way from Ohio to Charlottesville and killed a counter-protester, an anti-fascist, by the name of Heather Heyer. Joe Biden claimed that Heather Heyer's murder in the hands of a white supremacist terrorist was the reason why he ran for office again. Make no mistake. And then Joe Biden oversaw some of the most brutal tactics implemented against peaceful demonstrators against the state of Israel post-October 7. In a matter of a year, in his last year in office, Joe Biden oversaw the arrest of 3,500 student protesters for the crime in air quotes, of protesting against the apartheid regime of Israel, actively conducting a genocide with our weapons, with our taxpayer-funded machines and with our political cover in broad daylight in front of all of your eyes. They even went so far as to ban TikTok, or at least attempt to ban TikTok, because TikTok was showing the truth to younger generations about the depravity and the horrifying nature of Israel's offensive genocidal campaign in the Gaza Strip. At no step did we ever take a deep breath and say, hey, we should probably reconsider our relationship. I didn't say we're on the verge of fascism. I'm saying fascism is here. And people will say, Hasan, fascism has always been here, but it is in your face, directly here. I'm worried about you, man. Do you think you're safe as a pro-Palestinian content creator? Man, this is inappropriate. Stop asking me this question, okay? It's inappropriate. I don't care. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that Mahmoud Khalil, regardless of the smears, the vicious smears, was not arrested for any real reason other than the fact that this administration did not like what he had to say about a foreign nation. That's it. He didn't violate any laws. He didn't even break any fucking rules. It is actually the current administration that's violating pre-existing rules and laws. In an effort to deport him. Like, look at the Canary mission, dude. First of all, the Canary mission should be disbanded. Like, the fact that it exists is insane to me. But this is exactly what they've been doing. And they were doing this before the Trump administration, and they've greatly escalated these doxing campaigns after the Trump administration, knowing full well that Trump will play ball with them and maybe offer them a bone and deport a couple of these scary foreign students. What is this? Jewish, if not now, org founder Simone Zimmerman shares some platforms nods alongside anti-Semitic podcaster Hassan Piker, who complains people are hyper-focused on October 7th, labeling Hamas a terror org instead of the legitimate resistance and spreading misinformation like mass rapes. Yeah. Focus. You can suck my dick. Yeah, look at the scary the scary things that they were doing. Like, you have to be a schizo to watch this compilation. If this is the best you got for why this person should be deported, you are operating on so many different levels of mania. If this is personally like enough for you to say, oh, this is so scary, you are a psychopath. It's wild to me that there is something that happens when you like defend Israel and you become a Zionist, or you were always one, I don't know, but like you just have no way of understanding other human beings. You're just one note where you can like actively dox people, you can actively go after them, you can actively demand that the administration deport you, okay? For the crime of someone exercising their First Amendment rights against Israel doing a genocide. Like, how terrifying. You know what's fucking terrifying? Gestapo agents knocking down your door and taking you away in the middle of the night, not telling your 8-month pregnant wife where you are, and then entertaining the notion of revoking your green card status. That is actually terrifying. Not, ooh, these guys are banging drums and protesting against an apartheid state, a fucking foreign nation. That's not terrifying. That is expected. That is the right thing to do. And it should happen way more frequently. It should be happening every fucking day. It is insane. Like, what the hell are we doing, man? What is happening? Like, the fact that people even entertain this is psychotic. Dog, I support Palestine, but every country has the right to say who and who cannot be in the country. This is called a democracy, and you may not like it, but it's a fact of life. Every country that does things like this, yes, you fucking moron. You know who else did things like this? Nazi Germany. The fuck are you saying? Oh, you don't understand. Every country has the right to say who and who can't be in the country. You know? Yeah, they did do that, okay? They did that to the fucking Jews in Nazi Germany. The fuck are you saying? Was that appropriate? Do you think that it was all right? I'm sure there were plenty of fucking German dumbasses like you, okay? Living in Bavaria, going, oh, well, you know, every country has a right to see who has the right to be there. Nice false equivalent. Why is that a false equivalence? Do you have a fucking brain cell that you can rub against another? It's not a false equivalence, you fucking moron. It is a one-to-one analog. Address what I said instead of going, nice false equivalence. When in doubt, pull the Nazi card. Oh my God, you have nothing. You fucking brainlet. You goddamn baboon. Holy shit. Address the argument and explain to me why the exact logical framework that you're operating off of is not a one-to-one application to Nazi Germany. You have nothing. You just resorted to insults. No, I didn't. I resorted to insults when you said nice false equivalence. I gave you a counterexample because I wanted to dignify you with a response, and you had no response. You just said nice false equivalence. Answer my comparison. Address the counterargument that I presented to you. Okay? If you have, it's not a false equivalence, explain why it's a false equivalence then. Explain why it's a false equivalence. You can't just say something is a false equivalence. You have to make an argument. Why are debate pedophiles so bad at debating? Why are debate perverts so fucking bad at debating? Debate pervertry cannot just be, oh, that's an ad hominem and move on. You can't just go, that's a false equivalence and move on. You have to describe why it is a false equivalence. You can't just say it is a false equivalence. Please entertain all of us with your counter. Tell me why it is a false equivalence without going, it's a false equivalence. It's a false equivalence because it's a false equivalence. Okay, that's a tautology. Explain why it is a false equivalence. You can't because you're a moron. You're going back to your fucking sex pestiny chat to try to get some counter narratives here, some counter examples. Quick, guys, give me some examples, please. What is the argument? You literally are seething. Holy shit. America's a democracy. But I'm seething. So you have no argument. You have no counter example as to why it is a false equivalence. All you have is just saying it's false equivalence. That's it? You have no counter examples? You have no reason to claim it's a false equivalence? Now you've just moved the goalpost to you're seething. Lol. People voted for these people to be removed, so they should be removed. It's that simple. That's not how this works, buddy. Okay? I told you that in Nazi Germany, people made the exact same argument. Well, you know, it is what it is. These people actively get to choose who stays in this country and who doesn't. It's also additionally funny to say this because it is deeply unpopular to remove the citizenship status of an American green card holder because they criticize the state of Israel, especially at a time when, you know, sympathies have greatly and dramatically shifted in the favor of Palestinians. I highly doubt that this will be seen as a popular sentiment, but that's not the point right now. You're wrong on that front as well, but you have not You don't even know what you're arguing, Lamau, word salad ass. 0 people think you're making a brilliant point here. You are actively running away like the fucking coward that you are from the immediate retort you had. I dignified you with a response, and I said, why do you think it's a false equivalence? You could not entertain that even for a brief moment, and now you're just trying to pull the ripcord desperately because your brain is stunted, okay? You are both emotionally and intellectually stunted. That's it. Give me a fucking counter example. Tell me why it's a false equivalence. You can't, because it's not a false equivalence. This is projection, by the way. You don't even know what you're arguing for, Lamau. Word salad. Nazi Germany murdered millions of people. How can you possibly compare the two? Oh, dude. Was that what we were talking about? Is that why it's a false equivalence? Nazi Germany murdered millions of people. How can you possibly compare the two? I said that if you are a legal positivist, if you think, well, it's the law is the law, this is what people want. I told you, I gave you a historical example of when something that was truly heinous and truly considered to be an atrocity by today's standards was the law. It's legit. Now you're fucking trying to cry bully and go, it's legit an insult to the 6 million lives lost. Nobody in their right minds thinks modern America is similar to Nazi Germany. No, plenty of people do. It's just not after the final solution. This is before the final solution. But that's not the argument. That is not an adequate response. You are not actually presenting why this is a false equivalence. It's because you can't. But that's besides the point. That's why you had to resort to, it's insulting. That's not an argument. Saying something is insulting is not an argument. Especially when you consider from your framework that was the law. In Germany, that was the law. You haven't brought a single argument, my guy. You just said Nazi. Okay, well, I think I'm done entertaining fucking this moron. I could literally restate the argument a million times over, and I think it would not penetrate the security barrier that you have up there. It's empty inside, but there's a fucking thick-ass skull. You will never be able to understand the normal human language. It's just not going to happen for you. I can confirm you gave arguments that just went right over his head. I know. Sometimes you just genuinely cannot argue with people who are too stupid to argue. This is one of those instances. It is what it is. And then that person will go back and be like, Hasan hates dissent. Hasan hates dissent. He banned me because he's too afraid of good arguments. No, we're banning you because not only are you fucking too stupid to communicate, okay, but you're also incredibly fucking narcissistic. A real case of Dunning-Kruger where you unironically bit off more than you can chew and were too stupid to understand even the fact that you bit off more than you could chew in this process. The railers will get the belt. Speaking of people you genuinely cannot reason with, what is this? Well, I don't even care about this. Speaking of people you genuinely cannot reason with, Sam Cedar did a Jubilee video, which we will be watching as well, because apparently Sam also did the same thing that I just experienced right here, but in real time against people who actively had no shame and associated their faces and names with some of the stupidest things you ever heard. Yes, also known as the Jube. Let's wrap this up and move on.
Khalil's arrest signifies an escalation in President Trump's vow to deport.
I have one critique for HasanAbi. You have a tendency when simplifying your arguments to less informed audiences to make conclusionary statements. What? Okay.
foreign students.
You didn't explain why this is a criticism.
Imprison agitators involved in protests against Israel's war in Gaza. Last week, Columbia University also learned that the Trump administration pulled $400 million in grants and contracts, citing the school's failure to squelch anti-Semitism here on campus. It is unclear where Khalil is being held. His attorney has said he may have been transferred as far as the state of Louisiana. Reporting live from Morningside Heights, Christina Fan, CBS News, New York.
Okay, Christina, thank you.
A graduate student at Columbia University arrested by ICE officials for his role in the pro-Palestinian protests taking place on that campus last year.
Now, this comes as the Trump administration is threatening to revoke green cards and visas of those who support Hamas. Let's get right to Good Day's Briella Tomasetti. She is at the Ivy League school this morning with the latest. Briella, good morning.
Tashani and Dan, good morning. This arrest is the first publicly known deportation effort under President Trump's new plan to remove alleged Hamas sympathizers from college campuses.
Alleged Hamas sympathizers. Please, man, what are you guys doing? Like, please have bare minimum basic human decency. Please, I beg of you. Okay? Please, please. Under no circumstances do you have to adopt the framing that this insane right-wing government is deploying here, okay? Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Alleged Hamas sympathizers.
Campuses.
Fuck.
Trump has also canceled $400 million in federal grants to Columbia University, quote, due to the school's continued inaction in the face of persistent harassment of Jewish students. Federal immigration authorities arrested Columbia graduate student Mahmoud Khalil at his university-owned apartment over the weekend, doubling down on the Trump administration's promise to crack down on anti-Semitism. Khalil, a permanent U.S. resident with a green card, is a pro-Palestinian activist who played a major role in protests that swept Columbia University's campus last spring. A new executive order signed by President Trump calls for the deportation of resident aliens, including students with visas, who broke laws during anti-Israel protests following the October 7, 2023 terrorist attacks. Khalil's attorney, Amy Greer, told the Associated Press he was being detained at an immigration detention facility in Elizabeth, New Jersey. She says when his wife tried to visit yesterday, she learned he wasn't there. Khalil's whereabouts are currently unclear. While speaking over the phone with one of the ICE agents during the arrest, Greer was told the agency was acting on State Department orders to revoke Khalil's student visa and green card. In a post yesterday to X, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the Trump administration will be revoking the visas and/or green cards of Hamas supporters in America so they can be deported. The Department of Homeland Security added that Khalil forfeited his rights to remain in the U.S., alleging he, quote, led activities aligned to Hamas, a designated terrorist organization.
If he was promoting violence of any sort, then it would be somewhat reasonable.
Khalil Sr. on the right served as a...
Even then it wouldn't. He's a green card holder, okay? No. If he's promoting violence, if he is truly promoting violence, if he's like urging a riot in a real situation, okay? Let's say there's a Nazi and they're urging violence at a violent Nazi rally, which of course happens all the time, by the way, with no prosecution whatsoever because they say First Amendment, okay? But in that process, then you can't just apprehend them, lock them in jail, and then try to remove their citizenship status. You can't do that. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Even when there's due process, I still do not believe that you can just remove the citizenship status of someone, okay? You can work within the existing legal structure that is right there for American citizens, green card holders and natural-born U.S. citizens alike. I'm getting confused when you keep saying citizenship status. Are we talking about green cards or citizens? Green card holders are also citizens. Like they are migrants with legal documentation, okay? It is the closest you can get to, in terms of a status, it is the closest you can get to without being a natural born U.S. citizen. Like, what are we talking about? They're a legal permanent resident.
The student negotiator during last spring's protests as they bargained with administrators over an end to the tent encampment set up on campus. Since then, he's faced sanctions at the university for helping to organize a march where activists.
You are de facto a citizen when you have a green card, okay? De facto, not legally. It's not legally the same. It's the one step. It is the one step before you have permanent citizenship. Not true, Hassan. Wait, what? Yes, it is true. It is, you are de facto seen as a, I'm not saying you are legally a citizen. I'm saying, listen to my words. You're basically a fucking citizen. Hassan, this motherfucker does not know what de facto means. I do know. Well, it seems like you're deliberately being obtuse then, even if you do understand. Can you explain de facto? It is hard to follow all this as a foreigner. It means, yes, de facto means in practice and functionally. You are in practice and functionally a citizen. You are one step removed. You are one step removed from being a full-blown citizen. On your day-to-day experience, you are basically a citizen. It is also known as a permanent resident card. There are lots of misunderstandings here that can be easily cleared up. Here's usimmigration.org. What is the difference between a green card and U.S. citizenship? Permanent residents have the right to work and live in the U.S. indefinitely, as well as the right to petition for close family members for a green card. However, because green card's relatives are considered preference relatives, this process takes considerably longer than for a U.S. citizen. Permanent residents continue to be citizens of another country, which means they do not have a right to a U.S. passport. Lawful permanent residents do not have the right to vote in the U.S. elections and may lose their status if the U.S. government considers they've abandoned their status by spending more than 6 months outside the United States, for example. If a lawful permanent resident plans on leaving the U.S. for a period exceeding 1 year, they must first obtain a permit if they do not wish to abandon their status. After a certain amount of time, permanent residents can apply for U.S. citizenship, also known as the naturalization process. These are the major distinctions between someone who is a naturalized U.S. citizen versus a green card holder. Now, if you may have noticed something. You may have noticed something significant here, which is that these are simply laws, okay? They're just things written on a piece of paper. And whoever chooses to enforce them get to dictate whether or not they are valid, permissible, and will be followed through on. And if you noticed, laws can be violated. Laws can be violated by individual actors, but they can also be violated by those in positions of power, for example. And when those in positions of power violate those laws or actively seek out actively try to change those pre-existing laws, as the Trump administration is trying to do right now, new laws will be implemented, which is why we always say there's a difference between something being legal and something being moral. There's a difference between something being good and something being legal. And you might have noticed that the Trump administration very clearly is trying to change the laws, or at least starting the process of changing the laws by actively undermining it. Unlike green card holders, U.S. citizens cannot be deported from the United States unless, that is, they committed fraud to obtain their green card or citizenship. Yes. Make sure chat knows that his detainment was indeed sudden and kept secret. Last night, his family and lawyers didn't know where he was taken, and his wife was threatened. Yes. Mahmoud Khalil, a legal resident of U.S. and Columbia University student, has been illegally detained by the U.S. government, and his whereabouts are unknown to even his wife and lawyers. They basically kidnapped him.
Activists glorified Hamas and for playing a substantial role in the circulation of social media posts criticizing Zionism. Columbia University shared a statement with Fox 5 saying, Columbia is committed to complying with all legal obligations and supporting our student body and campus community. We are also committed.
Dude, the local media coverage of this is insane, by the way. They're just basically saying it's awesome and it's good, and these guys love Hamas, and they were doing material support for Hamas, and it's awesome that the Trump administration is deporting one of them.
To the legal rights of our students and urge all members of the community to be respectful of those rights. His attorney told us, we will vigorously be pursuing Mahmoud's rights in court and will continue our efforts to right this terrible and inexcusable and calculated wrong committed against him.
And according to the Columbia Daily Spectator, starting today, gate access for university ID holders, registered guests, and alumni will be limited to just 3 entry points, including the one here behind me, in anticipation of any future protests. But for now, we're live here in Morningside Heights. Dan and Tashani, we'll send it back to you.
Briella, thank you.
Are the ADL's anti-Semitism status credible to listening post? They're not. The answer is no. Here is a good analog. The Rosenstrasse protest is considered to be the significant event in German history, as it is the only mass public demonstration by Germans in the Third Reich against the deportation of Jews. The protest on Rosenstrasse, Rose Street, took place in Berlin during February and March 1943. This demonstration was initiated and sustained by non-Jewish wives and relatives of Jewish men and Mischlinge, those of mixed Jewish and Aryan heritage. Their husbands have been targeted for deportation based on the racial policy of Nazi Germany and detained in the Jewish community house on Rosenstrasse. The protest, which occurred over the course of 7 days, continued until the men being held were released by the Gestapo. The protest by the women of the Rosenstrasse led to the release of approximately 1,800 Berlin Jews. From the onset of his power, Hitler dedicated himself to fully accomplishing his idea of the ideal government. In his eyes, a model government drew conscious consent from its strength in 3 pillars of authority. In Mein Kampf, he asserts that a government who has mastered popularity, force, and social tradition may be regarded as unshakable. Social acceptance was integral to the Nazi Party's continued power. Before beginning to deport Jews as a part of the final solution, the regime made a trial deportation of German Jews and had their German neighbors studied attentively, who, in a win for the regime, had hardly noticed their missing neighbors. Many Germans also willingly condemned Jews to the Gestapo, the Nazi secret police, often for very little personal gain. It was partially an environment of terror, pushing Germans to self-police. However, a large number of Germans went well beyond that. Survival demanded to assist the regime. Laws against German-Jewish relations implemented by the regime were precedented by reports made by citizens of what they consider to be antisocial or deviant behavior. In 1935, following a slew of reports to the Gestapo, in July, the Nuremberg race laws excluded German Jews from Reich citizenship and prohibited them from marrying or having sexual relations with persons of German or German-related blood at any point in the future. The Nuremberg laws, aimed at preventing further racial mixing, did not dissolve existing marriages in deference to the social and religious sanctity and privacy of marriage. By December 1942, 27,744 intermarried Jews were registered in Germany. Initially, German women married more Jewish men than their male counterparts. After the consolidation of power under Hitler, more German men had divorced their partners than women, so the majority of intermarried relationships were between a German wife and her Jewish husband. These women had long faced social and societal pressure from their communities to divorce their husbands long before the Holocaust. Therefore, when the campaign against their husbands began, German women married to Jewish men were already resistant to the outward pressure. As they encountered many Jews in their day-to-day lives, German women were not susceptible to propaganda's evil, abstract depictions, causing the regime to turn to force. In Berlin, the majority of Jews spared from deportation were those in intermarried relationships or those working in armaments factories. Since 1933, these intermarriages were seen by the Nazis as their certain victims, and the regime tried with all of its might to get rid of them. However, these intermarried Jews were woven tightly into their communities, and the regime, cautious of antagonizing non-Jewish Germans and injuring public morale, had delayed. Yes, Israel literally has laws in its books currently to stop that sort of thing from happening as well. So, anyway. Casey Neistat? What the hell? Does Casey Neistat not know that Sneeko is a... Casey Neistat just retweeted Sneeko updates. Sneeko plays a 27-second video by Casey Neistat that motivates him to always work hard. Casey, Sneeko was a fucking Holocaust denier. What the hell? That's wild. All right. Let's see what Philip had to say about
And is
this.
trying to deport a well-known Palestinian activist despite him having a green card, the first of what Trump has promised will be many, and it sparked a massive scandal. What you need to know about Canada's incoming Prime Minister Mark Carney, including his first words for Donald Trump. Drewski and OBJ have issued quick denials after just being named in a Diddy lawsuit. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it. But first, a quick announcement. I just made an awesome mini March drop live for you over at beautifulbastard.com, where right now you can snag yourself a green card, a move that many experts say is a violation of free speech rights under the First Amendment. Right? And this is also incredibly significant because it appears to mark the first publicly known arrest under Trump's broader promise to revoke student visas and deport non-citizen students who joined pro-Palestine campus protests last year, with him claiming that the students no longer had the right to stay in the country because they supported Hamas. And while this is something that Trump has been promising for a while, this latest news notably comes after he brought this whole thing to the next level last week with him writing on Truth Social. All federal funding will stop for any college, school, or university that allows illegal protests. Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. And adding American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on the crime, arrested. Though this, as many have noted...
Don't change the Drewski story. Dude, I think the claims being made against Drewski in a court document where they literally call him Drewski and not his fucking government name were made about him potentially going to a Diddy party in 2018 when Drewski was not a famous person. People need to be a little bit more careful with whatever the fuck they see on Twitter, okay? Drewski's response. This allegation is a fabricated lie. I wasn't a public figure in 2018. I was broke, living with my mom without any connections to the entertainment industry at the time of this allegation. So the inclusion of my name is truly outlandish. My heart breaks for actual victims of abuse, but I'm fully confident that the evidence will expose this falsehood and the individuals who are maliciously trying to game the legal system to peddle false narratives. Yeah, and there's also like basically memes. Like I saw some of the fucking insane shit. Is a government name and a stage name. But Clout, they called them both. It literally says a government name and Drewski. It's a government name and a stage name. Yeah. Also, perhaps more importantly, is the fact that defendant Drewski then caught himself sliding over plaintiff's oiled body and off the bed. While defendant Drewski's 2018, they invited him though. What? Like, I don't know if there's Hasan, don't do this, man. I'll wait for the trial. His behavior has always been odd to me. Yeah, I agree with that. His behavior being odd. Wait, they do name him and it happened in 2021? Okay, if it happened recently, then that's different. If it happened in 2018, it's fucking ridiculous. Obviously, nobody's fucking inviting Drewski in 2018. Can we litigate this later? We were talking about the erosion of the First Amendment rights. Yes. Okay. We'll get back to it in a second. It just smelled weird to me. That's all I'm saying. Hasan believed what he read on Twitter. Wait, what? No, I read some of the pieces that they put forth in the accusations, and there is I said this about the Jay-Z stuff too, chat. Jay-Z, not a fan. Okay, not a big fan of Jay-Z, and he has literally been very famous and very powerful and very wealthy for quite some time. And not only that, but he certainly went to Diddy parties, okay? Having said that, the allegations that were launched against him, in spite of all of that, came across as a little, it just, it didn't smell right. That's all I'm saying. And I felt the same way about, I felt the same way about these allegations, or some of that, at least what I've seen. And I'll cover it extensively afterwards. This is not a defense of Drewski. I don't give a fuck about defending Drewski, okay? Calm down. Yeah, I watched Should Have Been Loved. That doesn't mean that I'm going to fucking entertain someone who allegedly did heinous crimes at a Diddy party, okay? Let's continue.
That the White House hasn't really clarified what they consider to be an illegal protest, given the fact that these activities are usually protected under the First Amendment.
Also, once again, we're quite literally talking about the American government undermining First Amendment rights, possibly taking away the green card status of an American lawful resident, legal resident. And, you're over here being like, someone is in the chat being like, talk about Ayup Lovely. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? We're doing news right now, okay? We'll get to other shit later.
But regardless, the administration has made it clear that Colombia is its first major target, with it announcing on Friday that it had canceled $400 million in grants and contracts to the school, and now going after one of the most prominent protest leaders there. And specifically, the activists in question.
Yeah, a judge temporarily blocked the deportation. I know. I already covered it. A federal judge has temporarily blocked Trump administration efforts to deport a Palestinian activist who helped lead the protests at Columbia University.
Question is Mahmoud Khalil, a former Columbia graduate student with Palestinian heritage who graduated with a master's in December. And while he was still at the university last year, he became a leader of the protest movement, with Khalil describing his role to reporters as a negotiator and spokesman for the school's pro-Palestine.
I don't agree with him. I don't agree with supporting Hamas, but if he's supporting Palestine, that's the right me and my boys fought for. Bro, even like Patriot HVAC Services, listen to me, okay? Like, first of all, anyone who supports Palestinians are going to be branded as supporting Hamas. And secondly, you still can't fucking do that, okay? It's ridiculous. What do you mean? You just can't be like, all right, sorry, RIP. Oh, you're supporting the IRA. You're going to get deported. Ridiculous.
Palestinian group. And according to a statement from his lawyer, Amy Greer, over the weekend, Khalil was stopped by ICE agents who told him his student visa had been revoked, and saying that when he told them that he was a lawful permanent resident with a green card because his wife is a U.S. citizen, they detained him anyway. And this is, Greer also said that she doesn't know where Khalil's even being held. But they're saying that she was told Sunday morning that he was being detained in Elizabeth, New Jersey, a fact that was also listed on an ICE detainee locator website, but then adding, when his wife, a U.S. citizen who was 8 months pregnant and was threatened with arrest as well by the ICE agents last night, tried to visit him there today, she was told he is not detained there. And so now you have Greer saying she received reports that he may have been transferred as far away as Louisiana. And several outlets have also since reported that records suggest that Khalil is indeed being held in custody in Louisiana. With the attorney then going on to say that she has filed a habeas corpus petition on Khalil's behalf, challenging his arrest and detention, and adding, "We will vigorously be pursuing Mahmoud's rights."
Yeah, Glenn Greenwald is correct on this, by the way. Also, just a quick First Amendment review. People are allowed to praise whoever they want. I can stand up every day and say, I love Al-Qaeda. I can argue Hamas has the right to use violence to resist Israel. I can urge the U.S. to nuke Iran or Peru. This is called free speech. This guy. Non-citizens don't get the benefits of the Bill of Rights. The Constitution is for U.S. citizens. That's ridiculous.
rights in court, and will continue our efforts to right this terrible and inexcusable and calculated wrong committed against him. And with that, saying that the arrest follows the U.S. government's open repression of student activism and political speech, specifically targeting students at Columbia University for criticism of Israel's assault on Gaza, and adding the U.S. government has made clear that they will use immigration enforcement as a tool to suppress that speech. But as far as exactly why Khalil's being detained, that remains unclear right now. Right now, with that, I'll say in a statement last night, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security said that he was arrested in, quote, support of President Trump's executive orders prohibiting anti-Semitism, adding Khalil led activities aligned to Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, and saying ICE and the Department of State are committed to enforcing President Trump's executive orders and to protecting U.S. national security. With also Secretary of State Marco Rubio sharing a link on X to an AP article about Khalil and writing, "We will be revoking the visas and/or green cards of Hamas supporters in America so they can be deported." And then today, we saw Trump himself chiming in on Truth Social, writing that Khalil had been apprehended and that his arrest was just the first of many to come, and adding that his administration knows of more students who have engaged in what he called pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity, and claiming without evidence there that many are not students, they are paid agitators. With Trump then going on to say, "We will find, apprehend, and deport these terrorist sympathizers from our country, never to return again." But very notably here, none of those official statements have said what specific crimes Khalil had actually been charged with. And that ends up being super significant because experts say that it is true that DHS can revoke green cards and deport their holders for a wide range of criminal activity, including support for a terror group. And while the agency's statement seems to indicate that they are trying to revoke his green card on those grounds, it's been widely reported, including in the same AP article Rubio shared, that
This is completely ridiculous, by the way, just for the record. Okay? If you are a green card holder or even legally on U.S. soil, you still have a right to a trial, number one, and you also still can express free speech. Like, what do you mean? It is ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous. The idea that you could just like not do any of those things is, or that the American government has a right to do this is fucking insane, okay? Yeah, here, Glenn Greenwald is right on this as well. It's really alarming how many Americans falsely think the U.S. Constitution only applies to U.S. citizens. It is a restriction on U.S. government actions and applies to all people legally on U.S. soil. Otherwise, even people illegally on U.S. soil, actually, as a matter of fact. But definitely to all people legally on U.S. soil. Otherwise, the U.S. government could mass arrest all tourists who it concludes has bad views. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, we're just going to torture you guys because we decided that we don't like what you have to say. Yeah, Noah literally just texted me as you. Oh my God, that's so funny. Noah just texted me this as chat also tweeted it at me, or chat sent me this tweet. Your moment of Zen. Please close the Overton. It's Crackhead Barbie with Norm Finkelstein at a release Mahmoud Khalil protest in New York.
Khalil hasn't actually been charged with a crime. Right? And according to the AP, his arrest appears to stem from an investigation by a Columbia University office that has brought disciplinary charges against many, with Khalil potentially facing sanctions for helping to organize a, quote, unauthorized marching event where participants glorified Hamas's October 7th attack, as well as playing what they called a substantial role in circulating social media posts criticizing Zionism in addition to other acts of alleged discrimination. But as of right now, from what we've seen, those are just allegations under investigation. And even if he's found to be culpable, we're talking about disciplinary action from the university, not necessarily anything with actual immediate legal implications. Which is why with all this, you have so many experts questioning the legality of this move and some just calling it blatantly unconstitutional. Right? And so with all this, we've seen many arguing that he's just being detained for protesting and expressing views protected by free speech, and that criticism notably has even come from within the halls of Columbia. We're seeing the director of the Immigrants' Rights Clinic at Columbia Law School saying that revoking Khalil's green card in retaliation for his public speech, that is prohibited by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. With one legal expert even going a step further, telling CBS, if he's a green card holder, slam dunk, there's no way
Free speech has never been a thing, so why are we focusing on this? Is free speech for the ruling class? That's what it's always been. Chad should watch a cuck philosophy video on it. Yeah, that's really stupid, okay? I understand that, and I understand how historically this is not applied, but it doesn't matter because the principle is still there. The theory is still there. You should use it to try and defend people from being falsely fucking detained and deported, okay? Like, this is the thing that I don't understand. The institutions that remain for the time being should still be used to mitigate further harm. Like, what are we talking about? I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, in theory, free speech actually has never been applied towards those who have any sort of like radical changes that are at the behest of the public, especially when they're directly against the interests of capital or whatever. Yeah, I know. I know that. You think I don't know that? Of course I fucking know that. It doesn't matter. You think I give a fuck about, for example, the structural hurdles that the Democratic Party had to withstand with regular frequency when they were in charge? No. I told them, I urged them to boulder over it. But now that they're not in charge, I will actively urge them to use those same structural hurdles to limit the scope and power of the Republican fascist administration. While they're there, you should use them. You know, I abhor gun violence. I'm not a fan of gun violence, but if someone's fucking, coming into my house trying to kill me and I got a gun, I'm probably going to use it. Okay.
To arrest him. He had not been charged with a crime, or if he's, if there's something more than that, really there's no way. Number one, because you're dealing with a legal resident alien, which means you're dealing with the green card holder who has a lot of rights in our country. Right? And this is, you've had others questioning what legal authority the Trump administration would even have to revoke green cards, noting that usually such an action would require a hearing before an immigration judge. But then, of course, beyond what the experts have been saying, we've also seen a massive reaction to the arrest online, with one example being a petition for his release getting more than 1 million signatures online as of recording. Many also slamming the move in posts, including big names like Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who tweeted, if the federal government can disappear a legal U.S. permanent resident without reason or warrant, then they can disappear U.S. citizens too. Anyone, left, right, or center, who has highlighted the importance of constitutional rights and free speech should be sounding the alarm now. And to her point there, we've seen people across the political spectrum raising concerns. I mean, for example, you even had right-wing Ann Coulter tweeting, there's almost no one I don't want to deport, but unless they've committed a crime, isn't this a violation of the First Amendment? But also, very notably on the other side, we've seen plenty of people and groups praising this move, including the Columbia Jewish Alumni Association, which applauded Khalil's detention in a...
It's so disgusting, dude. It's so shameless. Like, supporting a fascist administration doing Gestapo-style shit as a Jewish organization is insane, dude. You are so cooked, brother. You are so brain broken. Holy fuck. Like, oh my God.
A series of posts on X, with him claiming that he was a ringleader of the chaos at Columbia. You also had the Anti-Defamation League cheering on the arrest, writing, we appreciate the Trump administration's broad, bold set of efforts to counter campus anti-Semitism, and this action further illustrates that resolve by holding alleged perpetrators responsible for their actions. Though notably, even they seem to acknowledge the questionable legal ground here, adding that any deportation, action, or revocation of a green card or visa must be undertaken in alignment with required due process protections. Right, notably, we ended up seeing the ADL getting some flack for that post from many, including major commentators like Hassan Piker, who shared that post and wrote, the ADL thinks it's okay to revoke the green card of student activists. This is supposed to be a civil rights organization, by the way. But for now, that is where we are. Of course, this is a developing situation. Things are subject to change. So while we keep an eye on this, in the meantime, I got...
Lol, you're advocating for terrorism just like the person who was deported. Might want to change your rhetoric. Suck my fucking dick, bitch. Okay? Suck it dry from the back. You understand me? Suck my fucking dick. You dumb bitch. Imagine coming in here to be like, yeah, that's right. You better fucking recognize, dude. Trump is going to come after you too. You baby-brained coward. You can sit around and hope, okay? And maybe it will happen, but that will never change your fucking moral depravity, okay? I am just one fucking person. I'm just one guy. That will never change the fact that you are a repugnant little coward egging on a fucking fascist administration. It is because in your heart you know that you are supporting baby killers. Okay? You are supporting it, and deep down inside there's a little person in you that you're trying to fucking silence desperately that is telling you maybe it's not right, maybe it's not appropriate. Okay? What's real terrorism in this process, you think? Terrorizing green card holders for the crime of hurting Israel's feelings as it's conducting a genocide? What's real terrorism? Actively murdering babies with American weapons? Or resisting against that? Dipshits. Yeah, keep hoping that the Trump administration will pack up all of the naysayers. One day, there will not be a single person to defend you when you are in the crosshairs. Okay? You should be lucky that people like myself and many others in progressive spaces will unconditionally fight for your rights, regardless. We'll do the work necessary, even when you don't recognize what the fuck is going on, dumbass. And maybe we'll fail. There have been many failures, such as this one, throughout history. But you certainly will not have an easy go at it, I promise. Pig. RDADL's anti-Semitism stats credible from the Listening Post. Let's take a look.
ADL is in the news and on the front lines. The rejection of anti-Zionism and anti-Israel sentiment.
The Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, says its annual conference is the world's largest summit on anti-Semitism and hate.
Wow, 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 wow.
The event is a showcase of the pull that the ADL has.
Thank you, ADL, for the work that you do for all of us.
It's one of the most well-funded and best-known NGOs in the United States. Its summit takes place in New York, where the ADL is headquartered, and big-name speakers from politics, entertainment, and social media come in for a turn at the podium.
Yes, never is now.
Leading the extravaganza is CEO Jonathan Greenblatt. He's been the frontman of the ADL for a decade, and he's a frequent voice in the media.
Joining us now is Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League.
Thanks so much for being here on this day.
We see Jonathan Greenblatt on cable news programs with such incredible regularity, you would think there's nobody else available.
What do you think these social media platforms are supposed to do? What's the responsible thing to do?
He's ubiquitous.
Trump had me doing Gestapo shit for a foreign country. How cuck can you get, OMG? I don't think it's just for a foreign country. It is being implemented at the behest of a foreign country right now, but I think the purpose of this is more nefarious than what you think is going on. This isn't just Donald Trump being cucked to Israel. This is what is otherwise known as a trial balloon, okay? They're trying to see what they can get away with. There are already plenty of homegrown institutions that have spent a good deal of time and capital on persecuting and maybe even simultaneously prosecuting people that have ever spoken out against Israel. Trump is just simply using this existing network of otherwise liberal-oriented organizations. That's it. But if you think the goal is to simply silence just pro-Palestinian speech and never move the existing framework to whoever is against the Trump administration or against the growing fascist movement in this country, you are wrong. The same exact trial balloon principle was utilized when in the lame duck proceedings in the last Senate session, in the last Congress session, the Democrats, alongside Republicans, voted for a bill that would give the Trump administration's Department of Treasury, okay, powers to declare any 501c3 that they wish to do so a terrorist organization and remove their 501c3 status, their philanthropy status. If your 501c3 status is removed, you can no longer get donations because they're no longer tax deductible donations. It will greatly limit the amount of fundraising you can engage in. And the Democrats, because of their insane pro-Israel attitude, without any care or consideration as to how the Trump administration was signaling they would use this expansive power against advocacy groups, turned around and voted for it. The 501c3 killer bill. Why did they do that initially? They did it because they thought, oh, they'll go after all the pro-Palestinian groups. And because the Democratic Party loves the state of Israel, they didn't even think about the other repercussions that might come out of this, especially if this awesome power is given to the likes of Donald Trump. They didn't realize that it was go after Act Blue, for example. You know? No, they didn't think about it, I promise, which is why they went back and, with public pressure, refused to vote on it, even after they had initially voted in favor of it. That to me is a really great demonstration of the nearsighted, idiotic nature of the Democratic Party, especially in the House of Representatives. That also, I think, shows perfectly how Trump will and the Republicans will utilize pre-existing preset organizations and liberals entertaining the notion of like attacking pro-Palestinian groups in a way to get even more power. Okay? That's it. They will start by saying, oh, we're just going after anti-Semites. Who's an anti-Semite? Anyone we've decided is an anti-Semite is an anti-Semite. Anyone who's ever said anything about Israel is an anti-Semite. But they won't stop there. This will be the new McCarthyist trials. That is what they're gearing up for. And anyone who doesn't recognize that, even if they're pro-Israel, anyone who doesn't fucking recognize that is an absolute moron. Okay? Especially American Jews. If you're an American Jew and you support the state of Israel so much so that you are celebrating decisions like this from the Trump administration, I'm letting you know, maybe in the interim, it'll be people like Mahmoud Khalil that get deported or get falsely prosecuted and persecuted and will face severe criminal repercussions unjustly. Maybe the next step will be people like myself, Twitch streamers that you don't like, okay? But if you think that you are fucking safe, you're the dumbest person on the planet, okay? You are the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. I cannot even begin to explain this to you. You are so fucking stupid if you think as a Zionist Jew in the United States of America that eventually these exact same institutions and the exact same abuse of law that you are currently championing will not fucking come around and first arrest, apprehend, and prosecute your immediate relatives for the crime of being anti-Zionist, and then you for the crime of being Jewish. You're a fucking moron. Okay? That's it. This has nothing to do with actually defending the Israeli state, and everything to do with everything to do with creating a network to apprehend and persecute people for demonstrating speech you don't like. Jesus Christ. It'll be far too late at that point, too.
It's partly because he gives the media what they want.
Disturbing rise of extremism. Israel's a country that faces relentless terror attacks.
I worry about this every day.
Every time he comes on, he's speaking about a crisis, and that language is appealing to the press.
Anti-Zionism, I've long said, is anti-Semitism. I was wrong. Anti-Zionism is genocide.
Jonathan Greenblatt is a very well-connected
Anti-Zionism is genocide. TOS at 255. Thank you.
Political operative. And he's riding this wave of the ADL's name having unwarranted credibility with the media.
And if you wouldn't tolerate it, if someone's wearing a swastika on their arm, I'm sorry, you shouldn't tolerate it if they're wearing a keffiyeh.
Yeah, he made a comparison between a swastika and a keffiyeh, dude. Freak ass bitch. Truly. I can't, I just, civil rights organization, by the way. Freak.
All right, Jonathan Greenblatt, thank you so much.
Greenblatt suggested that tolerating people wearing the Palestinian keffiyeh, a basic symbol of Palestinian culture, that is tantamount to tolerating people who are wearing swastikas. He speaks very...
For those of you who don't understand, okay, there is no moral equivalence between Nazi Germany and fucking demonstrating your support for Palestinian emancipation. Do you understand? It is actually infinitely closer in practice and in theory that to make a it's an infinitely more apt comparison to make comparisons between Nazi Germany and the state of Israel. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Very authoritatively and confidently, but he uses that confidence to aggressively weaponize the charge of anti-Semitism in order to silence any criticism of Israel.
We wrote to the ADL for a response to this characterization of its work, that the organization and its CEO label criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic. We didn't get a response, and that didn't come as a surprise. Greenblatt has made clear what he thinks of Al Jazeera's output.
The Al Jazeera effect. So pumping propaganda 24/7, across people's cell phones.
Yeah, the propaganda is simply showing people unfiltered what Israel is doing to Palestinians, by the way. That's the propaganda. The propaganda here, okay, he's using it as a pejorative, right? Propaganda here from Jonathan Greenblatt is just like one of the few outlets that genuinely shows what the fuck Israel is up to. That's what's so unimaginable. That's so unacceptable.
On their television screens.
The ADL was founded in 1913 when waves of anti-Semitism were sweeping across Europe and the United States, and just 3 decades before the rise of Hitler in Germany. The ADL now calls itself the world's leading expert.
There was TOS, I skipped it.
On anti-Semitism. On its website, the organization lists its activities, and its studies on anti-Semitism have become a fixture in American media.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now, the main question here is, are the ADL's anti-Semitism stats credible? The answer, unfortunately, is no. It is supposed to be the premier and perhaps one of the most important organizations to combat anti-Semitism. Okay? And with all of the esteem that they have, they've basically squandered their reputation, what remained of their reputation, and are completely insane. Why? Because they are one of the most vicious, overt bullies that actively undermines their status as a civil rights organization by routinely conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, as Jonathan Greenblatt did here. And their fucking audits literally are just like anyone that is wearing a keffiyeh, someone who said free Palestine, someone who said from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free. Regardless of whether they're Jewish or Christian or Muslim, Arab, Palestinian, doesn't matter. When you do that, yes, you'll get these incredible reports about anti-Semitism exploding. And the irony, of course, is that anti-Semitism is exploding in the United States of America. That's what's so crazy about it. So at a time when a real institution that tracks anti-Semitism is needed the most, the ADL is squandering that reputation that they previously had by actively using it as an offensive weapon of propaganda and greatly exaggerating the anti-Semitic incidents by tacking on pro-Palestinian sentiment into actual audits of real anti-Semitic incidents, all while simultaneously defending real anti-Semitic incidents like Elon Musk ripping the fucking Sig Heil.
Big increase in anti-Semitic behavior in Florida, that according to the Anti-Defamation League.
You have just finished a report, the ADL has, on how many incidents we saw in 2018. We're at historic numbers.
It is horrible what is happening. I know that you are tracking more incidents.
A troubling new survey from the Anti-Defamation League showing that anti-Semitism is on the rise in America.
The ADL does document anti-Semitic incidents, and many of the incidents they document are genuinely anti-Semitic. For example, people being harassed for wearing kippot in public. But especially recently, a lot of the incidents that they've documented as anti-Semitic are...
That's what's so crazy about it, bro. Like, how do you betray your principle of actively logging, combating anti-Semitism by just like so overtly and so openly being like things that every Americans agree to and understand, virtually all Americans understand, that are also correct, by the way, like Israel doing a genocide is correct. Okay? Simply repeating that correct statement, being considered anti-Semitic, is psychotic. It's dangerous. You're giving credibility to anti-Semitic statements by directly associating correct statements that are shared by many Americans as though they are anti-Semitic. It is insane. Maybe because they kill babies? What? Yeah, okay, dude. This is what I mean. And then the outcome of that is people responding to that and being like, okay, well, they're saying, Jewish people are saying baby killing is a part of the business here. Jewish people keep saying Israel is the Jewish nation and everything Israel's doing is for Judaism. And then they fucking turn around and say shit like this. That's it. If you actively think that you are, dude, this is why I always make the ISIS comparison. It's like if there were American institutions designed, like American civil rights organizations designed to like protect Arabs and protect Muslims, running around and being like, ISIS is actually the true Islamic caliphate. It is an Islamic state. Why can't ISIS develop an Islamic state? If you criticize ISIS, you're actually Islamophobic. If they were doing that actively and you had fucking, Jake Tapper and the like, regularly defending ISIS, Americans would be like, the fuck are you talking about? Okay, well, the Muslims are insane. And I'll explain it further because they falsely made that conflation. Media falsely made this conflation, claiming that ISIS was true Islam. This is the true nature of the barbaric Islamic hordes. They actively did that. Why did they do that? In an effort to justify the war on terror. Oh. It is fucking ridiculous.
Are actually just protests for Palestinian rights, including protests led and organized by American Jews.
What they do with their data is consistently conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and that conflation.
Are they just dumb or are they just paid by Israel? Yes, of course the ADL is paid by Israel. What do you mean? He literally goes to the fucking Israeli Knesset and gives speeches about how the real war must be fought on the propaganda front, and we must do more Hasbara in the West. Like, yes, this isn't even fucking dual loyalty tropes and shit. Okay, this is straight up like out there. A lot of these organizations directly get grants from the Israeli Knesset. That's what's so crazy about it. They're not designated as foreign lobbyist organizations. Weirdly enough, they'll always say like, oh well, these are Israeli Americans, or these are Americans that are funding it. Well, the fucking Israeli government is funding it too. What do you mean it's not a fucking foreign organization? It's a foreign nation. The fuck are we doing? Sexy Sam Cedar, constructive criticism. You need to allow your beard to gray out. Wear a simple colored shirt. Wear clear colored glasses. Have shorter grayish hair. Thoughts. Okay, you want me to be Sam Cedar. I can never be Sam Cedar. I can try, but it won't happen. I will never be him. I wish I could be him, but I can't. There's only one Sam Cedar.
Gives them much wider room in order to weaponize that spear in a way that is really effective.
The anti-Israel groups on campus are planning a week of rage. I can't think of anything more grotesque.
Yeah, that was so funny. Yeah, dude, they were doing a day of jihad. Yeah. It's just crazy, man. Zionism truly is a mental disorder. I swear to God. I mean, it's a fascist ideology inherently. So it makes sense why it would also have the impact of like a real, genuine, existing mental disorder. Because no matter what your background is, okay, when you get drip fed unrestricted Zionist propaganda, you become this person who's like, yeah, they're going to do a day of jihad. You know? They're going to do a day of jihad. They're going to do a week of rage.
Than these pro-Hamas groups.
There's no question, of course, that there is a rise in anti-Semitism in the United States right now. But when you add every pro-Palestine rally that is taking place in the country, numbering over 1,000 events in their statistics as anti-Semitic incidents, we no longer know what the real statistics are. And when you add on top of that the fact that so much of the instances that they recount are confidential and they don't disclose any details about them, it is difficult for any outside party to really discern whether that data is accurate or not.
And by amplifying and uncritically reporting on the ADL's claims of what does and doesn't constitute anti-Semitism, the media is complicit in diverting attention from the real threats of anti-Semitism, from the anti-Semites in the cabinet of the Trump administration, and instead focusing it on 19-year-old activists who are being deported out of this country.
Those deportations of pro-Palestine activists and students have not begun. However, the chances of them happening increased exponentially after Donald Trump renewed an executive order from his first term to, quote, combat anti-Semitism and explore ways to expel pro-Palestine activists from the United States.
We've begun the process of deporting foreign terrorists, jihadists, and Hamas sympathizers.
The Trumpian political movement, which counts white supremacists and self-confessed, quote, Jew haters amongst some of its most ardent supporters, should be a clear point of focus for the ADL's critique. And in the early years of Trump's first term, that was the case.
While it's a bit...
Is the genuine rise in anti-Semitism because of the conflation between Israel and Judaism? Yes, that's one part of it. And a very big part of it, actually. Yes. Absolutely. And Jonathan Greenblatt, Jake Tapper, Dana Fash, and many others are contributing to that problem by literally showing what Israel is doing and saying, well, there's contextualization and justifications for the baby murder that you're watching unfold in front of your fucking eyes. And also that if you have any sort of opinion on this baby murder being inappropriate, you're fucking anti-Semitic. What the fuck do you expect people to do after all that? You're like, okay, I guess I'm anti-Semitic. That's it. That's it. Bad Empanada says you are too. Oh, God. I think one of the worst parts about Bad Empanada doing any sort of commentary is that people don't understand his point. And then they come in here and repeat like the wrong point that he's making. Okay. This is the worst aspect of political commentary in this space, is that you personally don't understand the point he's making. And you come in here and you bastardize the point that he's making, and you make all these other people who are in here misunderstand the point that he's making, and then there's like a lack of communication. I've said over and over again, Bad Empanada and I might have some marginal disagreements, okay? We play a different role, we fill a different void. I don't care. That doesn't change my attitude about him, that doesn't change my mind about him. And I'm pretty sure that he would be fucking very annoyed with a lot of you guys who watch his video, misunderstand it, and then come in here and repeat wrong points that he is not making. Okay? He isn't the first one, and he didn't come up with the analysis that you contribute to Jewish supremacy / exceptionalism. I was. Okay, thanks, Hoochie, man. Okay, but what happened to you saying Bad Empanada is psychotic? He is. Can a psycho be listened to even if they have good political views? Yeah, I mean, he is, I separate the things that he says about political commentary from the things that he says outside of political commentary. Okay? And no, Doors open. Doors open. Doors open. Sorry. Anyway. Let's
It's a bit
continue.
unclear what the president was trying to say in terms of who Jews are disloyal to. I will be exactly clear on what that was: anti-Semitism.
However, it was clear that the relationship between Trump and anti-Semites wasn't going to affect the one between...
You've been a coward regarding Palestine since you... Wait, oh, you fucking... I missed it. Where is it? You've been a coward regarding Palestine since you condemned Hamas, and you've been tried to tuck it in since then. You talk about anti-Semitism more than Palestine. Yeah, dude, you are probably the most schizophrenic person I've ever encountered if you think that I talk more about anti-Semitism than I do about fucking Palestinian emancipation. That's insane. That is insane. I talk about a variety of different issues. And of course, as a political commentator in the West, who also does care about anti-Semitism and doesn't want it to fucking rise, yes, I will definitely talk about that as well. I don't know why you think that this is a metric. I don't know why you think these two things are at odds with one another. It's very stupid. There is point to a moment where I've ever entertained rising anti-Semitism as a reason to curb back on fucking pro-Palestinian sentiment, and maybe then we can have a conversation. That's it. This is why I'm saying a lot of people misunderstand the point that like Bad Empanada is fucking making, and then come in here and yell, okay? That's it. Maybe you think it's a distraction. I don't. That's the difference, I guess. And as a matter of fact, they are not mutually exclusive. One definitely impacts the other, but perhaps not in the ways that you think I'm doing commentary over it. Like trying to push me into a box where you think I'm like entertaining liberal Zionism or I am a liberal Zionist or whatever is also pretty funny. You know, sorry that I'm not going to fucking do like Hamas sniping clip compilations. Okay. Do I think that Hamas has a right to defend Palestinians as Israel is fucking invading and bombing Gaza? Abso-fucking-lutely. They have an internationally recognized right to defend itself and also a moral obligation to do so. This is something that I've mentioned a million times over. Having said that, you know, there's only so much I can do in terms of commentary. Maybe it doesn't fit your fucking insane, you know, maybe it doesn't, maybe I'm not the right person for you as far as how much I lend support to the Palestinian emancipatory movement. Perhaps I occupy a different space than one that you would like. I also have a insane, rabid group of people that, despite my fucking very reasonable criticisms and very reasonable and dare I say restrained commentary, have spent the past fucking year of an ongoing genocide actively trying to get anyone and everyone they can to pull levers of power to fucking deplatform me. Suck my dick. You don't understand how this works, and it's fine. But no matter how hard you misunderstand Bad Empanada's position or come in here and fucking chirp, I'm still going to tell you that I don't have a disagreement in terms of the overall political perspectives demonstrated by the likes of Bad Empanada, or his work speaks for itself, especially when it comes to political commentary. Drama stuff is, you know, that's different.
between Trump and the State of Israel, and particularly with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The ADL changed its tune.
Look, I'm optimistic about the Trump administration.
A key thing to understand about the ADL is that it has always had these two aspects of its mission, the fighting anti-Semitism aspect and the defending Israel aspect, although obviously it claims that they're one and the same. But over the years, the defending Israel aspect has both increased in priority and increased in the amount in which it conflicts with and actually undermines the other part of the ADL's mission.
The ADL decided that it's not just Palestinian advocates for a free Palestine who are the enemy. They've also decided that groups like Jewish Voice for Peace is the enemy as well.
So SJP, JVP, and CARE, these groups epitomize the radical left. We'll use our litigation skills to hold them accountable for their harm.
When you have progressive Jewish organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace, and If Not Now, and many others, standing up and saying, no, Israeli war crimes do not represent the American Jewish community or the world Jewish community, and insisting on standing in solidarity with Palestinians.
If not now, we want to welcome you here.
That undermines the narrative that the ADL is pushing. And that is precisely why they make a target out of progressive Jewish organizations.
Yeah, the highest priority target is obviously always going to be someone of Arab descent, someone of Palestinian descent, someone who is Muslim, who is an anti-Zionist, okay? Especially if they are also overtly against anti-Semitism. I, on certain aspects of my commentary, fit that bill perfectly, which is why I get criticized the most, because that, and also because I have one of the biggest platforms. The second highest priority target will always be after these organizations are done chirping about every Arab or every Palestinian, every Muslim out there, is always going to be anti-Zionist Jews. Anti-Zionist Jews are also a high priority target for these organizations. And the reason for why they're a high priority target is because it undermines the argument that this is a unified front from all American Jews, and therefore you must take it seriously. They are a marginalized population in the United States of America. And therefore, when they say our actions, the actions of Israel are done for every Jew in America, and therefore criticizing the actions of Israel is inherently anti-Semitic, that kind of shit right there is directly undermined, especially in the minds of a lot of Americans, especially in the minds of a lot of people in the Western world who just look at that and go, what the fuck do you mean? Okay, these are Jews that are also protesting against genocide. Because in the Western world, we're not talking about Gaza, we're not talking about Palestine, but in the Western world, which, by the way, Israel would never be able to do the horrifying things that it does without Western government support, okay? This is also a key part of the consideration for many of you who don't understand it. Israel would not exist in the ways that it does without American support, okay? And in order to shake the unconditional loyalty that America has for its own fucking imperial vestige in the form of Israel's settler, colonial, apartheid, genocidal enterprise, okay, you have to convince people to join the cause. And many Americans see Jews putting their bodies on the line here in the United States of America against Israel, and it offers them a permission structure to break through the previously explained social conditioning. Okay?
Organizations.
The ADL has declared Jewish Voice for Peace to be anti-Semitic. Jewish Voice for Peace is an organization of at least 300,000 Jews. It has now said that the Jewish Voice for Peace is not really Jewish, that it's Arab propaganda. Now they're trying to actually discredit the Jewishness of Jews on the left.
Leftist Jews are anti-Semitic. Critics of Zionism, anti-Semitic. Pro-Palestinian symbols and chants, all anti-Semitic. In a world the ADL says is exploding with anti-Semitism, it was almost refreshing to hear the organization say what it doesn't deem anti-Semitic.
Thank you.
Elon Musk's repeated raised arm salutes, deployed just after Trump's swearing in, were taken by many as a symbol designed to appeal to fascists and
I can affirm your assessment is the tactic we use. Yeah, of course. It's the same principle behind Doctors Without Borders as well. It's the same shit. It's the same principle behind World Central Kitchen as well. When you put members of the, like, citizens of the imperial core, or when you put Jews at the forefront of anti-Israel protests, yes, of course, people look at that and go, okay, what the fuck? Well, maybe television was lying to me about this being like a Jewish issue. Because it is a lie. That's the other side of this argument, that it is a fucking lie. To say that this, like, everything Israel's doing is doing it for the international jury is a lie. It's ridiculous. It's an anti-Semitic lie. That's why I always yell about the fucking dual loyalty trope being demonstrated, but in a woke way, by fucking liberal media. Because that's what this is. It's like, no, this is dual loyalty, and you actually have to like it. Like, what?
And anti-Semites within the MAGA movement. The ADL was quick to tweet out a different interpretation, one considerably kinder to Musk.
Some context for the Musk incident, I think, is really important. Musk was at war with the ADL when he first took over Twitter. The ADL accused him of allowing anti-Semitism on Twitter, now X, to flourish.
When Elon Musk is amplifying these people, like, it's very problematic.
And the only thing that has changed since is that in an attempt to redeem his image, Elon Musk traveled to Israel, palled around with Benjamin Netanyahu, and decided to start amplifying anti-Palestinian and pro-Israel propaganda. And all of a sudden, the ADL no longer has a problem with Elon Musk.
Regardless of what the ADL's motivations were, the ADL's statement on Elon Musk's Hitler salute in many ways marks the completion of the ADL's trajectory from a civil rights organization to a willing enabler and partner in the current authoritarian anti-Semitic governing coalition. And it means that citing the ADL when we most need people to take anti-Semitism seriously is extremely reckless and irresponsible.
ICE detentions from 15 hours ago, last week tonight. I'm not going to watch this. Yeah, I saw the Paw Johns come out against ADL. I know. DC removed Black Lives Matter Plaza. Not just painted over, it's being torn up. It's like, damn, dude. Please cover Sam Cedar, I beg of you. I'm going to, man. Calm down. There's a lot of fucking news to get to, chatters. Yes, I will watch Sam Cedar on Jubilee in a little bit. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking annoying. Patience, please. I said I was going to do it, and I will do it. It's literally pinned. He will watch Sam Cedar later. Please focus on the current news topics. Is the pinned fucking... This is why I always say, like, it doesn't matter how much I can, like, write it. I can have it, like, pop up with regular frequency on the stream, and people will still come in here and immediately be like, why aren't you covering the Sam Cedar Jubilee video immediately, please?
In D.C., city workers tearing up Black Lives Matter Plaza, permanently removing the massive BLM street mural that was...
I think this is a perfect demonstration of the fucking hollow, silly nature of this administration's actions. It's just like petty grievances being addressed in this way. Like, oh man. No, it's like it was a symbolic thing that the previous admin did. It was already performative, and now they're doing performative anti-wokeness. Liberals do performative wokeness. Republicans do performative anti-wokeness. Okay? Obviously, morally speaking, performative wokeness, given that it's a virtue signal, is still going to be better than performative anti-wokeness, which is vice signaling. But having said that, that's all this is. It's pure performance.
Painted outside on the street just...
It's like Nancy Pelosi kneeling with a kente cloth, and then these guys turning around and basically sig heiling. The only problem there, of course, is that when you're doing performative anti-wokeness and you're doing performative vice signaling, it has a very different impact than performative wokeness. Performative wokeness, for the most part, simply makes the person engaging in the act feel better, feel like they're morally righteous. Performative anti-wokeness, on the other hand, does have a tendency to normalize really dangerous and really violent rhetoric, really violent ideas. Okay? Not saying that the destruction of the BLM Plaza is amplifying really dangerous and really really violent ideas. It's simply one aspect of this. I think that the aspect of this that is way more devastating is the actions being taken by the Trump administration. But that's all this is. It's just like, oh yeah, it's no different than telling Target they can't sell fucking I don't know, gay pride flags on Pride Month or whatever.
North of the White House. Griff Jenkins is on the plaza now, which is north of H Street, just north of Lafayette Square, right in front of the White House. It's about 300, 400 yards away, just to give everybody the lay of the land. What are you seeing out there right now, Griff?
Yeah, John, good afternoon, and that's a good point. We are just steps from the White House. Actually, I'll just spin for just a second, Les. You can see, remember the St. John's Church, the center of the riots and protests of the BLM in the summer of 2020? Obviously, this here is where they erected this Black Lives Matter plaza and painted on the street. But as you mentioned, it's not just being painted over, John. It's being torn up. Let me show you. We've just watched hours of a jackhammer tearing up some bollards that lined the street. They had lights on them. This is where the word matter was. The next block, lives, and the next block, black. So these crews are out here actually tearing up the bollards to begin tearing the entire street up. It says it's going to take them days to do this because of...
How are people happy with the BLM Plaza thing? Even racist? What do you get out of it? They imagine that like black people are triggered by this, not realizing that black people by and large are probably not surprised by this at all. And that I mean, it just gives them more of an opportunity to be like, we own them, we triggered them, you know? Like, look at the glee demonstrated by Fox News for this otherwise like symbolic act of virtue signaling. They're like, oh, this is so sick. It's so dope. You didn't do shit. Okay. Oh my God. You destroyed this symbolic gesture that did not accompany any sort of serious, tangible legislative changes that were being made, demands being made by activists on the streets with mass protests. There's not really much to reverse because the liberals didn't do the actual tangible legislative changes. I think this call for the perspective of the largest commentator on the internet. What?
And so, and you can see, obviously, like there's a lot of people who are positive about this, right? Which is what's really important, right? I mean, whether this is happening or not doesn't really matter a whole lot to me. It's whether people are supporting it. And I think that people are supporting this in a mass amount, right? And so I think the reason why is that in the 2020 like BLM riots, there were a lot of people who were violent. They were looting stores. They were destroying property. They were not really protesting, right? These are violent, dangerous people doing this. And so because of that, average, everyday people don't want to live in a society where a group of people gets together and they burn down a building. This is true in every civilized country in the world. It's true in China, it's true in Russia, it's true in Europe, and it's true in, I don't know, like probably most places in South America too. Nobody wants to do that.
It's not true in France.
So, yeah, and also out there, just say blacks? Well, no, I don't think it's that simple. There's no group.
Yeah, dude, people are celebrating this because of, not because of white supremacist attitudes that they have, but because they were very upset about the ways in which black people were protesting. It wasn't just black people either. It was everybody protesting. Yeah. Let's not focus on the demands that were being made and whether or not they were reasonable. And let's focus on the ways in which some of the major protests out of like 90, I think it was like 95% that were not violent at all. They were mostly peaceful protests. And let's focus on the 5% that turned violent as a direct consequence of police brutality, considering that it was a police brutality protest. Of course, police being brutal created this kind of response. Anyway. Yeah, I doubt that he would have a similar, maybe he'd have a similar take on Confederate statues being removed. I don't know.
People has a monopoly on doing like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, in the direct aftermath of the first BLM protest, like 54% of Americans thought burning down the Minneapolis police precinct was justified after George Floyd's death. So he wasn't even, I mean, he's not even entirely correct on that. That was a really unique moment where, you know, you had like racist white Americans who were just like, yeah, that makes sense. That's crazy.
Crazy, stupid shit like this. I think it's very reductive to say, oh, it's black people doing this whenever you have white people doing it with Teslas as well. Like, we literally just got done watching a video of that. So this whole idea of like, this is some kind of like...
Yeah, I am more interested in trying to figure out why people are this angry and this resentful. There might be, if you were to look at that, maybe you would find out that there is good reason for them to feel this way, even. Just a thought. You know?
Like race thing, it's just a waste of time, and it's not helping anybody.
Back in 2016, 2020, I wasn't a leftist, and my take was they shouldn't target stores, they should target government buildings. Yeah. New declaration by Halil's attorney says says she filed his habeas petition while he was still held in New York City, but that federal authorities moved him to New Jersey within around 12 hours of his Saturday night arrest and moved him to Louisiana by midday Sunday. Yeah, guys, any day now, the removal of like Black Lives Matter from Black Lives Matter Plaza is going to make egg prices plummet. Okay? I promise. Don't look at the Dow. It's going to fucking flick back up, dude. NASDAQ watch down 4%. Guess what, dude? Right after this is turned into like White Lives Matter Plaza or whatever the fuck they want to do, I'm certain that this will turn around. We'll be going to the moon. Yeah, I saw Nick Mullins' tweet. He said, I support Hamas and I will never go back to my home country of Aruba right on the beach at White House.
Of the amount of work, but they're ultimately going to return this entire 16th Street back to just a paved road. No, nothing painted in here. No Black Lives Matter, just a two-way either way, the way it was before the mural. It comes as we're seeing D.C. also clearing out those homeless encampments, and of course the effort to bring the federal workers back to work as well, and cracking down on crime, all a part of what President Trump calls making D.C. great again. John, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Griff Jenkins for us on the formerly named Black Lives Matter Plaza. They've gotten a long way to the demolition so far. Griff, thank you.
They're making D.C. great again, sir.
President Trump's new tariff threat. He sparked fears over the economy as he declined to rule out the possibility of a recession. We'll get the latest from the markets. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott starts us off from the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And the president hasn't.
Is this also why you hate liberals? Because even what they accomplish is performative? Yes, because liberal accomplishments are not real accomplishments when there's like a need for tangible change. It's simply a way to tell you like, all right, shut the fuck up. We gave you something, you know, we kneel with the kente cloth. Like people are demanding very reasonable things to, for example, stop the disproportionate targeting and killing of black people in the hands of the police departments. That's perfectly valid. You know, that's perfectly valid. That's perfectly reasonable. And yet when the Democratic Party says, yeah, fuck off, we're not going to do that. And then they turn around and just kneel with the kente cloth. Okay. They're just doing, you know, like an optics distraction to be like, what more do you want? We gave you what you wanted. My position on this is I don't give a fuck if they wrote Black Lives Matter on the ground at Black Lives Matter Plaza. If they had done anything, if they had accomplished any of the demands, like redistribution of funds in localities back to like social programs and social safety nets that actually tackle crime rather than the explosive budgets of the police department, or implementing some accountability measures against police departments that are routinely in violation of civil rights in the localities that they work in, and they never actually made Black Lives Matter Plaza, I'd be fucking happy. You know? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about them painting a fucking plaza. You know? Who cares? And I'm sure that many people would also agree with me on this. I guess maybe not liberals. Liberals would say, no, we want the performance. We don't want the actual legislative agenda to be fulfilled. To me, it's not that different than, you know, slapping BLM on the side of a cop car.
Insisted that Americans will be better off in the long run because of these tariffs, but he's also acknowledged there will be some economic pain. When asked directly if it could lead to a recession. This
video popped up for me. You're in the Thumbo, and it explains this dynamic perfectly. It's quite good. No way, no how. Why the far right is always worse than the far left. Is it from the perspective of a liberal? I kind of want to watch it now. It's a small content creator, but it's getting a little bit of interest. This is 2 weeks ago. It's got 7,223 subs. But it is a unique premise, or one that I routinely talk about, but I would like to hear what he has to say. But we won't be doing that before. What? I won't be doing that before we actually watch Sam Cedar on the Jube.
Session, he declined to rule it out. This morning, after a week of shaky markets and tariff whiplash, President Trump is hesitant to rule out a recession in 2025.
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition because...
Dude, this is kind of, I mean, if all Americans were just like completely, if all Americans did not suffer from the immediate impact of these sorts of financial downturns, I would laugh at the fact that, like, what, 70 million Americans voted for this guy specifically because they were like, that's what Brandon is doing. And then he turns around and he's like, yeah, it might happen. It might happen to you. Like, but because I am not a bloodless liberal, I can't sit here and enjoy the show. But it is kind of funny still. Like, these people that were like, we are voting for you to change the economy, sir, please, you are going to save us, are now sitting around and watching him go, the economy, what is the economy? I don't care. I don't care about the stock market. I don't care about the economy. Recessions are a normal part of the economic cycle. There's booms, there's busts. Sometimes it's booming, sometimes it's busting. I love to bust. I'm going to bust right now thinking about the word tariff. Tariffs are the best bust of all time. No one has busted as hard as I do when the tariff word comes up. That's right. They're already making excuses. Wait, what? The egg situation and the economy in general. We're out of eggs because the Dems killed all the chickens. Eggs coming soon. Still no eggs? What a failure. This response is so funny. God, boomer comics are great. I love boomer comics. That's right. I'm spitting on your face, but it's also raining. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining men. I love men. Men that look like they came right after. Men that look like they just came right out of central casting. Oh, I love men. Men, specifically Lloyd Webber. What a talent. What a talent. He uses men like men should be used. The Phantom of the Opera. My favorite. It is my favorite. Handsome men.
Because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America.
But just days ago, the markets tumbled when Trump imposed a 25% tariff on goods from Canada and Mexico. The president quickly reversing course. Now Trump says he's planning for even more. A 25% tariff on all foreign steel and aluminum will take effect on Wednesday, and vowing to impose what he calls reciprocal tariffs on countries too.
April 2nd, it becomes all reciprocal. What they charge us, we charge them.
This morning, China's 10 to 15% retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods, including chicken, wheat, soybeans, and beef, now taking effect. Many economists warn the impact of tariffs will be passed down to consumers in the form of higher prices, but the president defending them.
Oh, I think the tariffs are going to be the greatest thing we've ever done as a country. It's going to make our country rich again.
The president also threatening hefty tariffs on Canadian dairy and lumber. The National Association of Home Builders says even a 25% tariff could increase the cost by $10,000 for a new single-family home. Dennis Woodruff owns a Maryland lumber yard and voted for Trump. He tells our Selena Wang his customers will pay the price.
I still support him. It's just going to be something all consumers have.
Dude, incredibly cucked. Levels of cuckening that I previously did not think could happen is happening right in front of our eyes. Unfolding right in front of our eyes, chat. How amazing. Yeah, I'll still support him. He's single-handedly ruined my business, but I still support him. I'm sure he's doing it for some good reason. Fucking sick, dude. Holy moly. They're in love? Yeah. I trust the plan, sir. The deep state pedophiles are going to be killed any day now. That's right. It's not great, but it feels like the libs are being owned. It's making me feel like libs are being owned, and honestly, that's what matters here.
Have to pay
price.
I still support him. It's just going down.
The president has offered different reasons for the tariffs. His top economic advisor says it's all about forcing Canada and Mexico to crack down on fentanyl.
What happened was that we launched a drug war, not a trade war, and it was part of a negotiation to get Canada and Mexico to stop shipping fentanyl across our borders.
Less than 1% of fentanyl seized last year came from Canada. Mexico's president says they've seen a 40% drop at the beginning of the year. Democrats who have struggled to take on the president, blasting Trump's policies and trying to zero in on the economy.
They're destroying the economy, and they're making it harder and harder for Americans to afford things. That's where we need to keep the focus.
It will be a busy week here in Washington. The government is set to shut down on Friday unless lawmakers can reach a deal. House Republicans released their plan. House Democrats are opposed. It's unclear what Senate Democrats will do, but the president asked directly if there will be a shutdown. He didn't rule that out either, Robin.
All right. Our thanks to you, Rachel.
A massive sell-off on Wall Street tied to growing fears of a recession. The Dow Jones has fallen by 889 points, just over 2% of its value. The NASDAQ is down more than 4% as well. Let's get right to ABC's chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis. And of course, the S&P is also down where so many of our retirement funds are.
That's right. The S&P 500 down about 2.7% today. That means from the high where it was just a couple of weeks ago, the S&P 500 is now down more than 5%. And what we're really seeing here on Wall Street is that the market has been rattled. It's been rattled by the idea of tariffs being on or off. It's very headline sensitive. Those on Wall Street are paying very close attention to what the administration says. We know more tariffs are coming in April, and that has an impact on the market. It has an impact on how businesses plan. I've talked to a number of businesses who say we've had to set aside our plans for future growth, our plans for additional spending, any kind of additional hiring, because we have to figure out what to do about tariffs right here and now, whether we do business with Canada or Mexico or China. And of course, those tariffs mean that Americans ultimately pay a higher price. Once that product crosses the U.S. border, the company pays for it, the U.S. company pays for it, and then most of the time, U.S. consumers get past that additional increase. And businesses are having to think this whole thing through now of how they're going to pass those new higher prices off to consumers who are already wary about inflation. And one thing I also hear from a number of businesses is there isn't some short-term solution for them. They can't just say, oh, well, Mexico costs us more to do business with now, so we're going to move our production here to the United States. I've talked to businesses who've tried in the past to do manufacturing in the U.S. They just can't find the production. They can't find the factories here. They can't get their supplies here. So they really are facing a conundrum. And we've also heard it from the bigger companies like Best Buy and Target who say they will be rising their prices as well.
And Rebecca, this is also being blamed on fears of a recession. The president did not rule that out when asked about that over the weekend, that the tariffs could potentially put us in that territory. But the White House is downplaying that, saying we should be prepared for a transition period. How are economists and investors responding to that?
Well, we've already been in a slowing period as far as growth is concerned. Ever since the Federal Reserve started hiking interest rates to try to target inflation, the entire objective has been to slow this economy down. And so the economy has been slowing down. We just saw it in the jobs report on Friday, 151,000 jobs added for the month. That's not a bad report. It's just not as strong as things had been. And there's this real probability, this possibility now, and some economists are increasing the prospects of the potential for it, that there could be a recession, because if you have the business community spending more money, you have consumers who generate the growth in the economy. If we look at prices and say, well, they've just gotten too far out of reach, we then pull back as consumers, we spend less money, businesses hire fewer people, then that has an impact on jobs as well, and it becomes its own ripple effect. So all of those factors are now leading into what you're seeing in the markets. And you mentioned at the beginning, the NASDAQ tech stocks have been some of the biggest hit right now. And that's in part because the AI trade, which was so on fire for such a long period of time, has now really come under pressure because in part of competition from China.
All right, Rebecca Jarvis, thank you.
All right, we welcome to the show and a special interview with Mr. Elon Musk, who of course is famed Trump advisor, CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, chair of X Corp. Elon, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
I want to begin, but among other things, everyone's attacking you for your position. What are you doing in the government? There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced.
Yes.
It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
Well, we're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Oh, well, so that's your suspicion. Is the website is?
Ukraine is an enemy of the world. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely, it's definitely Ukraine that did it. Yeah. Yeah, it was Zell Disney himself. Yeah, they love attacking. They love attacking the guy who's giving them fucking Starlink, dude. Like, this is just as stupid as being like, it was actually Russia that blew up its own pipeline
Is the internet up? Is it up yet?
It's up, yeah.
It's up yet. Okay, good. But I just was looking back. Let me just see if I get this right. They're setting fire to various Tesla charging stations near Boston. Shots were fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. Various nonviolent...
Shots fired, not a metaphor.
Shots fired, yes. Downtown New York, marching against the Tesla showroom. Your stock is way down. You've been criticized left and right.
But look on the bright side.
I mean, why are you doing this?
Always look on the bright side of life.
Yes, I'm an optimist.
Yeah. But besides that,
yes. I mean,
how's your day?
What motivates you to do this?
Was the opera good?
It's tough sledding.
Yeah, it is tough sledding. But I think we're doing the right thing here. There's been a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. When you're part of the government, you saw a lot of that, and there's been. If you look at the Inspector General reports and the Government Accountability Office, there have been many audits that have pointed out that there's a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. In fact, there was a report issued by the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, last year. So during the Biden administration, which estimated the federal government fraud to be $500 billion. So just to be clear, that's not a Trump administration thing, that's a Biden administration thing. So what we're trying to do is...
I'm surprised he knows what the GAO is. He perhaps should have figured that out before doing Doge. Just kidding. The whole purpose of Doge is not actually to do government accountability. It's to just rip through the administrative agencies.
Get that number down to a much smaller figure, save money for the American taxpayer, stop money being spent on things that I think very few taxpayers would agree make sense. Transgender animal surgeries, or why are we spending money? Why are American tax dollars being spent on this? The president's gone through a long list of absurd things. Why are the 20 million people who are definitely dead marked as alive in the Social Security database? Why were hundreds?
It's just so funny because, like, I don't even know if he knows he's lying or if he's just that stupid and he believes it. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, he probably does think this, okay? And I don't know. I don't know which is worse.
Hundreds of millions of dollars of Small Business Administration loans were given out to people aged 11 and under, according to the Social Security. I mean, like, these must be some very enterprising 8-year-olds,
And some pretty strong 150-year-olds.
Yes, exactly. As the president said, we have an enormous number of people marked as alive who are 160. He didn't know the country was that healthy.
Yes. So demystify this. How do you do it? Okay. How big is your team?
Yeah.
Where'd you recruit most of them from? And what is it that makes you choose, the Treasury or Social Security or USAID? How does it work? Let the public know, please.
Right. Well, we just basically follow the money. We look at the president's executive orders, and we also just follow the money. So we started looking closely at USAID because they were completely violating the president's executive orders to suspend foreign aid, what's called foreign aid, but in our view is a lot of corruption. So what we saw there is just a tremendous amount of money being sent to non-governmental organizations. But actually, this, by the way, is, I think, one of the biggest sources of fraud in the world, is government-funded non-governmental organizations. This is a gigantic fraud loophole where the government can give money to an NGO, and then there are no controls over that NGO. So they've given billions of dollars in debt. We estimate tens of billions of dollars to NGOs that are essentially scams. And
By the way,
we're trying to put a stop to that. So
I don't want to interrupt, but Secretary of State Rubio has just come out. I think he tweeted today. He has accepted over 80% of your recommendations to shut down in USAID.
Right.
So your review and analysis was spot on.
Yes. So I think when people criticize, say, what DOGE is doing, we say, well, which part specifically? Because we put all of the actions of the DOGE team on the doge.gov website and on the DOGE handle on X. So we post the receipts. So it's like this action has been taken, this action has been taken. So when we get criticism, we say, like, of what? Which line do you disagree with? Like which cut?
Pretty much all of it. Like I've yet to see anything. I'm sure there is. I mean, it's hard to answer this. Because, like, when you talk about the U.S. aid, stuff, there are certain aspects of U.S. aid where I'm like, okay, maybe that's not the worst thing to cut. Okay. The publicly funded NGOs that he talks about, like the grant structure that exists, and like what the nefarious purpose for some of those grants are. Not the worst thing. Having said that, most of what he says is a fucking lie on the website, wherever. Like the cuts that they claim are complete lies.
Which cost saving do you disagree with? And then people usually can't think of any.
No.
So
it's transparent line by line.
It's transparent line by line.
Which is quite remarkable.
Right. And so, and then with respect to the Treasury, for example, the two main recommendations we suggested, which have now been implemented, was that any payments going out of the Treasury, especially the Treasury's main payment computer, which is called PAM, things like a payments account manager or something like that, but it's like almost $5 trillion a year, so about $1 billion an hour, that the payments be coded with the congressional appropriation, and that there be an explanation for the payment. Very basic stuff. And just doing that, we estimate will save $100 billion a year.
You're not really, let me see if I get this right, particularly with Social Security, you're not really changing policy.
No, yes.
You're auditing the fiscal mechanisms to make sure that, from point A gets to point B, and that's where it's supposed to get to. In some cases, it doesn't get there, or in some cases, it may go over there. But that's it's not a policy exercise. You're not changing laws. You're just doing what any business would do in a profit and loss audit.
I think we're really what we're adding here is caring and competence. And there's a massive amount of fraud of basically people submitting Social Security numbers for Social Security benefits, unemployment, Small Business Administration loans, and medical, where those are fake Social Security numbers, or they're stolen somebody else's Social Security number, and we're trying to put a stop to all of that. And that's the number which is estimated to be on the order of 10% of federal expenditures, which is, half $1 trillion.
It's a huge number.
Yeah.
You're working with the agency heads. You're working with the cabinet secretaries.
Yes.
I saw Howard Lutnick was on TV yesterday saying you were partnering with them. Is that fair?
Yeah. What we do is in consultation with the cabinet secretaries and with their departments. So we're really trying to be we'll refer to ourselves as tech support. We're really helping the department get a handle on things. Because what actually happens here is you've got this sort of vast federal bureaucracy, and then you've got a very thin layer on top of the politically appointed officials. What tends to happen is that the bureaucracy, frankly, is in control. And they largely ignore the politically appointed people.
Why should the bureaucracy?
I'm sure you must have seen that.
I've lived with this twice. I worked for Reagan many years ago, and I worked for Trump in the first term.
Yeah.
It's like a permanent bureaucracy. I might add, it's a permanently liberal bureaucracy.
Yes, very much so.
And it doesn't. It's not a bureaucracy that necessarily enforces or implements presidential policy.
They don't. In fact, they try their best to thwart presidential policy. So the president is the elected representative of the people. And if the president cannot get things implemented as a reflection of the will of the people, then what we have is not a democracy, we have a bureaucracy. We have rule of the bureau, not rule of the people. And that's what we're trying to defeat here is the bureaucracy and have rule of the people. You know, the
bars.
And as you mentioned, the bureaucracy is overwhelmingly Democrat. So Washington, D.C. was 92.5%, I believe, voted for Kamala. So this is overwhelmingly a deep blue situation.
How do you pick your next targeted agency or department?
This is one of the dumbest arguments.
Well,
This is my favorite argument, dude. One, even if every single person that works for the federal government is a fucking registered Democrat, does that give you reason to fire them? No. Secondly, everyone that lives in DC are not working for the federal government. Many of the agencies that he talks about are comprised of individuals who did vote for Donald Trump and don't live in DC. The idea that like the overwhelming majority of government officials are actually registered Democrats is so stupid. It's stupid in a childish way. You have a childlike way of thinking about this stuff. That's what's so annoying about it. Other than what he's advocating for, which is mass layoffs for no particular reason. It's idiotic.
We're trying to act broadly across all departments, so it's not just one department at a time. Are
you in all of them now? All of them?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes. Oh.
We're trying to make the government more efficient across the board. So yeah.
How big's your team?
We're a little over 100 at this point.
100.
Get to 200.
You're going to get to 200.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're recruiting from where? More or less.
Basically, it's software people, information security software people, and finance. You know, it's basically, yeah, finance and technology. I mean, frankly, I can't believe I'm here doing this. It's kind of bizarre, but I kind of think that we've got this enormous federal budget deficit, and it's a $2 trillion deficit. It keeps growing. Our interest payments are higher than our Defense Department budget. That's I think was the real wake-up call for me, was looking at seeing that the interest payments on national debt exceeded the Defense Department budget. And that was only growing over time, which meant if we didn't do something about this, then there won't be any money for anything. We'll just be servicing debt.
And you know how to read an income statement, and you know how to read a balance sheet. You've had some business experience. I'm kidding, but yeah, you know about this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, really, I just don't want America to go bankrupt.
So it's a call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying.
This is amazing. I mean, he fails on the optics front, too. That's what's so... One thing that I think is truly fascinating. One thing that I find truly fascinating about Elon Musk is the fact that I'm a firm and committed believer that the average American just like responds to shapes and colors and optics, right? And Elon Musk fails on the optics front pretty severely. So it proves to me that there is one thing that Americans care about more than optics, and that is like this weird loyalty that they feel to the Republican Party, especially Republicans. Like, I think the average Democrat doesn't like Nancy Pelosi as much as the average Republican will abide by and believe any and every person that says Republican shit. It really is interesting. Like, normally you would expect them to look at a guy like this and be like, what the fuck is this nerd saying? Like, what? I don't understand it. Like, is the charismatic business guy? Like, what the hell is this? Oh, I'll take it one step further. The average Democrat has this level of loyalty, fealty, admiration for one figure. His name is Barack Hussein Obama. Okay? Except at least Barack is, despite his, despite the metric ton of evil that he did as the president of the United States of America, overseeing the cruel and violent acts of empire, he was charismatic. He was insanely charismatic. I'll go so far as to say, like, I'll hand it to Donald Trump. He is also very charismatic, especially for a specific type of person, a hog, if you will. But Elon doesn't even have that, and people are still going nutty mode.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress, actually. So our
You talk about Mahmoud Khalil? No, I can't. I can't talk about him.
At this point, exceed $4 billion a day. Mm-hmm. So it's pretty significant.
You think you'll wind up getting to $1 trillion?
Yeah.
Of savings?
I mean, unless.
Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah. Do you think every American will get a unicorn as well? Like,
unless we're stopped, we will get to $1 trillion of savings.
And that stuff can be translated. I mean, we had Russell Vogt, the OMB director, on earlier, through very rescission authority, impoundment authority. But I believe you said earlier, it's an audit that will not gather dust on shelves. This is actually going to wind up with real savings, bend the spending baseline down.
Yeah. There have been many good audits, like I said, done by...
Who's the corpse? That's Larry Kudlow, dude. Famous drunkard.
By inspector generals and by government accountability office, and they just haven't been implemented. Nothing's been done.
He's literally telling Elon what to say. Yes, dude. What do you think Fox News? What do you think Fox News' entire job is? That's all they do. They just have like right-wing Republicans come on and ramble as they try to like make it make sense. They actively will feed questions, feed answers, and these guys still fail the task of putting forth a comprehensive, cohesive agenda. They can't do it. It's no different than Larry Kudlow having a conversation with Larry Kudlow.
I think the GAO identified that there were 17 million dead people in the Social Security database several years ago. It's now 20 million, but nobody did anything about it. I think you can sort of look at this as a complaint minimization optimization. So basically, if the government sends money out to, whether it's wasteful or fraudulent, nobody complains if they receive money. But they do complain if they don't receive money. And the people that complain the loudest are the ones receiving the fraudulent money.
And you're on it.
Yeah. I mean, so the goal here is let's not have America go bankrupt with waste and fraud. So that's what I'm here for, and we're making good progress.
Yes, you are. You're going to go another year?
Yeah, I think so.
Final report, middle of next year?
Well, we're just getting things done as opposed to writing a report.
Not one person is asking to prove any of the payments went out fraudulently. Yeah, lying is OP. Please nerf. Lying is OP. Lying is OP. Lying is so OP.
Like say, reports don't mean anything. You got to actually take action.
Yes.
So the waste report in entitlement spending, which is which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. So that's like the big one to eliminate, because that's the sort of $500 billion, maybe $700 billion a year. That is also a mechanism by which the Democrats attract and retain illegal immigrants by essentially paying them to come here, and then turning them into voters.
Yes.
So this is why the Democrats are so upset about the situation, because they're losing. If we turn off this gigantic money magnet for illegal immigrants, then they will leave, and they'll lose voters.
But you have president's support. He said so again yesterday. He completely supports your operation.
Yeah. Well, thanks. That's super. Without the president's support, we couldn't make any progress here. Yeah. I mean, where you'll see the biggest outcry is from the Democrats who are they don't want the waste and fraud to be turned off because it is a gigantic magnet to attract illegal immigrants and have them stay in the country.
Where do I begin to address this? Undocumented migrants are not coming to America because of his expansive social safety nets. Expansive social safety nets do not exist in the United States of America. Literally ask a poor person, okay? Any poor person. That's number one. Number two, undocumented migrants can't take advantage of these supposedly quote-unquote expansive social safety nets to begin with. They actually give more to the government coffers than they actually take out. There are numerous studies on this. It is just a simple lie that Elon Musk is saying. But then he's also expanding on top of that simple lie, saying migrants are coming into this country to go out and illegally vote for the Democrats, and that's why the Democrats want the expansive social safety nets to continue coming. They don't want to shut off the money faucet or whatever. Back in the day, they used to say this about black people, and now they're just simply saying it's about undocumented migrants. But the white supremacist, the underlying white supremacist attitude still remains. White people who take advantage of these social safety nets will actively advocate to undermine them with the hopes that maybe it will stop undocumented migrants from taking advantage of it, when undocumented migrants can't even take advantage of it. It's so stupid. And undocumented migrants also can't vote.
And I mean, you see some of the crazy stuff, like where money from FEMA, which is meant, FEMA is an agency that's meant to take care of Americans in distress. And a bunch of their money was being sent to pay for luxury hotels in New York for illegal immigrants. And that was happening even after the president was elected, even after he signed an executive order saying that needs to stop. So we actually made sure that that money did stop going, because obviously it's outrageous that American taxpayer money is spent on luxury hotels for illegals. But you have to say, like, why was that being done? It was because the Democrats are trying to import voters, basically.
Yes.
How? Ask the question, one question, any question. How? How is an undocumented migrant able to vote? And if that is the case, if they are voting by the thousands, tens of thousands, if not millions, okay, why is it that Donald Trump's own voter fraud commission found no evidence for it, and only found evidence to the contrary in the process of trying to figure out how many undocumented migrants were voting. Because Donald Trump won the election last time, but he didn't win the popular vote. And because of that resentment, and because he wanted to consistently repeat the lie that undocumented migrants are voting in the thousands, if not millions, he set up a commission to investigate. You know who else had set up a previous commission to investigate? There have been numerous bipartisan studies conducted on the tendency for undocumented migrants to vote illegally, and even voter fraud across the board, like Democrats voting twice or whatever, shit that they claim. Bush did one as well. Every single study has shown that this is just not real. Okay, this is not a real thing that happens. As a matter of fact, American elections are very secure. We have an undervoting problem, not a problem with like more people voting. It's just pure cope. These fucking losers want to cope with that. Even after winning the popular vote, they still want to say like, no, you don't understand. We're even more popular than you think. We're even more popular than you actually think. It's the only popularity the Democrats have, when they are also historically unpopular right now, is because of undocumented voters, fake voters.
I agree.
Yeah. And that's also why there's no voter ID needed. In fact, in California and New York State, you're not allowed to show voter ID.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that seem insane?
Can you debate Asmongold about Elon, please? Someone needs to check him. That's not a chatter typing. It's not going to happen. I would love to. I don't think you got to take that up with Asmongold. I'm willing to talk to Asmongold about any number of different issues, anytime, any place. Okay? I'm not the right person to ask. He is the person to ask. I don't even think his audience wants it, though, if we're being real.
Insane.
Yeah.
I say that as a New Yorker. It's insane.
Yeah, insane.
And it violates the entire Constitution and the principles behind it.
Yes.
Producers are yelling at me to get out. I don't want to end this interview because it's too much fun.
Yeah.
It's too much fun. Thanks, Larry. Resistance Dems ramp up profanity and vandals target Tesla. I don't really care about this. I don't really care about the Canada. Canada's next leader takes aim at Trump. Sorry, Canadians. I don't actually care about Canada. Trump had a Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo.
Let me go back to what happened.
Interview. I think this is good to cover as well. But the time is now, ladies and gentlemen. The time is now. Uncle Sam Cedar. Uncle Samothy went and talked to 20 Trump supporters. Okay? Sam Cedar went and talked to 20 Trump supporters, and boy, oh boy, this is, I believe, something that's going to make your blood boil. Okay? It's Hogwatch. It's back. It's Unkwatch. Let's take a look.
The problem with xenophobic nationalism, don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
To be xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone.
Well, starting off strong, you got a lady who says xenophobic nationalism is good. Weird. That's a crazy thing to just say with your name and face associated to it. But I guess these demons don't care any longer. They're like, this is basically akin to that one chatter from a couple days ago being like, what's wrong with being a Nazi? You know? Except that person was an anonymous account, probably on their 8th sock account after being banned 7 times prior. This person is just actively saying it with their full chest.
Everyone should be a part of the same culture.
Did you pre-watch? I thought you said you were avoiding it. No, I saw this clip. I saw the trailer. That's it. I didn't see any other clips. I only saw the trailer.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
I mean, look, I got to be honest with you.
Is this her? This photo is viscerally disgusting to me. Got angry just from seeing it. Wait, this is the person who said, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Bro, this is so amazing. I let's just say I didn't ever realize that I would get to the point where I would be seen as like a figurehead for all things left. But it is not an accident. There's so many people, no matter how big or small, that want to do commentary or have done commentary or are just conservative in general, have conservative leanings in any issue. It could be even for one issue. Have made me the fucking avatar for all things that they hate. It is wild. You can be a liberal, a Democratic Party voter, and like be conservative on one issue, and you'll be like, I hate this guy. I fucking hate this HasanAbi guy. I hate him the most. I hate him more than anything else. Lots of hogs love saving photos of you on their phone. Weird as fuck, to be honest. Yeah. It is weird as fuck. But I think it's because in their minds they've made me into this like avatar of leftism, socialism, or any number of different progressive values that they just despise. That's it. This lady is an adult Catholic convert. Oh my God. Someone sent me a video I'm in of Hasan reacting to Canada's mass immigration problems. He blamed the entire housing crisis on landlord greed and denied mass immigration's negative effect on housing. Why is supply and demand such a difficult concept for leftists? Ian Miles Wrong says he is very stupid. She says, like, yes, landlords woke up one day and decided to become more greedy. It has nothing to do with the fact that we let half the population of Punjab in over the past 3 years. Wait, she's Canadian? Pick a fucking struggle, man. So she's Canadian and she's an adult Catholic convert and she exclusively talks about like racism in America. Oh my God. Amazing. Wow. Wow. Yeah. It's just supply and demand. That's what it is. She's a CPAC supporter. Of course she is. How does this keep happening? Fascist network of like-minded dumbasses. They also stupidly think, I do think that they stupidly think I am like all things left. I found out the leftist I'm debating next week gets his info from Hassan Piker. This should be easy. What? She wasn't talking about Sam Cedar, right? It's in front of my school, but will not be live streamed, sadly. Wait, what? Bro, I didn't know who the fuck this person was until this very moment. When she went up against Sam Cedar, I mean, this is from November, but they filmed this in January, so maybe this was, next week, probably not. Anyway, I didn't know who the fuck this person was. Turns out I'm in their mind, like, quite frequently. They got photos of me. They got screenshots of me in their phone. They're posting about it. It's not healthy, man. It's not healthy. This is not healthy for you. Okay? That's crazy. Oh. Do people think Steve Bannon is some secret Nazi? No, people think Steve Bannon is an open Nazi. All right. Stop scouring this person's like thirsty ass, infatuated tweets about me and other right-wing issues. I'm letting you know this is a long ass fucking video. All right, let's keep going.
You and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives. My first claim is Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power.
What a great, oh God, he presented that so perfectly. I really want to know, this is a tough way to tackle this argument from the conservative perspective, because that's just the truth. And not only is it the truth, it also is presented in a way that like makes it really hard to argue against.
All right. Sorry, Sam.
No worries.
All right. I think I have a slight issue with...
Okay, first of all, this motherfucker is making the best latte of all time, okay? Why is this barista-looking ass sitting across from Sam Cedar and not talking about how Sam Cedar is not radical enough? Like, this is a card-carrying DSA member in a polyamorous relationship with a non-binary person by the name of Sock, and yet here he is sitting across from Sam, not talking about it, things from an anarchist perspective and saying he's not going hard enough on how the concept of a shower is actually an unjustifiable hierarchy, but instead he's going to be sitting here being like Donald Trump is our Lord and Savior. Dudes that look like they own a vinyl collection should not be arguing to defend Donald Trump. Dudes who look like they've experimented with pegging and talk about it openly should not be arguing about Donald Trump being great. What the fuck is going on? Can you stop commenting on his looks? No one cares. No, these are political markers, or at least they used to be. They used to be. It's not anymore.
The back end of the premise, I guess, Trump's attacks on DEI being a real goal to, give corporations more power. I'd rather center the conversation around the democratic, especially as conservatives, the issues that people have with DEI and why I believe Trump would, want to support the issues that, people are voting for him for.
I mean, I'm talking about his whole attack on DEI. It's actually DEIA, right? You know that.
Right.
In government agencies. The A being for accessibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think the attack on DEI isn't an attack on people's protections. It's on the other end of the spectrum, right? Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled, someone being, inaccessible to.
Dog, the conservative movement literally is running around saying that accessibility options like ramps are bad. Like they want more stairs, weirdly enough, which is so funny because like conservatives are the ones who are sitting on those fucking mobile scooters going up those ramps. So it's just like odd that they would ever make such a thing a political movement, a formative part of their political movement. But no, that's, that is what's going on.
To get into a job, it rather wants to de-incentivize corporations to push them to hire these people on unfair bases, right?
But DEIA is not about quotas or anything like that. It is about protections for people within these organizations, or to make sure that you have different communities that have the opportunity to apply to these things. So it can mean within government agencies, it means things like let's pay interns so that not only wealthy people can have their kids do internships in these agencies, or let's put out notices around.
Doc, I'm sorry. You're talking about
so that not only wealthy people can have their kids do internships in the.
You're really going to tell me that this dude is not going to start the conversation with a land acknowledgement? You're telling me that this dude is not going to talk about how, while we're having this conversation, I do want to start off with a land acknowledgement that, this conversation taking place is on stolen Lakota land, that type of shit. I mean, come on, bro. Anthony Fentanyl. That's so stupid. By the way, I'm not the only one who thought this. Conservatives watch this, and this also goes back to the argument that I always point to. Conservatives love responding to shapes and colors and not actually the real meat of the matter. Because Cat Turd and all these other conservatives that watch these videos thought that Sam Cedar was the conservative one and thought that these gay libtard looking commentators were actually the gay libtards. They literally thought that these guys were the liberals. Liberals are so dumb.
Which is to give corporations more power.
DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the...
Cat Turd thought that this person was the liberal, and Sam Cedar, who was clean cut and older and wearing an outfit that they thought was better associated with conservatism, thought that they were the conservatives. Liberals are so dumb. That look you get when you have to debate a brainless, witless social justice warrior clown whose IQ is mid-50s. He's the progressive, actually. The guy you're calling the clown is a conservative. Whoops. Really? He sounded like the adult in the room. Lol. This is why I was talking about the way that these guys look. Much to think about. Will this person go back to the drawing board and maybe reconsider his fucking worldview? No, he won't do that because they're dumb hogs. Anyway, let's continue.
These agencies,
Right.
or let's put out notices around different parts of town, metaphorically speaking, so that people know this job exists.
Right. And this is where it begins, but this isn't the ultimate goal that conservatives have an issue with. Conservatives don't have an issue with trying to spread job applications to poorer communities.
Well,
so
then why rescind DEIA requirements in government agencies?
Because the problem with DEIA is there may not be perceived actual number quotas, but that's what it devolves into, and especially with corporations,
Do you have the evidence of that?
I mean, sure, we can look at corporations that are government agencies that are hiring people on not true, proper bases. We can even look at. We can even look at.
Would you
the
have
DNC's,
any evidence that that's happening?
Yeah, even the DNC's nomination of Kamala as president this year. There was no reason to nominate Kamala as she wasn't democratically selected. She wasn't. She didn't go through a single primary. None of these things.
So you're saying that Kamala was the vice president of the United States after the president drops out 2 months before the convention. You think that's a DEI
She wasn't
hire?
Every presidential nominee is democratically selected to be the nominee for that party.
Dude, the greatest counter to this is literally to say, yes, Kamala Harris is a DEI hire by one, pointing to Joe Biden's. Oh my God, they're so bad at debating that now I'm debating for them. Okay. The best part of this argument is to literally say every vice president to a certain degree is a DEI hire. Okay. Joe Biden was a DEI hire to Barack Obama, just like Kamala Harris was a DEI hire to Joe Biden. Okay. You can just say that. That's a much better argument. Sam Cedar would literally agree with you, and you would actually stoop him in this situation because he has made that argument, right? He has made that argument that Joe Biden is a DEI hire for Barack Obama. You could say that to him, and then you could turn around and say Joe Biden himself said that he was simply looking for a vice president on the virtue of being a black woman. That's all that he basically ruined that argument by assuming it as a positive. Like, you could literally turn around and be like, Joe Biden said he was looking for a black woman. He wasn't looking for competence, more so that he said he was looking for just someone who fits that role. Okay? It's a great counter. Yeah, Lyndon Johnson, Southern DEI hire for JFK. Yup.
Do you realize
except
there were
for
not
Kamala
even
Harris.
primaries prior to 1972
Well,
in
sure,
the Democratic
but this
Party?
this isn't before 1972.
Well, I understand, but what did you think you were going to run primaries in those 2 months?
Well, sure,
I mean, Joe Biden should have dropped out even 3 years ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, sure, but even before, when Kamala was running in primaries, she didn't. She wasn't the next man up. None of this. She wasn't the next person.
Well, she was the vice president,
right? Of course, but she wasn't in primaries.
Detail. But
right,
listen,
well,
aside from, I would have might have wanted a different candidate as well. But that has nothing to do with Trump rescinding orders that basically say you need to search for a wide range of candidates, not necessarily give any different benefits, but you need to make sure different communities have access to the awareness of this job. You need in your office accessibility for people who have physical handicaps.
Sure.
If you have
what the fuck what is happening back there? Oh my Lord, what is happening back here? What the yo, conservatives are lost the plot, dude. What the fuck? I didn't even notice. I didn't notice there was a stand user, okay? I didn't know there was an enemy stand user in the crowd. You know what I mean? Golden win.
Of folks who identify as as trans, you need to make it at least hospitable and not. This is all non-discriminatory stuff. That's what this is all about.
But you're cherry picking the portions of DEI that even conservatives don't have issues. Conservatives don't have issues with making workplaces.
The whole DEI apparatus within our government.
He's saying this is such a funny way to admit defeat when you're like, well, you've actually presented the argument in a way that I can't agree against, and I don't like that. That's all he said. He's like, I don't actually like that you're presenting this argument in a way that makes my side look fucking stupid. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I guess you should agree to him then. What do you mean? I can't argue against this. I'm agreeing with your argument, and I don't like it. You have no counterpoints, so you just basically have two options here. Concede or just be a dumbass conservative. Of course, dumbass conservative is going to go with the second one.
Okay. Was a function of doing exactly what I said, had nothing to do with quotas.
It is unfortunate that those things get taken out, and there might.
Yeah, this is the age-old conservative position. Okay, they do this about abortion too, where it's like, we think abortion is murder. Okay, all right. Well, abortion protections are overturned by the Constitution after they lied and said that this was a super precedent, whatever, right? And then now they're forced to basically bring back abortion rights to where they existed before the Roe v. Wade protections, during the Roe v. Wade protections, because it seems like all of the abortion protections were actually valid, okay? Women who have miscarriages being targeted falsely and unjustifiably, women who cannot carry a pregnancy to term because of other complications. All this stuff now are points that conservatives have to concede on after spending the past couple of decades being like, abortion is murder no matter what. It's like, all right, so I guess you didn't think abortion was murder, dumbass. You can't turn around in that process and be like, well, conservatives agree with this stuff. Okay, so why did you seek out the banning of abortion then? My position on this, by the way, in the way that these guys look, and I think that a lot of these are like new conservatives in general, is that COVID cooked it. I think COVID cooked a lot of people's brains. I said COVID broke this nation in meaningful ways we're too stupid to understand. Because Toffee says, watching the Sam Cedar versus MAGA Jubilee video, I feel like something major has shifted here. I can't get over it. Why on earth do conservatives look like this now? Dudes who look like this should be doing theater and making iced lattes, not arguing in favor of fascism. To which I responded with, it's COVID. I think that these guys are victims of COVID brain rot. Straight up. Felix replied to me and said, nah, this is how conservatives will look like for quite a long time. He said, I definitely agree that we'll be experiencing the social background radiation from COVID/2020 at large for years to come. But we've had conservatives who look like this / their respective generations' versions of this for longer than we've had passenger jets or integrated circuits. And I respect Felix's position. So he is also a hog whisperer. I do think that there's a lot of granola ass liberals though that I think there's nothing dumber than being like, dude, conservatism is counterculture. It's like every 4 years they cycle this out and they test the field. And then like the broader majority of Christian conservatives that vote for the Republican Party reliably are like, no, shut the fuck up. That's not like, what are you talking about? No. Kaya. I don't want to hire you. You have face tattoos. Get the fuck out of my store. Yeah. There's nothing that says punk rock like funding the police more. The conservatives who look like that are just libertarians that call themselves classical liberals. Face tats are not woke. I mean, why camera is so zoomed in? It's because this is the other camera that I have. Because my primary camera is busted right now. It just like has this incredibly blown out image. Look. This is what my primary camera looks like. I guess it's not so bad right now because the lighting changed. But it just makes me look real pale. But you can see Kaya at least. Also, I like being up close and personal. It's great. It's like I'm talking directly to you. I'm in your living room. Anyway, let's get back to the Jubilee video.
Not have been specific
What
numerical
else was he trying
quotas.
to take out with
It's trying to take out people getting jobs that don't deserve those jobs. People getting pushed into positions they have no qualification.
There is no evidence of what you just said happening in these government agencies.
That's not true at all. I mean, we're not allowed to sit here and have notes and numbers to pull up for you. You can't,
Give me one example.
You can't ask me to pull up numbers when I'm not able to sit here and look on a computer for you, but these are
Wait, what? I can't pull up numbers? Then why do you have a firmly held conviction on this issue? Excuse me, if you can't give at least one example, then why the fuck are you even entertaining this? You knew that there was going to be a debate, but that even outside of the fact that you knew that there was going to be a debate and you probably should have prepared for it, this is the thing that frustrates me to no end about how conservatives operate, where they'll just have these like incredibly firmly held convictions, this worldview, right? Where you're like, no, DEI equals die. You don't understand. And it's like, but you don't have a single fucking example that you can bring up. Why do you have this conviction? You can't even point to a goddamn example. At least Charlie Kirk can be like, affirmative action is bad because a black woman took my job at West Point or whatever. You know what I mean? Took my slot at West Point. He's lying, but at least he's lying alongside his worldview. You know? The fact that you can't even come out with like a single lie is shameful. What a shameful way to debate. Holy shit.
Problems that conservatives...
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Sam. Thanks, man.
See ya.
Okay, so I think the roots issue with DEI isn't what the previous gentleman was trying to point. Conservatives aren't necessarily have issues with those things like accessibility to people who might need help. The issue is, and I kind of referred to this before, when you have agencies and systems, what tends to happen when you have government overreach, big government, is that agencies and systems get abused. And I think unequivocally, DEI was heavily abused in practice. It was great in theory. It's idealistic, which is sure, sure is fine, that a lot of people can get behind, but it was abused in a lot of ways. When you have actors, like we're in California right now, when you have actors, white male actors who are being told, we do not want white men, we're not gonna cast any white men, we only want this particular kind of gender, race.
See, I wouldn't say like the optics of this dude is giving liberal, you know? This dude straight up, I mean, I see this dude, I'm gonna be like, okay, I know what this is about. You know what I mean? I know what's going on here. The other dudes, on the other hand, they do fucking straight up look like liberals.
Right? That is an abuse of a system. It's no longer fair, but more about just perpetuating one aspect of, visual compelling aspects. Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is companies are going to say, well, we want to look the most diverse.
Okay, well,
and what that is it's moral grandstanding. It's that because we have more black women, we sell better soda. Like that. I got you. That is not.
Well, that's getting a little far afield from what Trump's DEI orders are. But I can tell you, as somebody who was a sitcom actor in the 90s, I would walk into a room and everybody I would see would look like me. And I was doing a second position, which doesn't even exist anymore, where you do 2 pilots a year. And I was looking around basically every part of television when I was a kid. I was centered in some fashion. It was either this is about my mother, or this is about my father, or someone like me was centered. So, we can argue as to whether or not Hollywood is overcorrected in some fashion. But on a governmental level, the DEIA directives that agencies were following for the past 4 years, there's nothing, I don't know what you mean by abuse on it, but there is no evidence that it was an affirmative action program in those instances. It was about anti-discrimination. You cannot discriminate against these people, and you want to open up opportunities for a broad swath of people. Again, the internship is like one of the most material things that exist there, where the idea that you need to pay interns. And that's important because you want low-income people to have the same sort of like opportunities to see these things as wealthy people. My kids can maybe afford to do an internship for the summer instead of going to get a job.
I think what's happening is we're talking about 2 different things.
But I'm talking about Trump's DEIA rescission is a way of basically driving people out of these agencies, making it
you're saying Trump specifically, and I understand why you're saying Trump, but I think the American people as a
whole. Oh, you've already lost the argument. You're just basically, again, trying to this is a very tight premise. Okay, this is a very tight statement. So it's very difficult to counter it. But the premise is like Trump's attacks on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power. It's because it's true. Not only is it true, but it's very well worded. So that's precisely the reason why, like, no matter how smart these guys might be, and I'm sure some of them are smart, they're having a really hard time tackling it. So they're like, oh, well, I don't mean like Trump. I don't want to talk about Trump. Drop Trump from the argument. Okay, well, he put Trump in there.
The whole have kind of, and I won't say whole because obviously it's not 100%, but a majority of the American people have kind of rejected DEI because, again,
I don't think a majority of Americans know what DEIA is.
That may be the case, but again, my point is we're talking about abuse of a system. What you're talking about is not necessarily what was happening. What people were seeing were, hey, because you're white, you can't do this, and liberals like to do this thing where they create systems, and then they created the whole idea of woke, and then they backed away, and then conservatives say woke, and then they're like, well, we don't know what woke is. They created DEI. Biden literally said Kamala Harris is being chosen because she is a black woman, and then all of a sudden Democrats for the rest after that said that's not why she was chosen, even though Biden literally said that. And then we have this cognitive dissonance as if we're not living in reality.
Biden wanted to make sure that there was that there was an opportunity for a black woman to be his vice president. Without a doubt.
So why did Democrats move away from that and say no, it wasn't because she was a black woman?
I don't know
my point is that
it's not because she's a black black woman.
But that's what they said. I can agree that it's not because she's a black woman, but that's what they said. Why did they say that then?
No, because there are plenty of black women, right? Like, he could have picked anybody, but he picked specifically her. You're positing the idea that there wasn't a black woman who would have been qualified for that position.
No,
and I don't believe that.
No, that's not what conservatives aren't saying, that there aren't, because again, even in the Republican Party right now and in Trump's cabinet, there are people of color that Democrats pretend don't exist, like J.D. Vance's wife, and
J.D. Vance's wife is not in the cabinet.
Rewind chatters. It is quite literally an hour and 30 minutes. Shut the fuck up.
No, but if J.D. Vance was a Democrat, his wife would be lauded all over everything because of her color of her skin.
Listen, I'm not here to defend the Democrats' choice on every policy, but there is one party in this country that is identitarian. There is one party that is represented and it is homogenous, and it is the Republican Party. 85.
This is a decent take. This is a good way to restructure the argument. He's right. The Democratic Party has a lot of like non-white, non-in-group policies that, especially in terms of like social advocacy that it engages in. But the Republican Party is a true identitarian party in the sense that they do actively advocate for white identity politics. It's actually it's a decent way to reframe the argument. And yes, while there are thoughts on her fans calling CPS on Ethan, what the fuck are you talking about, big dog? What an insane assertion. Is that even something that Ethan has said? I feel like people are now hallucinating positions that I don't even think Ethan Klein is saying. Why in the ever-loving fuck would I ever do that, or even one of my fans would ever fucking do that? He said that? Bro, is there a thing that happens? Is there a thing that happens on the planet to Ethan that I am not responsible for? There is no world in which I would ever fucking entertain that, okay? That is a psychotic thing, especially because, let me tell you why I would never do that. Because I'm not Ethan fucking Klein, okay? That's right. I would never in a million years entertain such a thing. Never, ever, ever in a million fucking years would I entertain such a thing. It's completely unacceptable. It's completely ridiculous. The fact that people have done that is also insane. I don't know who did it. I don't know what they did. But the notion that like I would ever entertain that is insane. Okay? What's also crazy about this process is like the only thing I've done so far in terms of Ethan Klein's like many attacks against me, which have obviously backfired on him spectacularly, and that's actually caused them to like double down, triple down, quadruple down in very meaningful ways, including like randomly going after Redditors, trying to get Reddit's on ban or trying to get Reddit's banned, is that it's pure projection. It's quite literally projection. I have not done a fraction of what he has done to me in return. Like not even a fucking fraction. Do you understand? I've also maintained the position that I think snark Reddits are genuinely not good for people's mental health. This is something that I have talked about before, time and time again. I don't think that I don't think it's a healthy thing to do. Hate watching, especially as someone who personally has a shit ton of hate watchers and content creators who are actively engaging in the hate watching and creating communities around hate watching. I know what that does to a person's mentality. Initially, it was Sex Destiny, who has ruined his own life because of his own decisions. And now Ethan Klein is carrying the fucking torch. If his initial analysis, if his initial argument is like, oh, well, you know, Hasan is doing snark shit to me, which I think is fucking ridiculous, by the way. because the only thing I do is actively defend myself against as many different smears. If that is considered snark, what the fuck is Ethan Klein's subreddit? What the fuck is he doing every single day? He lies about every single thing that I do every day, every time he's broadcasting, including, I guess, but not limited to the fact that he somehow tied back someone engaging in a heinous act of calling Child Protective Services on him to me. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. The difference between Ethan and I is that I don't actually have to massage a narrative. He just actively does that to himself. He just like says wrong shit, and then I respond to it and I show why it's wrong. With him, on the other hand, he has to literally take something out of context and be like, well, here it is. Here he is doing it again. I don't think I've ever talked about this. No, of course not. Of course I would never talk about any of that shit. I would never talk about his kids. I would never, like, that's ridiculous. I also don't think it's appropriate at all. And I will also personally not entertain, like, what may or may not have happened either. I don't think it's healthy. Yeah, I don't do calls to action either. He's the only one with calls to action. He actively tries to brigade everything that anytime a journalist ever written about me, he will fucking post it on his Instagram and be like, go harass this journalist, like straight up. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. He doesn't say literally to do that. Even he is smart enough to fucking understand that that would be a bridge too far. They tried to brigade the Theo Von pod. They tried to brigade the Trash Taste pod. Like every podcast appearance I do, they're like, oh, go tell everybody he loves to do rapes is an insane thing. Go tell everybody he loves when like Jewish women are raped is a psychotic thing to do. And I think that there has to be some semblance of accountability here in terms of not even like accountability enforced by others, but like, you got to take ownership over your own actions. If you keep doing this over and over and over and over again, like, yeah, of course, your own fan base is going to fucking develop resentment towards you, especially if you're in the process of like banning anyone who speaks out against it. Here, October 21st, 2024, proof you've never supported Snark subreddit. Snark is not insane though. No, dude. Anyone that is that invested in a content creator is not all there. I'm sorry. You might have been a fucking foot soldier at a certain point and now you hate Ethan. But like going to communities like that, and I repeat this all the fucking time, and I'm saying this at a time when Ethan is basically using, once again, a cyber stalking operation that has been ongoing for 6 fucking years, something that he knows very well, something that he has also been in the crosshairs of as well, to launch ridiculously cynical attacks against me and all of these other people. Something showed up on my TikTok For You page the other day, or yesterday, that I actually retweeted. But someone literally went through the effort of putting together a fucking like 7-minute compilation of me throughout October, in the aftermath of October 7th, with like the actual timeline. Someone posted a fucking 7-minute compilation of me defending Ethan and telling people to fuck off and not to go after him and whatnot. It's wild that this man has had so much animosity and so much smoke for me. When I kept saying, like, I don't want to turn this into drama. I don't want to turn it into, like, I think that this is, the issues that we're talking about are far more consequential. I don't think Ethan's opinion on the matter is all that significant. It's just entirely manufactured and one-sided, dude. I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by, from literally November onward, every now and all the way until like I do care about until the past couple of months. Literally, all the way until the past couple of months, I was like, listen, I think Ethan is on the side of the Palestinians over and over again. This is what the foot soldiers should see, the ones that now fucking hate me and think that this is like, my doing, that I'm single-handedly responsible for all the fucking awful shit that's happening to Ethan. Is not who I am. I will always extend charity and grace, perhaps far too long for a lot, far beyond what like other members of this community will engage in. FYI, chatters are saying he's blaming Denims, not you. They're probably drama baiting you. Apparently, he's not blaming you, by the way. That was bait. Oh, great. Oh. Let's continue with the fucking Sam Cedar video. Yes, you're getting farmed, dummy. Yeah, good. Maybe in the process of me getting farmed, if they post that fucking thing on the Ethan Klein subreddit, which has turned into Hasan Hate Hour snark, perhaps they will realize that maybe they were wrong. That's a good starting point for them, considering that they only care about Ethan Klein and like not really any of the political issues that we're talking about here. Okay? I don't know about Ethan, but there's still hope for his relatively progressive audience that think that they're like pro-Palestine.
Of Republicans are white. That's just the reality of it.
So does that
Some
mean
people
that?
don't necessarily have a problem with that.
But here's the thing. You said even if let's just say, okay, that's true. 80% of Republicans are white. Does that mean that they're less moral? That they can't run an effective government? What does race have to do? What does race have to do? Hold on. What does
Donald Trump didn't have to say my vice president's going to be a white male.
No.
Because they all knew it was going to be.
No, this is the premise of DEI. What does race have to do with running an effective government? What does race have to do? If let's say DEI on the micro level, I will
tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
Am I going to get better nuggets?
I'll ask you a question.
If the cashier is black or white, what does that have to do with anything?
I'll tell you what it is. First of all, DEIA means that if you come into this agency or corporation, you're not going to be discriminated against because you don't look like everybody else, or you don't have the same like physical abilities as everybody else, or you may require handles on the bathroom or whatever it is. That's what DEIA does. But does it make a government better if there's a broad representation of the people it's supposed to govern? Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Regardless of DEI, don't we already have things in our Constitution that protects people's rights, protects people?
No.
We don't?
No.
Do we or do we not?
No, we do not. Tell me what protects people from discrimination in housing and in work and hiring or getting loans. It's all statutes. It's all statutes. And in these government agencies, there was nothing except for that order. That's why Trump just rescinded it.
I'm gonna tap out because I think someone else.
Oh my God, that is. Ooh, they didn't even flag him. He just tapped out. That's crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God. The conservative movement is taking L after L after L here. God damn. This was one of the most heartbreaking and embarrassing demonstrations of the decline of American education. We used to disagree on points of opinion. Now we disagree on points of fact.
Else has a better can defend that point specifically better than me.
All right, please return to your seat.
That's crazy. Uh-oh. He's going to do a lane acknowledgement.
Hi.
It's Tony.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Okay. When it comes to DEI, essentially, if a person was not racist, he would hire someone regardless, right? So why would we need a policy to protect a person if we've moved past racism. So would you consider yourself racist?
Wait, are you suggesting we've moved past racism?
Would you consider yourself racist?
I consider myself, and sometimes I think we all practice like some form of, white supremacy. I think actually like we all do to some degree.
Well, I'm glad that you're saying that. So I guess going to the LGBT topic, it seems like it's very prevalent for you as an issue.
Wait. Don't jump off that point. He thought he was cooking. He thought he was cooking there. He's like, oh, well, actually, we have no need for DEI or affirmative action or any sort of like protections against marginalized identities because we've moved past racism. And you're actually racist if you don't hire people. But also at the same time, it should be left up to the individual. If they don't want to hire black people, that's okay.
Well, it seems like a big issue. I mean, the Republican Party spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing trans people.
Well, the reason why they've done something like that, and I think you're misconstruing the narrative, they haven't demonized them. They simply want protection.
Misconstruing.
Back for their own children, because children are being stripped away from their parents.
Own children? Wait, children are being stripped away from their parents?
Yes, due to AB 954, they've now included gender identity as a premise to remove and strip parental rights for children who maybe they are rejecting their gender ideology.
So, but you'd be okay with parents who agree with their children's doctors to provide gender-affirming care?
I do not agree with that. Do you?
I believe that parents and doctors can make those decisions with the kids,
If a child can't smoke, drink, or have sex before the age of 18, they should not be able to consent to a sex change. Now, in terms of a DEI initiative, the reason why there's military bans on trans women and trans men is because they do not have the ability to cooperate at a mental capacity when they're constantly undergoing hormone treatment, as well as depression pills, as well as different mood stabilizer pills. And so when you go out to combat, do you really think you're going to bring an ice cooler pack with your whether that be hormone estrogen or whatever it may be, while you're about to shoot someone of the opposing war?
Well, the executive orders.
Oh, brother, this guy is fucking so dumb. Holy shit. It's like obvious that he's trying to come across as like kind of intelligent. Where he's like, well, actually, I'll have you know, the opposing side of the other side of war. Yeah. I wish I was this dumb so I could finally be happy. Yeah, he's having the best time. You know what I mean? He probably thinks he's cooking right now. That is kind of like a superpower. When you're that fucking stupid, that is a little bit like a superpower where nothing someone says to you will ever impact you because you're too stupid.
That Trump gave were DEIA orders that had to do with agencies that have nothing to do with the military.
Yes, they do. Yes, they absolutely do.
The FDA. They just revoked the ability of the Air Force to teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen. Well, what are we talking about here?
Okay, well,
honestly, like they're rewriting history.
Well, that's your perspective, right?
He's like, well, Sam, I'll have you know, I don't know what you're talking about. What is a Tuska? What did you say? Tuska, what now? Maybe that experiment was woke and gay, and I'm glad that they actually deleted it. Oh, that's awesome.
But at the end of the day, if a person...
Tuskegee Airmen, we can all agree, existed, right?
Just listen to this. If you were racist, right, and you were an employer, and if you wanted to absolutely be racist and exercise that, you would. I think DEI sort of prevents people from seeing the reality.
Wait, what? What is this argument, man? No, just stick to... Don't come up with your own argument. Just stick to the basic conservative arguments, dog. No, you are entirely too stupid You are entirely too dumb to come up with your own arguments. Also, someone is in here talking to me about Tuskegee Airmen. Yeah, I know, dude. I was making a fucking joke. Okay, I know what the fucking Tuskegee Airmen experiments were. What the fuck is wrong with you? I can't even joke about shit in this chat. People will be like, "Oh, well, actually, I'll have you know if you didn't know."
Person truly wanted to hire you based on your intellect, based on your skill set, they would. DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the end of the year. When you create your tax returns, they give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is black or a person of color. I don't know if you knew that.
In these agencies?
In agencies and private
in government
businesses.
Agencies, they don't get tax cuts for hiring people of color.
And the other thing I wanted
this is
to
protect
the other
people
thing I
from
want
discrimination.
the other thing I want to kind of state here is that
I love giving tax breaks to the Department of Education for hiring DEI candidates. Yeah, famously, this is how things work. We're giving tax breaks. We're giving tax breaks to the FDA.
that I've realized that a lot of the times with the liberals is that you guys push for example, for DEI and people of Latino.
What do you mean, you guys, bro? You're a liberal. Like, stop. Fuck you mean, you guys, when referring to liberals. You will never convince me that this guy is not secretly a liberal, okay? What the hell is going on?
Or Hispanic descent. And a lot of the times what you don't realize is you're actually doing more harm than good by putting them in positions where you make them believe that it's based on the color of their skin. It's based on...
DEIA does not... is not
It's based on merit. DEI emphasizes color, skin color,
no,
physical
it
attributes.
says that the people who work in your agency, it's about anti-discrimination.
Discrimination against what?
Against people who may have different cultural mores, may have different...
But that's irrelevant to a job, right? It should be based on merit. And that is the emphasis
People
here.
get hired as a merit, but if the
not if you get a tax
if the DEIA, I'm talking about Trump's rescission of these orders on these agencies.
If you received a tax cut as an employer, wouldn't you hire a person of color?
Dude,
if you could pay them less?
Listen, we're talking about government agencies that do not get tax cuts. They don't. Government agencies.
They don't.
No.
No.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do.
I'm talking about
every
parts
private...
Dog. No. Why is he so fucking smug, dude? This is what I mean. It's like... He's like, they do actually.
And public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true. And you know what? I think
that is not. Government agencies are funded by taxes. They don't get tax breaks. To which he responded with, "That's not true." What is truth then? Look at Sam's face. At this moment, he was like, okay, dude, this is so much worse than fucking having like libertarian callers call in because god damn, dude. Literacy rates have dropped. How do you think, how can you argue with a person that just is wrong about everything? Like basic, fundamental shit, you know what I mean? Like, how do you argue with a guy like that? How do we fix this shit? Unironically, education, funding education, okay? I would say re-education, but honestly, there is no re-education here because there has been no education prior. So just education. Open the schools. Abolish homeschooling. Bro, what do you mean how? You do this daily? I know. I think I have a much higher barrier where I do entertain a lot dumber statements because I argue with like anonymous people. But even if I were to meet someone in the real world who, you know, said things like this, I probably would have lost it way before Sam.
The whole juxtapose of this entire conversation.
What month is this?
This is January.
Okay, so we can agree on that. The FDA does not pay taxes. It does not get a tax cut because it doesn't pay taxes. DEIA forces them as an agency to say if you have a job opening, you must do your best efforts to make sure that every
I like that.
part
I love
of
me a
society.
buzzword. You must do your best effort. I love that buzzword.
Okay, pause.
Bro, oh my God, he's so fucking stupid and so condescending. He's so stupid and condescending. That's a buzzword. What do you mean? No, he's just describing what DEI is. A really good way to put it is, and Sam kind of talked about this as well, but this is something I've mentioned before. DEI throughout American history has only existed for one group of people. If DEI in the way that Republicans understand it, which is elevating people who do not deserve that position to a position of power and actively undermining qualified individuals for that role, if that is what DEI means, which is not what it is anyway, it has only existed for one group of people in this country throughout history. And ironically, DEI seeks to address that. And that is white men. Okay? That is DEI in the way that Republicans talk about it. There was a time not that long ago when even white women were not elevated to positions of prominence, the positions that they were worthy of. Okay? There is, for a very long time in this country, obviously, black men and non-white men as well were not elevated into positions of power. There are still remnants of this kind of disproportionate way of elevating people into positions of power that still exists in modern capitalism as well. That is what DEI initiatives are supposed to address. It is not about creating a liberal quota system where like a certain percentage has to be a black or something like that. DEI initiatives are supposed to say, okay, the goal of DEI initiatives are to simply, one, offer additional background, like background education, like affirmative action and whatnot. Is supposed to address some of the systemic discrimination and the systemic imbalance that exists for educational outcomes for white people versus non-white people. All right. But also beyond that, DEI initiatives are supposed to force both government agencies and also everybody else to not overlook black people. Okay? Not overlook brown people, black people, women, trans people on the virtue of their background. And considering that there has throughout American history been a DEI initiative for white men, it's an understandable means of addressing the existing remnants of said discriminatory hiring practices. That's it. And it's not just black, brown people either, it's veterans as well. Disabled people as well. Anyway, let's continue.
Do you feel like you have to? You're pressured to.
Yes.
You shouldn't be pressured to hire someone based on skin color.
No, not to hire someone on skin color, but put up notice about that the job exists. Make sure that you put it in different communities so that you have as wide an application pool as possible.
And therefore you get tax cuts.
All right, return to your
At
seat.
the end of the year when you file taxes, you get a tax cut for hiring someone.
Dude, I don't know how he doesn't understand that like federal government agencies don't pay taxes. They are funded by taxes. They don't get tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. Why would they pay? How? This is like, I feel like a fourth grader understands that, right? I mean, am I crazy? Like, don't Americans have like civics class or some shit? I don't know. I didn't go to school here, but what the fuck's going on?
Someone who speaks a different language or different skin color.
I don't know how to respond to that.
So this entire group of people thought he cooked there? Like, is that they're like laughing because they're like, haha, yeah, you're right. He got you because as a matter of fact, the FDA does get tax breaks. Like, is that what they're thinking?
How you doing?
So I want a little bit more clarification because I don't even know if we got it yet on which part benefits corporations, like from your perspective.
So agencies, the U.S. government agencies, the vast majority of them, what they function to do is inhibit corporations from essentially externalizing their costs onto society.
Sure.
So the example would be, I used it before, but it's a good one. I'm making Teflon, C8, for instance, okay? And C8 is supposed to be burned because instead of like deposited, because it's a forever chemical. And I can go out and instead of burning it, it's too expensive to burn it. I'm going to
dump it in the water.
Dump it into a river. And the EPA's
man, if only if yeah, what Sam is describing here is surely a hypothetical, right? Corporations would never really do that in the real world and dump poisonous forever chemicals in the water supply and directly destroy wildlife in certain areas, right? That are downriver. I mean, surely that could not be a real thing.
Comes in and says, like, you can't do that. We're going to fine you. You're not allowed to do this. But what the company is doing when they do that is they're going to take the profits that come with lowering their costs by dumping it into the river. And those costs are then borne by everybody who lives around that river. They're going to get cancer. They're going to get gastrointestinal problems, whatever it is. And society bears the cost of that.
Can you connect the dots for me, though? Because it sounds like we're talking about something completely different.
And so what the DEIA stuff is just the beginning of demoralizing these agencies and trying to wreck them from the inside. It's all part of like Russell Votes thing, the OMB, the whole Schedule F, where they get rid of civil servants and they demoralize people. And
the American government works at the behest of corporations in perpetuity with some limitations. The federal regulatory agencies try to do their very best. There's still obviously a lot of stuff that happens that undermine the regulatory agencies, like the revolving door between agency versus public sector jobs versus private sector jobs. And having said all of that, Sam is correct. In both principle and in theory, the regulatory agency's entire job is to ensure that private corporations do not actually create harm for broader society, right? That is their job. Their job is to make sure the society does not bear the brunt of the cost of doing business. Be careful, bro. Chevron's a Twitch sponsor. Yeah, okay. I don't give a shit. Suck my dick, Chevron. So Sam's argument is that the Trump administration, working directly with the private sector, is actively trying to undermine the regulatory agencies that have already been crippled in perpetuity, but like basically killed them dead, so that there is no administrative state, there are no regulatory agencies whatsoever, so that corporations can dump toxic pollutants without fear of any repercussion or the marginal fines, penalties that they might actually pay. Right? That's it.
Don't want them to be able to function.
So then would you agree, if this is about demoralizing, I mean, over 75 million people voted for Trump, right? He won the popular vote. Do you not think that in part, you even said yourself that Americans don't really know what DEIA is, according to your definition of it?
I love this argument. Well, 75 million Americans are fucking stupid. So what do you have to say to that? I don't know. That they're stupid and they voted against their best interest. this is common. This is a thing that happens all the time. You know?
Well, the government's definition of it.
Okay, well, I would argue that the average American is demoralized by what they've seen, the way that the government goes about their DEI policies in the military and other organizations, not just the military.
Please return to your seat.
Okay.
Hey, before we go any further, of the news straight from our
mistake. My next claim is, unless you're a billionaire, a religious fundamentalist, or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake.
Oh, there's another great fucking bars from Samuel here, okay? Bars. Presented it perfectly.
Okay, so let's tackle one aspect, religious fundamentalists. What benefit would religious fundamentalists get? And also, can you define what is a religious fundamentalist?
And maybe you could say,
I mean, bro, you subbed out last time. Why are you, I mean, come on. You really want the smoke again? You want the 2-time? You want back-to-back? That's crazy. That's crazy. You can't, bro, you can't say, all right, I'm tapping out last time around and then come back hot.
Say more of like a Christian nationalist.
Okay.
In this instance. But things like, you know, the attacks on trans folks, the attacks on a woman's right to choose, the idea that we're going to get stuff like an enhanced RFRA, which is going to mean that if you're a pharmacist and you don't want to provide birth control, you may not have to.
Don't you think you're assuming that
if you believe that public education, we should take that money and pour it into religious schools, you're gonna get a benefit out of a Trump administration.
Yeah, but don't you think you're assuming that the vast majority of Americans who are moderates?
Like, what do you think you're gonna get out of the Trump administration?
Economic relief. That was
what kind of
dog? Ain't no way. Okay, they filmed this like, I think they filmed this before Donald Trump became president. To be fair, this might have been filmed pre-inauguration or right as the inauguration happened. I'm fairly certain because Sam was in LA and we couldn't link up because I was in Japan. So obviously, if you had any understanding of what Trump was saying he was going to do, just even like fucking tariffs, right? Or I'm going to deport 20 million undocumented migrants, for example. He hasn't done so. But the claim that he was going to do so, you could have recognized that there was going to be a devastating impact on the American economy if you had more than 3 fucking brain cells to rub together. Okay? Having said that, it's hilarious that the video came out not in January, but on March 9th. And we know that you haven't gotten the economic relief. You have not gotten the economic relief at all. Amazing. You could have seen it. You could have foreseen that there was not going to be economic relief, for the record.
Economic relief. They're going to cut Social Security. You're going to have to pay for your parents. They're going to cut. When they go after the agencies, like
he's like, no, they're not going to cut Social Security. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
They're going after, right? This is outlined in Project 2025. Russ Vought, who's going to be the OMB head, he was the OMB head the first time around. He wrote all the book on this stuff.
Okay, well, you bring up
I'm relieving myself of all my savings. Fuck. Yeah, that's a form of relief. You know?
When you cut when you cut agencies and go after them and you fire all the inspector generals so that they're not being able to make sure that the agencies are working, who do you think profits from that? It's corporations. They're going to go after agencies that make sure your food is not full of botulism, that your air is not full of mercury, that your water is not full of C8. This is what they're going to do. Agencies exist to curb corporations from externalizing their costs and privatizing their profits. So it may be cheaper for a company to dump their chemicals into a river than it is for them to dispose of it in a safe way. And so they get the profits from that, but the costs are borne by society. They're borne by society in the form of like people get cancer. They're borne by society in terms of like we've got to do the cleanup. That's what agencies do.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That's good.
He was doing too much listening.
Hey. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay.
Okay, here's the problem. If you don't have a established consensus truth, you know, things that are happening in the real world, if you don't have a established consensus on this, then a big part of this quote-unquote debate is going to be Sam Cedar describing basic functions of the government to increasingly dumber people. Okay? And in terms that like a juvenile can understand, because like clearly the people across from him are operating with like a 14-year-old's understanding of the world. And not even like a particularly smart 14-year-old, but a 14-year-old that's just like watched too many fucking TikTok videos. This guy's about to blow your mind? Okay.
Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I'm a Reformed Jew. I don't have a strong belief in the existence of God, but I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's wrong with religious fundamentalists? So like when you said trans rights and women's rights or something like that?
Well, the problem...
What's wrong with religious fundamentalists? What the hell? Does this guy think only religious fundamentalists, the only religious fundamentalists are like evangelical Christians or something? Which, by the way, there is much wrong with that as well, but I suspect that he doesn't understand what that word means. You know? Like...
I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really theocrats, is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the...
Sam should have just been like, bro, what do you think about ISIS? Do you like ISIS? And he's going to say, no, obviously not. I'd be like, okay, so you don't like religious fundamentalists. And then if he says, oh, but I like evangelical Christians, you'd be like, okay, well, they're religious fundamentalists. The only thing holding back the religious fundamentalist movement from doing ISIS-style shit is, you know, the established material conditions in the United States of America that stop them because they all die of heart disease before they can go and do ISIS-style shit. Okay, I'm joking on that front, but like, I'm not joking when I say if conditions were ripe for revolution or barbarism in the United States of America, if the United States of America resembled like a crippled, failed state that was invaded by a much larger superpower that completely destroyed it, then yes, our religious fundamentalists would be doing ISIS shit as well. Right now, they just go and protest outside of Planned Parenthood and then go get $5 jalapeno poppers and call it a fucking day. The moment that they can't get those fucking $5 jalapeno poppers, oh, all hell will break loose. Trust me.
The rest of us, and I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference. So morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation for my morality.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist? Utilitarian?
I don't really bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
It's always going to reduce you to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society. We have.
Oh my God, this is a TikTok debate guy, 100%. Here we go, dude. We're doing. You know how back in the day there was an era of like pop psychology, and that never really went away. But now there's an era of pop philosophy, which I think is even worse than pop psychology. It's people. This is 100% one of those like TikTok debate guys. Okay, all they do is not really understand dense literature surrounding philosophy, and just like kind of abide by like the memified versions of it. And that's it. That's like, they just operate on like false understandings, false philosophical understandings, and try to argue simply on the basis of their false interpretation. Charlie Kirk tweeted about how this guy destroyed Sam.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, well, let's see how Sam gets destroyed
Have
here.
laws that we have decided as a society in a democratic way, and for some people it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No, I would be against it, but I mean it would be.
It would be morally right under your
Not
view.
morally right. No. I'm not talking about morals.
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religious foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off
I
of.
believe you can have an ethical framework without religion.
And if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates. You have a reproductive dead end, so two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy.
Wait, I don't understand. So, like, does he think that if unshackled and unrestricted by religious boundaries, we would just be doing butt sex? Like, I don't get it. Like, taken to its logical conclusion, there is no logic behind assuming that devoid of religion, we would literally just only fucking have gay sex. Unless in your mind, you're constantly thinking about just dicking down a dude. You know what I mean? You're just constantly, and the only thing that's holding you back from entertaining the act of sweet butt fucking is the fact that you're going to go to hell. And that's the reason. That's why you're holding back. You know, what a strange way to address the importance of religion in civilized society, to be like, without religion, everyone would be gay. Nah, I think that's just a self-report, big dog, you know? Like, I don't think Sam is particularly religious. Sam is a straight man, you know?
The straight couple, religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem. I just don't see a justification for why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good. Can you give me another justification for it?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
Okay, what about pedophiles? Are they born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay, why are debate lords so bad at debating is a question that always comes to mind. Pedophilia, regardless of the way that you're born, cannot be compared to homosexuality. The reason why you can't compare pedophilia to homosexuality is because if a pedophile acts on their urges, okay, they create harm. If a homosexual man, such as this guy maybe, acts on his urges to consensually have sex with another consenting homosexual adult, for example, you're not harming anyone at all. As a matter of fact, harm would only be caused if you are forced to repress your homosexual tendencies and desires, as is evidenced by the fact that you are making a horrible argument comparing pedophilia to homosexuality. I don't understand why people spend hours and hours and hours on fucking TikTok debating back and forth, and they're still so unimaginably bad at fucking arguing. How is this possible? I hate to debate. I'm not particularly great at debating. Something that I voluntarily reveal about myself all the time. And yet, seemingly, for a lot of these guys, I feel like I cooked them, you know? It's just, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It really, that's why so many of Divorcelli, or Epstein, rather, with his new name, when his fans come in here and they try to do a watered down version of his arguments, they fail spectacularly because there's not really a good argument there. And people who love debating or watching debates don't necessarily have the same rhetorical skills.
So should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
No, I think we as a society has decided...
Should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than...
Okay, so you're okay with a
children.
45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well? Incest?
No.
If they consent, you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's not beneficial.
Right, there's duties and obligations that we have, so religion provides those duties. Life isn't about freedom and exercising what you want.
I mean, well, you want to impose your religious doctrine on me, and I don't want that.
You just admitted we need duties. We have responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist view,
the other side of the other side of a debate lord is that they always have to bring up incest after they brought up pedophilia. Classic. Debate me on the virtues of incest. Debate me. Please don't fall into the trap, okay, chatters. Every now and then, maybe you watch a debate, okay, and you're like, damn, this guy's cooking, okay? If that's your whole content, you're inevitably going to talk about CP, pedophilia, and incest, and you're going to be debating those issues. When all other debates have run dry, you got to hit those. You got to hit those untapped veins. That's what happens every time. Now, of course, for Sam, he drops that bomb in there because he wants to shake the confidence of his interlocutor by touching a subject that most people don't want to talk about or even think about. Problem is, Sam is an experienced political commentator and has a very calm disposition. So I don't think he's going to eat that bait and come across like befuddled by this rhetorical flashbang grenade that this dipshit dropped in the conversation. A conversation that's supposed to be about billionaire religious fundamentalists and xenophobic nationalists that only benefit from Trump's election, and that everyone else that doesn't fit into either of those categories actually loses from Trump being president.
The liberal view doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
Also, religion does make you feel good. That's kind of the whole point. You abide by a certain set of standards that you dogmatically associate with like the appropriate moral code. Many of it is like misunderstood and misinterpreted, but that's besides the point. And it makes you feel good to follow those rules. Like, that's it. You just need a guiding principle because personally, I guess you're afraid of your urges, your own personal urges that many other people don't have, like, inoffensive urges like wanting to have gay sex, or maybe really scary urges like wanting to do pedophilia. I'm just saying, if religion is the only thing that's stopping you from engaging in pedophilic acts, then you probably should get fucking institutionalized,
What's my argument as to why I don't want
you have no
your
contention.
religion to... Well, because first of all, I don't think that you have the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong. And there are differences between religions. And so my argument is, you're not going to keep halal or kosher, right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on religious truth. And the reason why we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And the kings came from the idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king. And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious fundamentalism.
And if I do, you have no issue with that.
And no. And this is why I say, under Trump, yes, you have won.
Yes.
You have a
Only
bunch
male
of Christian.
and female. You're right.
You have a
You
Christian
won.
nationalist,
Yes.
and
Which is necessary.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking loser, bro. Whole ass loser. He's like, yeah, I want only male and female. Like, as though you think, just for the record, even though Donald Trump is obviously giving red meat to these fucking dipshits, they will still experience the material consequences of the Trump's devastating agenda of austerity, okay? Just make no mistake. He just thinks right now in the interim that they're winning, okay? That's it. That's it. Oh, yeah, only two genders, men and women, male and female. We won. It's like, no, bitch, your egg prices are still high as fuck, okay? Look at the stock market, dipshit. You are not BlackRock, okay? You are not a fucking CEO overseeing dumping toxic pollutants in the fucking natural water supply, okay? You're not going to see the benefits. You're only going to see the fucking harms. Oh, but yeah, you'll just go male and female, two genders, all the way into your demise, okay? You'll feel like things are good because Trump gave you that red meat because you're a dumb fuck.
So I concede the point that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage under this.
Sorry, we're going to have more kids. We're going to have less abortions. We're going to have...
Sorry, we're going to have more kids, less abortions. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's sick, man. Hey, good luck paying for your fucking childcare, by the way, dumbass. First of all, you are not having more kids. Who is fucking this man? Please. Ain't no way Big Dog is getting laid, all right? That's number one. You don't have to worry about these things. These things don't concern you, okay? You are not getting pussy.
More family. We're going to have stable family households. Sorry about better education.
People, gay people should be outlawed.
They should be straight. They should be straight.
Women should be secondary to their husbands.
Women should submit to the husbands.
Women
that doesn't
should
mean they
submit to
that
the
doesn't mean they are
husbands.
slaves.
Right,
it doesn't
no,
mean they are
I
slaves. It means they are
understand.
protected.
You
Okay,
got
let me ask you then. Let me
no,
ask you.
No.
Should women be drafted? Should women be drafted?
Listen, I think
if they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision that you have, and I think Trump supports it.
Yes.
I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision.
Yes.
And my hope is that when people look at this, they say, hey, wait a second. I don't want my life to be dictated by the notion of a Christian nationalist.
It's funny though, because like he seems to be at least like he seems to have like a definable worldview that in his own twisted moral confines like makes sense. But the problem is other people are listening to this. This is not just the intellectual trappings of your own scary mind. You are revealing the insanely cruel worldview that you have. So in some ways, I respect conservatives for the brutal honesty, but in other, but also I can't help but notice that like when you are an intellectually honest conservative, most people are going to look to what you're saying and go, oh my God, you are a fucking monster. So I think Lil Bro forgot why conservatives use dog whistles. I think he forgot why conservatives try to frame their agenda from the perspective that is more appropriate for liberals, like the permissible boundaries of liberalism. Conservatives don't say, we want to do forced impregnations and we want to force women to carry pregnancies to term, regardless of whether or not there is harm to the carrier in the process, because we don't want women to be able to choose what they do with their own bodies. They say abortion is murder. We're actually saving the baby. That's marketing. And there's a good reason for that marketing, because a lot of dumbasses in the edges respond to that marketing and go, well, okay, well, that makes sense. Yeah, a baby is a life. Like, they should preserve the life of the baby. I care about the sanctity of humanity, whatever, right? This guy dropped all of that and was like, no, women should be subservient and servile to their male partners. It doesn't mean it's slavery, but they should be subservient. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that attitude, big dog. You know, I don't think you're going to win a lot of people over here.
Prescription. Now, you may win out. I mean, certainly, like if you look at it.
I do love this because he just accidentally agreed with the underlying premise that Sam Cedar made here, which is unless you're a billionaire religious fundamentalist or xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. And he basically came up and said, yes, I'm a religious fundamentalist, and I love that Donald Trump is doing religious fundamentalism. So technically, Sam is correct. And also simultaneously, he has revealed the devastating agenda of Trump. So congratulations to this fucking TikTok dipshit.
A country like Iran, they have a theocracy there, and apparently that's, you know, good for them if they want it.
My final point is whenever
I don't want to live in a
My final point is
theocracy.
whenever we see people live out Christian values to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
All right.
I think you are at home in the Trump. Trump
Thank you very much.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Oh, he's back.
I think I have an issue with the implications of the prompt. I mean, of course, I'll stick on the religious fundamentalism. I think it's unfair to view Christianity separated from the ideology that Christianity informs, right? You have an ideology that you vote upon because you view it to be the truth that benefits everyone in a society. That's how a democracy works. I, as a Christian, have an ideology that informs my opinions, and I believe that it is the most moral and correct way for a society to function. So I think if we put religious fundamentalism in a box where you say any moral implications that I draw from this, religion is unable to be voted upon, unable to be pushed onto you because simply it's a religion, is unfair to view it that way. Religion is an ideology like all ideologies are. It's you vote away.
I don't mind you. I don't dispute the idea that you could have a religious ideology and want to see it imposed upon others, and it's not inconsistent with my claim. My claim is that Donald Trump is ushering in an element of Christian theocracy that I can't remember his name, Elijah, and you may be excited about, but I'm not excited about it. I don't think the vast majority of Americans are, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think this country was set up to be a theocracy, and I find it problematic that it will be, but others will be happy about it.
I think it's unfair as well to label any morals that comes from religion inherently immediately theocratic. Like having a theocracy is something different than having.
I think love thy neighbor is a good precept, and I don't know that we should necessarily legislate it, but I think it's a good precept. I think there are things from religion that are good. I interviewed Desmond Tutu years ago, who said that religion can be. Is like a knife. It can be used to spread butter, or it could be used to stab people. But that doesn't mean that I want religious doctrine to be.
I want Sam to ask him who this person thinks Desmond Tutu is.
The same as the law of the land. We have a democracy, and it was founded on trying to get out from some type of like religious oppression, which means one religion shouldn't dominate in this country. That's my sense.
Yeah, and I see that, but I think I have an issue with where you would perceive religious doctrine is derived from, right? A guy doesn't. At least in Christianity, a guy doesn't go in a room and come out and say that he is a secret message from God that everyone now has to follow. Religious doctrine is ruled over, it's reasoned over, the same way any ideology is discovered.
I'm not talking about the validity of religious doctrine. I'm talking about religious doctrine supplanting democracy and civil society.
And I'm saying that religious doctrine is democratic inherently, and in the way that you.
Well, earlier, I mean, look, we can have a debate as to whether or not women should be subservient to men. I don't think they should be, and in a democracy, I don't.
How do these guys look back at like thousands of years of religious history and unironically look at like the most secular era that we live in, at least since like the invention of Christianity, and go, we got to go back to we got to go back to the old ways, you know? Whoever said this is Timu Nandre, fuck you. It's Nandre with a wig. You can't fool us. You can't fool us. You thought, oh, I'm slick, bro. I put the fucking wig on and no one will notice that it's me. Lud's the bald asshole now. Yeah. You know what I like to think of when I like to think of religious democracy? The Inquisition. Like how wonderfully democratic that process was, you know? Great stuff overall across the board. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Let's go back to that. They would fucking melt you, dog, for looking this gay, okay?
I don't think it's healthy.
Right, but when you said earlier with him that someone shouldn't have I don't know the exact word, like a chokehold on what is, religious truth and what isn't religious truth, that's not how religious truth itself works, and that's not how religious truth is brought to the political table to have that work either, right?
I don't know, when Pete Hegseth is in
famously, religion always is open to interpretation, and that slight deviations never lead to horrifying acts of violence that span across centuries, okay? Famously, religion is super chill about having slight deviations, and it's always open to interpretation. Everybody always agrees to disagree. That's insane, dude. Oh, that's awesome. There's no way this person is not done like theology 101. You know what I mean? Like there's 0% chance he knows anything about history. Oh my God.
Bar yelling, we're going to kill all Muslims.
Well, that's, yeah.
But now he's in charge of the largest military in the history of the world. I think, and he's informed by his Christian nationalism. I think that's a problem.
Right. Well, but we
can disagree on that.
Yeah, we don't take...
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks, Sam.
Return to your seat.
Oh my God. Why is it the same losers that keep winning, dude? Yo! That's crazy. Luther's 99 Theses were seen by the church as a suggestion box submission famously. Yeah. No, of course. When I think of like religious dogmas and the history of all religions, okay, but especially Christianity, I always think of no repression, no persecution, and only wonderful, bountiful democracy, endless democracy, as a matter of fact. That's what I think of. Because I'm fucking stupid. Because I'm a stupid person.
Okay, so Eleazar mentioned his views on gay marriage, and I saw that you believe that essentially conservatives don't believe that gay marriage should be allowed. I want to ask everybody in this room, is there any law or legislation that Donald Trump has passed to...
Bro, in a long time scale, let's say a quadrillion years when humanity's gone and it's as if we never existed. What does it matter if someone did X or didn't do Y? What would differentiate a saint from a murderer then? Don't you think there has to be an ultimate arbiter of morality beyond the harm principle for our actions to have ultimate consequence? I just don't think that our actions have ultimate consequence. Like what? You're just operating on the assumption that it does, while simultaneously talking about the meaninglessness of all of our individual actions in general. We live within the limited time frame of the human lifespan. So I say it's up to you to make it as good for other people as possible, and in the process make it as good for yourself as possible. You know? Like, I just don't believe that there is some ultimate arbiter of morality in general. Like, why does there... I think it's inherently selfish, narcissistic for humans to assume that our lives are meaningful and consequential in the grand scheme of things. And I just don't agree. with that at all. Beyond the confines of the human lifespan, it is utterly meaningless. Which you also come to that recognition by expanding on history and just like removing ourselves from the equation and saying like for a quadrillion years after mankind has existed and has ceased to exist.
Who prohibit same-sex marriage in the last 4 years. Okay. Is there anyone in here who would potentially oppose two people kissing in public that are of the same sex? You could raise your hand if you want. Yes, in public. Kissing in public. No law against it. Just your own opinion. Okay. So these are all people's opinions, right? The same way you have your opinions about Christians is the same way these people are allowed.
No, I don't have a problem with Christians.
Well, you do not believe that theology should be at its
We should not have a theocracy.
Correct. And so what I'm saying is,
wait, most Christians don't want to have a theocracy. What the fuck? Does this guy unironically think that like in 2025, the overwhelming majority of self-identifying Christians are like, we wish we could go back to like a fucking, I wish we could go back to like a world that is guided exclusively by church. He thinks Sam wants the big gay in charge.
I think that Christianity, I'm a Catholic. I think that Christianity
bro, reassign all his intelligence points to speed. True.
Is, I think, fundamentally very important to instill family values in myself as well as every person who wants to have children. Now let's talk about...
I'm okay with that too.
Let's talk about Order 14,166. That is an executive order that Donald Trump just imposed on identifying what is male and female. So I personally believe, as well as many transsexuals, friends of mine, believe that a woman is a biological female, as well as a man being a biological male. You are assigned what you are at birth. You are not assigned your gender later on. What you choose to express is something that is similar to wearing a garment, similar to what you decide to put on your face. And I don't think there should be laws or legislations dictating people or imposing laws to manipulate children, for example, to castrate their bodies at such a young age. 50% of children...
Do you know how many children are treated over the past 5 years? Let's say, I think it was from 2018 to 22, there was a study that just came out from Harvard. Do you know how many children received gender-affirming care, but broken down into puberty blockers and then hormones?
Give me the numbers.
You tell me. I'm curious.
Well, I'm curious because you're bringing it up.
No, I have the numbers.
Okay, tell me.
I didn't, but I'm curious if you know.
Tell me what the numbers are.
I promise to tell you after you tell me what you think it is.
I'm not gonna play that game.
Because I have a feeling
we're not playing this game.
No, I am.
It's not a game. You have, again, and I'm going to repeat myself here, you have a firmly held conviction, okay? This is something that you care about. This is why I would always ask people like, what's his name, Christian Walker, or any number of different, like, trans people are ruining sports, people that make that argument. I would ask them, like, who got second place in the high school swim meet? Who got third place in the high school swim meet? It is a debate tactic, to be fair, okay? But the reason why I would ask that is because, like, obviously you don't give a shit. This is not something that you truly care about. If you did, like, if you had a genuine interest in, like, women's swim meets or whatever, you would fucking know. You would know the answer to that question. And the same goes for people that make these arguments where they're like, no, you don't understand, like, thousands of, not even thousands, you didn't give a number, but, like, everybody's getting hormone blockers and everyone is having this kind of invasive surgery at a very young age is totally unacceptable. The reason why it's important to ask people, like, how many people do you think this is happening to, is because they don't know. They don't know. If they knew the answer, they would recognize how laughable of a position this is.
I'm playing this game because I think you think it's much higher. When you tell me that kids are being castrated, I know you don't really know what these numbers.
Unless he's talking about circumcision, in which case the numbers in the millions. Okay, hey, listen, shouts out to my circed up boys. Okay, they took something from us. And we'll never be able to return. I'm an intactivist, as you guys know. And as an intactivist, I have a poster that says return with a V on it, but instead it's actually not about like white Christian nationalism. It's actually return my penis skin. That's what I would want. I want my hoodie back. Circed up boys. Hands off my penis.
Numbers are. And I do know these numbers.
Okay, well, I can tell you this much.
What?
It was reported that scientifically every single child who has received gender affirming care, about roughly 50% of them regret it. And 50% of them are suicidal because of it.
Studies on the subject often suffer from researcher bias and methodological errors, including inadequate follow-up, imprecise measurement, poorly chosen sample bases. Doctors agree more research is needed. Wait, what? That's the fact check? That's a terrible fact check, dog. He just straight up lied. Why would you? I don't even think that there is a single study that says that. As far as like surgery regret goes, surgery regret is really fucking high for procedures that are absolutely necessary for survival. Okay, we're talking hip replacements. Even that has a higher surgery regret percentage than any sort of like HRT, any sort of like gender confirmation surgery. Okay, gender confirmation surgery regret percentages are unimaginably low, like insanely low, much lower than any other kind of invasive procedure. Okay. And considering the incredibly low number of like surgeries that trans people get to begin with, you have to understand that this is like 8 total people. You just hear about it a lot more because fucking New York Times will write articles about it endlessly. That's it. Hassan's HRT dealer, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Subscribe, chat, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. You will never have any regret. You will have even lower levels of regret than the already existing incredibly low levels of regret that people experience after getting some sort of gender affirming surgery. Well, specifically surgeries involving trans people. If you subscribe, that's right. Subscribing will allow you to support the stream, but also simultaneously give you access to incredible emails that you can use all around the platform and the opportunity to send me links. Study from the National Institute of Health analyzing multiple studies showing that the number is less than 1%. Regret after gender affirmation surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. Here it is. Evan Devs, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. For the chat is asking for proof, a total of 27 studies pooling 7,928 transgender patients who underwent any type of GAS were included. The pooled prevalence of regret after GAS was 1%. That fact check is wrong. Minors don't have surgeries. Yeah, that's true. Well, no, minors do have surgeries. Minors have gender-affirming surgeries as well, like rhinoplasties or breast reduction surgeries or breast enhancement surgeries, as a matter of fact. That is infinitely more common. That is infinitely more common than minors getting any sort of trans medical care, as a matter of fact. So the idea that minors don't get any sort of gender-affirming surgeries is wrong. It's just overwhelmingly cis minors that end up getting said surgeries. No minors get SRS? None? Oh, you mean, yeah, as far as As far as medical intervention, like a bottom surgery or top surgery for trans minors, it is, I think, either non-existent, depending on what year you're looking at, or incredibly, incredibly low, and done only because it's like a last resort. It is seen as a last resort. Medical intervention that is not reversible is not often done to trans minors. It's not done to trans minors at all. It's like very, 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 very few instances, and only seen as a complete last resort. Yeah, knee replacement surgery is a 30% regret rate. Gender affirmation has like a 0.3%. Exactly. What? No one under the age of 25 should get gender affirming surgery? That's a crazy take, dude. Like, not even once you're legally seen as an adult can you get gender affirming surgery. You can only do it at 25. Like, that's so stupid. Bro, if you're trans, you don't magically become trans at 25. You're just trans, okay? This is what's so crazy about this argument. This is what's so crazy and so stupid about the fucking conversation surrounding trans people. Like, trans people don't materialize after paying taxes for a couple years, okay? They don't just like magically become trans after they worked at fucking McDonald's. They were just trans always, okay? This is what's so annoying about having back and forths about this conversation instead of just like letting the medical community find through research what the best possible ways of going about this is. I hate it. Keep that energy with hair plugs. Okay, chill. Calm down now. Bro, I thought you were a foe. Make no mistake, I am a foe. I am a foe of the LGBTQ community, okay? These guys coming after the one remaining medical tourism sector in my home country, okay? I take great offense to this, sir. How else will Turkish airlines make money? How else will industrious Turkish entrepreneurs, doctors, how else will they be able to make money? You are tanking an economy that has experienced hyperinflation for the past decade or so. You're trying to bring Turkey down even further. I will not let it slide. We are the table. We're not just at the table, we are the table. All right, let's continue.
They're actually more depressed because of it.
How many of those kids? How many?
A psychologist,
How
by the
many
way.
over the course of 5 years?
Well, tell me.
You tell me.
Tell me.
Just give me
I know
a
what you're trying to
ballpark.
do. You're trying to put me in this chokehold of like,
No, I'm
I
not trying
got
to put you in a
moment.
No, this is definitely an I got you
No.
moment because I'm suggesting to you that you think this problem is much bigger than it is.
It is a huge problem.
I was one of the 530 trans minors around the age of 15 plus to get top surgery in the year 2018 in the entire United States. There are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of us in the U.S. I needed over 3 years of maintained diagnosis and 4 referrals from doctors and psychiatrics. Bottom surgery does not happen until 18. Yeah. Now think about the interesting part about this, right? By the way, shouts out to Catboy Collector. The interesting part about this also is that there are definitely more than tens of thousands of people that do get top surgery as minors in the United States of America, except that is seen as gender affirming surgery that is appropriate. Why? Because it's cis minors that get it. That's the difference. It only becomes an issue. It only becomes a real issue when it's actually trans minors. Okay. That was the point that I was making. It's like an incredibly, incredibly low number. Let's continue.
Medi-Cal, you know, Medi-Cal covers inmate trans women.
I understand that, yes. And I know one person has had that.
Bro, can you explain how people regret surgeries like knee replacements, like you said? I mean, I can give you an example of this. I have a little bit of regret myself from my knee surgery. I had a laparoscopic surgery, which was like not super invasive, right? But in the process, like my knee never fully healed. Some people have chronic pain. you know? I don't fully have regret over it because obviously the alternative I understand was far more damaging, which is like having a fucking piece of cartilage just like flowing around in my knee freely, inevitably getting stuck under my kneecap and then causing permanent repair, a permanent state of disrepair, sorry. But like I had to get it done, but yeah, it didn't, I still can't dunk. And it hurt for a long time. I never actually got back to the same level of strength that I had in my legs since that surgery, and it's been years and years at this point. You know, there are plenty of instances where people regret surgeries, and it's significantly worse than my situation, which is why I don't even like bring it up that much. I'm 26 and I had to get multiple letters from multiple doctors and mental health professionals to get gender affirming surgery. It is insane. They think minors are just getting it on a random Tuesday just because. Yeah, that's the other side of this, that like conservatives are not known for critical thinking in general, but this is an area where they certainly demonstrate their lack of any sort of logic, right? Where they think that you could just like get HRT over the counter. You just walk up and you're like, I'm trans now. Give me some fucking estrogen or testosterone. I wish it was that simple, by the way, because I'd be getting that fucking tea, all right? I'd be spiking myself with Anavar on a daily fucking basis if that was the case. Probably would be a little damaging to public health overall. They think that there is no like mental health professionals checking every step of the fucking process. That's number one. Number two, they do this with everything, okay? It's the same principle behind claiming falsely that Gavin Newsom has let 75,000 rapists roam the streets. Why are they saying that? Because Gavin Newsom said we need to lower the number of prisoners in the California state penitentiaries because there is a real crisis of overcrowding in California state penitentiaries. That process is infinitely more complicated than the way people think it is. You don't just like walk up to the worst rapist you know, okay, who's like an Olympic level rapist. Like he just raped for fun, but also as though it was his own profession. And you're like, well, Gavin Newsom said you can get out now. And he's like, oh my God, I've only been in prison for 1 year so far in my, you know, triple life sentence. Oh, thank you so much. I can't wait to go out and do rapes again. That's what conservatives think is going on. It's like, no, there's a fucking parole board. Like you have to go in front of an entire group of judges who will look at whether or not you have demonstrated good behavior, if you've actually served the majority of your sentence, okay? And then they commute it, especially after you've demonstrated good behavior in general. Like that you don't have a capacity to reoffend. Like it's not that simple of a process, but in the mind of a conservative, it is that simple. And then because of how stupid we are as a society, we have to entertain the conservative stupidity. Their lack of imagination and their lack of critical thinking skills all of a sudden becomes all of our problems.
That surgery.
I don't understand how my taxes should go for an inmate prisoner who wants to transition.
Well, I think because we got to do health care for prisoners, and you don't consider it real health care. But
Gavin
hold on, I don't want to get...
imposed
listen,
$2.6 billion in 2022.
It's 900 kids over 5 years.
That is a lot of children.
Puberty blockers.
That is a lot of children.
900
AB
kids over 5 years.
547 just passed, including gender identity to allow children to be separated from their parents just due to not affirming their gender identity.
But here's the point. Listen, Trump how is he hurting these people? He just rescinded the ability of the Labor Bureau to investigate discrimination in workplace. Are you for trans people being discriminated in workplace?
They're never being discriminated?
Are you for trans people being discriminated?
They're just not being discriminated. Oh, okay. My bad. Okay. That's cool. Well, I guess we should wrap this up, you know? No, they're not being discriminated. Oh, well. It's just like you operate with the level of thinking of a child. Like you have a child's brain. What the fuck do you mean they're not being discriminated? What an insane thing to say to begin with, but also what is happening? Like you're like, no, it's not happening. Okay, I guess we should move on to a different point then.
I'm very passionate about that question, and can I answer it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so he's passionate, so he knows better.
I believe that affirmative action should be.
It's not affirmative action.
Oh, then what is it?
It's anti-discrimination. It's
Okay,
not saying that you have to
regardless,
hire
hold on.
trans people.
Okay,
It's
well,
saying
hold on.
you can't fire someone when you find out they're trans.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. So when you hire someone or when you interview someone, for example, you are supposed to interview them based on their knowledge and their work ethic, not based on sex.
I'm not saying affirmative
not based
action.
on their sexual
Are you
orientation.
allowed to fire them if you find out they're trans?
If you need to, then you should. If you need to, then you should.
So we have a disagreement. I don't believe people should be discriminated against.
Pause.
And that's not.
Wait, what do you mean? If you need to, you should. Like you have a competent employee. You like the employee. The employee is doing decent output. You find out that the employee is actually trans. You fire them because they're trans. What do you mean? If you need to, you should. Some needs are not valid, and in the past were considered illegal. And the reason for why this was a restriction enforced by the federal government was because people were doing it. Okay? And you're also in the process of arguing that they should be able to do it. What is happening?
Not discrimination. It's based on your knowledge, not what you sleep with, not who you sleep with. Just saying.
They're clapping for that? Oh my God. Bro, they don't understand. They don't understand anything. What the fuck is going on? I would lose my mind if I was in a room like this. I genuinely, like, this goes back to the point I make all the time. If everyone is stupid and you're the only smart one, then, you know, you're stupid and they're smart. That's just how it works, okay? In a society in a society of blind men, the one-eyed leads everyone is wrong, okay? In a society full of blind men, the one-eyed person is cast aside and ostracized as their vision is now no longer a benefit. It is actually a point of discrimination because everyone's like, fuck you. What do you mean you can see? Get the fuck out of here. They'll kill you. You're a witch. It's awesome.
Hi.
Sam.
So I actually think that this liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely, and I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative. What we're seeing right now is just a...
Okay. I'm sorry. We will misogyny alert, okay? Hypothetical misogyny alert. I'm not saying that this is my worldview, but in this process, I'd be like, all right, get the fuck back to your seat. Get the fuck back to your seat right now. I don't want to hear from you. Fuck you mean? Get the fuck back to your seat. Women should be seen and not heard. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, religious Christian nationalism would be the good order. Why are you here? Frolicking about. Why are you here and not barefoot and pregnant in your home in the kitchen serving your man? Why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to cameras? Are you a witch? Are you a witch? What is this? Yeah, shoulders uncovered? Frolicking about like a harlot? What is this? Fuck you mean you want Christian nationalism? What are you talking about? The fuck is this? Well, what is this?
Congratulations.
Yeah, and thank you. And yeah.
No. Oh my God. I can't say. Oh my, what is that, bro? Why are they letting the Amish into this room? What the fuck is happening with Jedediah in the back? Like, hell yeah. Dog, you came here on a fucking horse carriage. What are you doing? What are you celebrating?
I think what we're seeing right now is a culture of death. This is the most suicidal generation.
Bro is spending Rumspringa on fucking Jubilee, okay? You could be doing ketamine right now, okay, with strippers, and you're out here spending Rumspringa at Jubilee in front of fucking cameras.
Ever. We have millions of children dying by abortion. People aren't even reproducing. We don't even have like a...
Are you reproducing? All you're doing is reproducing dumbass talking points. What are you reproducing? I don't see you reproduce. Are you pregnant right now? Why are you talking?
We mandate people reproduce?
No, I don't think we need to mandate. We can just stop them from killing their kids.
You want to outlaw abortion?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, we have a fundamental disagreement on this, and my claim was that if you voted for Trump, it would be to your benefit if you want to outlaw abortion.
I think it would benefit everyone.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that women should have the right to choose.
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so sure.
All right. I mean, this I think though reinforces my point that if
no, you don't believe it. You don't believe in the things that you're saying, or it's the second thing, which is even funnier. You're too stupid to recognize that you are actively spelling out your own demise. Like, you want society to be organized in a way that actively harms you. Okay? The fuck do you mean? Oh, I don't believe in divorce. What do you mean you don't believe in divorce? You're like, yeah, I would rather murder my husband secretly by poisoning him with fucking Visine, by putting Visine in the soup, slowly but surely, just drip feeding it day in, day out, after he beats my fucking ass every night, until he finally fucking coughs blood and dies in his bedroom. This is my alternative vision for divorce. Insanity.
If you are
but it would be better for society. It would be better for everybody in society. And same with Z.
That's my argument, by the way. Like, yeah, back in the day, women couldn't get divorces, so they just fucking killed their husbands, dude. Technically, divorce is not just good for women. It's good for the men, too. People just don't understand that, though. You know, we can't even have that conversation. It's for male preservation, I promise you, okay? Or she's have the guy she was having an affair with. What? Yeah, by the way, they're not even arguing his claim. They're just straight up arguing that his claim is correct and that Christian nationalism is good. Which technically, I think Sam foolishly thought there would be people that go, oh, no, I mean, Christian nationalism, I mean, xenophobic nationalism, Christian fundamentalism, these are bad things. Like, I personally didn't think that every fucking Zoomer that was going to run up to the mic was going to be like, nah, shit, that shit's dope, dude. I love religious fundamentalism. That shit is poggers. It's sick. I'm so skibbity. I'm so phantom tax on fucking Christian nationalism. You have no idea. Like, I don't even think he was baiting. I think he wanted to entertain a good conversation amongst people who don't fit any of these categories, because he thought that the average Republican Zoomer that wants to go on a Jubilee video was probably going to have some semblance of normalcy, some interest in at least maintaining decency, and that they wouldn't have fucking said those things. They'd be defensive, and then Sam could just like cook them up. I didn't think that every single person that comes up was going to be like, actually, the three things that you mentioned are awesome, and that's why I voted for Donald Trump, and you're totally right about your premise.
Xenophobic what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general? Stop! Like
There used to be some fucking decency in people that came out. They would shelter their actual harmful opinions. They wouldn't just say it out loud. What the fuck is going on? Zoomers are worse than the generation prior. This is crazy. You should know better than to be like, no, conservatism to me is about being a fucking Nazi. Okay? What the hell? This is insane. She said, what's the problem with being a xenophobic nationalist, dude? To a Jewish man, nonetheless, but holy fuck.
Phobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
What is
based
the dominant
on
culture?
European and Christian values and identity. That is the dominant culture.
White Christian,
it's rooted in European identity.
White. So your argument is
that has been the dominant culture.
Just to be.
This is also such a funny thing to say for like Americans especially. Ask the average European person how they feel about American culture, okay? Like, I doubt that they're like, oh yeah, those Americans, they're just like us. Hundreds of years of history and culture versus Amerifat dipshit eating burger. Yeah, just like me. Amazing.
And we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you should keep your culture, and this is why our culture is so divided.
Your argument is that Trump is good for those who want a dominant white European culture.
I mean, that is what America is. It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been. Would you really disagree with that? What is it then, if that's not the identity of America?
Well, I think the identity of America...
For the majority of time, America's been a country. You don't think that's been the identity?
Well, actually, no. I think actually the identity of America has been, for better or for worse, a melting pot.
Yeah, it's an amalgamation of all of the other, ironically enough, countries that America dominated that then bring those people over here. And actually, that amalgamation is one of the best aspects of America, if not the only good thing about America in general. She's not wrong. America has been very racist historically, Law. I know, but the inverse of that, the other side of that, is also the fact that, not having a singular focus on, defining and maintaining some kind of like European colonial mindset has caused, or rather, as a consequence of maintaining some semblance of white supremacist European colonial mindset, America has become an amalgamation of all these different cultures. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Part of the reason why America is also not run into the same generational trappings of other more xenophobic nations is directly a consequence of waves of migration. That's it. No, lib speak. It's not lib speak. There's obviously the bad, but there is a silver lining to this as well. It's true. The Daily Wire does not disappoint. I'm impressed how aggressively these guys from Daily Wire are owning white nationalism and theocracy. Yeah, I don't know if this is a good thing that people are just like openly taking ownership over direct white supremacist Nazi statements. This is a bad take. While religion offers some good rules to live by, it also led to some of the bloodiest conflicts which should not be 100% followed as modern law. 100 million people were murdered in the last century under the banner of atheism. Black Book of Communism.
In that regard.
Yeah, maybe since like the 1960s. Even then, even we had this idea of a melting pot literally means assimilation too. It means melting. It means you're assimilating to the dominant
But,
culture. Is that not
well,
what melting
no,
means?
No, it doesn't
and
mean
now
that you're
instead we're
assimilating
saying there's something
to
wrong
the
with xenophobia.
dominant culture. No. I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this.
Wait, she works for rapist Elijah Schaffer, who literally raped so much that he had to be fired from a right-wing news outlet? That's who she works for? Girl, you are in danger. The fuck? That's crazy. I guess you got to be that crazy, though.
It's a choice. And people, I think what you're expressing, though, is really what the Trump movement at its heart is about. And I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's like anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist. That's ridiculous. Like Trump's basically a Democrat from like 15 years ago when it comes to social
So you
issues.
don't think that he's conservative enough for you?
Oh, definitely. Nowhere close. No.
He's not xenophobic enough for you?
No, he's trying to import a bunch of H-1Bs. Are you kidding?
Right. Oh, so you want to get them out too? Yeah. No, I mean, I think you're making my argument for me.
All right.
Well,
okay.
I'm just saying he's not even in this. Okay.
My next claim is...
Bro, she dropped H-1Bs as a pejorative, like just in and of itself. She said H-1Bs. They're dumping a bunch of H-1Bs, man. Yo, Zoomers are fucking broken, dude. They are literally doing the thing. What is this? Oh, they're just posting this and going like, we won? Like they're saying, you know, I said a bunch of racist shit and therefore I won. Like what? Town I grew up in Canada was 95% white. Anyone who wasn't white was culturally assimilated. Now they turned a church in my neighborhood into a mosque. And when you go to the park, there are families with 50 beers to their toes chattering in a language I can't understand. I don't think there's anything wrong with me feeling uncomfortable about this. It's not that I hate anyone. It's that my hometown feels like a foreign country. And I know that I will never go back to how it was. It makes me sad. I hope they build more mosques in our town, honestly. I don't get it. What's the problem? Like, you said the fact that there are mosques doesn't mean this does not imply religious fundamentalism, but maybe you can get religious fundamentalism if you would like, you know? That's right. I'm an advocate for Sharia, baby. That's right. No white Sharia. I'm an advocate for brown Sharia. You feel me? More mosques, and she should not be out there showing her shoulders, okay? Sounds like Islam is the dominant culture where she's from. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you should assimilate to the dominant culture.
Is the GOP will destroy Social Security and health care. Nice to see you.
So, what if Social Security should go away? That's my question to you.
Ben, you are so cooked, dude. I mean, it's probably going to go away if Republicans get their wishes across, and your ass is cooked. You are never going to retire. None of you dipshits are ever going to retire. I swear to God, you can't. You're going to fucking die on the assembly line as a Amazon ordained like Autobot is whipping you in the back. Okay. You're going to be like, oh, at the age of like 73, you're going to die to a communicable disease because like it's illegal to get healthcare now. Dumbass. God, these people are so stupid. The thing that really pisses me off about conservatism in general is just that they actively champion causes that will fuck them. Okay. It's so dumb. The smug nature of just like defending the worst positions that will destroy your life, your future. I will never understand it. It makes me so angry.
Because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. And not only does it keep our elderly out of poverty, it's essentially a social insurance program that protects you if at the end of your life you don't have enough money to survive.
This is my king's bread and butter, okay? You're talking to a guy who goes to tort conferences for fun. Social Security is his fucking bread and butter. You have fallen into the intellectual trappings of a Samuel Cedar, okay?
For right now, do you know that it's also the albatross around our generation's neck?
No, it isn't.
Okay, so
let me just explain this.
Well, you're
Let me
going to
explain
go
this to you.
back to lecturing me about Social
because-
Security.
Well,
we don't
that's
have.
what we're talking
we
about.
are,
Social
yeah,
Security.
Social Security is one of the top 3 funded.
Social Security is almost the biggest thing that our government does.
Exactly, and we are
it
more than
keeps
$30 trillion in debt.
2/3 of our, well, first of all, Social Security cannot contribute legally to the deficit.
Because they don't even account it in the federal deficit every year.
That's correct.
We have
because
30
it's
years.
self-funding. When Social Security started in 1936, you have more workers than retirees because people haven't entered into retirement. By 1970, it was at 3.5 to 1. Now it's at 2.5 to 1. But productivity has increased during that time, so the amount of money paid into Social Security has been up there. The reason why we are running out of money just for the trust fund, not for Social Security, like I say, if we do nothing with Social Security now, it is statutorily unable to contribute to the debt. The math is right there. The reason why the trust fund is running out is because wealth inequality has hoarded so much money above the cap.
You don't think it's because the government does a terrible job managing their money? They have a huge spending problem, and they go, oh, look at all this money we have for Social Security that's earmarked for 60 years from now that we're just going to spend on something right now.
40 years ago, they predicted this. This is an actuarial table. Accountants sit there and look at it. This is a very easy math problem.
Accountants in the government are always right? That's totally the thing that you're saying? That they're always correct about money, right? That's why we have a $40 trillion debt problem.
The problem isn't the math with the $40 trillion debt problem. It's you have tax
It's
cuts.
the spending problem. I totally agree with you, which I would argue is part of why Social Security's gone in the hole already.
That's simply not true.
Oh, okay. So we're out of money from the Social Security bucket.
No. Statutorily, by that I mean by law, Social Security pays for itself. If we do nothing, the 6.2% that your employer and your employee pays into it will pay out 78% of benefits starting in 2033.
And why is it going down? If everything's so much better, why is it only 78%?
If we raise the cap, there's a cap right now at $176,000. So for instance, if you make $100,000, you pay $6,200 into that.
A year,
a year. But if you make $4 million, do you know how much money you pay into Social Security? $6,200.
And so why should wealthy people hang on?
Why should wealthy people pay more? I don't know. That's just how progressive taxation works. It's like kind of the entire point of our tax structure. It's a good thing because they have more money. What are you going to do with the money when you fucking die? Wealth inequality is a major problem, don't you think? I thought these guys were populist. How'd this happen? Do you make $10 million a year? Like, why? Why do you care? Why? Why do you care? Are you gonna make $10 million a year? No. Shut the fuck up. Advocate for your best interests. Rich people advocate for their best interests every fucking day. Poor people, on the other hand, poor Republicans, on the other hand, especially, just genuinely advocate for rich people's interests. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make sense. What's wrong with you, dude? This is why I always say, dude, if you're a conservative, like, you have to be so goddamn lucky. You have to be the luckiest motherfucker on the planet to ever actually reach a level of success where you will benefit from conservative policies. Because conservatism, especially when you're not immediately benefiting from conservative principles, unironically means that you're so fucking stupid, so goddamn peasant brain, that you probably aren't going to be rich. You're just not. The smart thing to do in your situation is to advocate for a better future for yourself. Okay? If you get to that point, then you can advocate against it. But for now, you should be advocating for your best interest. Conservatives don't even do individualism and selfishness correctly. That's how fucking stupid they are. That's what pisses me off. They can't even do being selfish right. They literally think being selfish means like harming others that are not in your immediate in-group that you've chosen for yourself. And not and never on the virtue of class. It's so dumb. What? I completely agree with you, but what he's going to say is, why do wealthy people get Social Security? It's marginal. And if you want them to not get Social Security, you can fucking tax them. Okay? But that's an entirely different conversation. It's like, oh, if we do free college, then rich people will send their children to college. Okay. You think rich people are sending their children to fucking public universities that are free? Great. Wonderful. Everyone has access to education. It's so dumb where people are like, oh, I don't want there to be any publicly funded programs because rich people will take advantage of them, is the most idiotic argument of all time. Okay. One, they don't. And two, who cares if they did? They are paying for it. Why the fuck do you care? Why do you care? Well, the reality is you don't care. You just think it's a good argument, but it's not a good argument. It's additionally funny because they don't even benefit from it. You see what I'm saying? They do not benefit from the things that they're advocating for. They're advocating against their best interests, which means they're stupid. Okay? And if you're a stupid person, you probably are less likely even to make it out the cut.
Why should wealthy people pay a higher percentage?
No, they should pay the same percentage. 6.2 on $400,000, 6.2 on $1 million.
Yeah, I don't think this person also understands that what lifting the cap means, raising the cap means. Like, he doesn't realize that after $172,000, everyone pays the same. So if you make $172,000 or you make $172 million, you're paying the same into Social Security.
Why should they pay even more money at all? Because they make more money? Again, you fundamentally have this idea that because somebody... Okay, you have an idea that because somebody makes more money, that's fundamentally wrong, right?
No, I don't think it's fundamentally wrong. I think that they should pay more taxes into it. Now, I do think as a society... We should not allow billionaires. So, for instance,
they can pay more taxes generally, but why should they?
The highest tax rate was and the greatest expansion of our economy.
Hang on,
in this
does a
country?
billionaire get more money from Social Security if they went to go take it than I would?
No,
of course not.
Insurance.
So why should they pay more?
I'll tell you what. Because it is a social insurance program that keeps you from being in poverty when you're a senior. And the reason why I think billionaires should pay more taxes than other people, even a higher percentage, is because it works better for society. The greatest expansion we've had in this country in terms of economics and the least amount of wealth disparity was in the 40s and 50s and 60s in this country. Do you know what the top marginal rate was?
It was high.
Do you know what it was?
I don't know the exact number, but
if you made over $470,000 in 1955, every dollar you would make above that was taxed at 90%.
So I have a question.
90 cents on every dollar was taxed above 470. So if we had in today's dollars,
which is wild, by the way. But
it's also the greatest expansion we had of the economy.
Yeah, you can expand for a time, and then you see places. You see like Nordic countries that were like, oh, let's tax the hell out of our rich people, right? And then they go, whoops, we messed up. We can't actually live off of our terrible. We basically are able to live off our economic boom that they had between like the 40s and the 90s, and then we have to revert all of that because we made a terrible choice and we were able to have a party for 50 years until we realized we ran through all the money that capitalism got us. So let me ask you real quick. So the average person, right? Right now they fundamentally look at Social Security, young people like me, and they go, I'm going to have that money sitting
waiting for me when I retire. Since your opinion is whatever works best for the average person is better, wouldn't you rather shift towards something that I would agree with, which is getting people that are 19, 20 years old into funding their own retirement rather than relying on other people to fund it for
You're
them?
talking like the 401k.
Sure.
Dude, why didn't I think of that? Yeah, that's an incredible idea, man. Okay, I have another one. Okay, how about instead of investing it, instead of taking a percentage of your income and putting it into your 401k, you put it into like this holdover in the federal government, okay? And instead of getting fucked over by market volatility, considering that many chatters are probably currently checking their 401k accounts and seeing all red at this moment due to Trump's insane nature and his back and forth attitude on tariffs, a real will they, won't they. Instead of that, how about we just give it, I don't know, we just like put it in an area, we just put it in a space, let's say. I don't want to say anything else. We just kind of give it to a holdover area that and then you can collect it back because it's actively being refunded by other people that are paying for it. You know, like a trust of sorts. What's a secure place that you could do that with that is not subject to like the volatile market conditions? Like maybe, I mean, it could be like, it would offer security, right? It would offer like a lot of security because like this is very important. And I guess we could technically socialize it, you know, like a social security. I think that's a good idea. What do you guys think? Like a security for a future society, like a social one. I don't know.
Well, not just a 401k, but for IRAs, any other type of retirement. Would you agree? Would we agree with that?
Social Security was set up as part of a three-legged stool where back in the day when I was a kid, we had defined benefit pensions where you'd know how much money you would get out. Yeah. That all shifted in the 80s to defined contribution where you know how much you put in. The 401k started during that Reagan era. It has been a disaster because the fact of the matter, for better or for worse, people just don't save in the way that you're talking about.
Why?
It would be nice if they could.
If the government were changing the mindset and actually pushing that cultural
so you want to just change the mindset. Yeah, no, I feel like that's not going to work considering what Sam Cedar is saying, which is exactly the argument that they made back then, and it's been an abject failure. I think we should do the other thing that everybody likes and wants to maintain. And there's a very easy fix, it seems.
Shift towards, we're not just going to hand you money when you're 65. You have to plan for it right now.
We've had a 40-year experiment with the government affecting the culture.
You're not handing people money when they're over the age of 65. You're paying into it.
Mindset, and it failed.
We've had a 40-year experiment of everybody. You know what my parents say? Do you know what grandparents say? They go, "Well, I'm just waiting for my social security check to come in," rather than I have $800,000 waiting for me because I thought.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Conservatism and infantile disorder. I swear to fucking God. Okay. Holy fuck, dude. Dude, everyone could have $800,000 in their pocket if they did Sigma Grindset in the market, dude. Market movements, baby. I'm moving my money. If everyone became a fucking day trader, okay, like we would all be rich, dude. What the fuck? That's so dumb.
I thought about it when I was 19 and 20 because I didn't have this grab bag of money waiting for me. You're assuming that young people.
I try and tell my kids.
So we agree. So we agree. We should get rid of Social Security and phase it out. Well, no. So we should phase out. How would you?
That's so dumb. You can still do that without Social Security, you fucking moron. You can do that alongside Social Security. Does he think that Social Security can't exist? And if Social Security exists, like people won't, put aside money culturally in the market? Like, what the fuck? This is not a mutually exclusive concept. You're like, is you one or the other? Can't do both.
Listen to this idea. You phase out Social Security to where people who have 5 years left before they retire get 100% of the benefits. And then people like me who have 40 years until we retire, I'm not going to get it.
I have to screw you.
I'm going to get screwed either way.
No,
you
you're
really,
not.
You really
No,
think
you're
I'm going to
not.
get Social Security someday?
I guarantee you, at the very least, you're going to get 78% of your benefits.
That's
if you
awesome. I'll get
join me- if you
$9,000 a
join
year.
me
That's great.
in calling for our government to increase the cap, in fact, get rid of the cap, then your grandkids will get Social Security.
I would
100%
much
of their
rather,
benefits.
and again, maybe we'll just disagree, but I would much rather result to, hey, 20-year-olds, please save for your own retirement, invest for your own retirement, because the government is bad at dealing with money.
And what happens
Don't
if they
rely on
don't?
them. What happens if what?
What happens if those 20-year-olds don't listen to you?
The same thing that happens if a 20-year-old just doesn't go and get a job because I
No,
tell them to.
no.
They're going to have a problem, but that's not my fault.
No, I got news for you. It's not your fault, but there used to be in New York City 30,000 people sleeping
No one
on
in
the
this
Bowery
no one in this room was
before
alive before Social Security. We've all lived under this, just like the
And it
income
has
tax.
been the most successful government program in the history of our government.
Things that are successful don't just start to die out and end
It's
up in
not
the
dying out.
It's the grab bag of money, the massive.
Once again, the conversation is so stupid because there is no, like, he is just refusing to recognize key parts of it, right? Like, he refuses to recognize the solution for funding Social Security further. And he also acts as though it's going to go insolvent, like it's just going to go bankrupt at a certain point when that's not the case. And it's just like, how can you have a conversation with a person like that? I just don't understand it. It makes no sense.
Excess that was there in the early years because of the 42-to-1 beneficiary.
It wasn't a massive excess in 1936.
42-to-1
Dude,
is
that was
a
just
massive
because
excess.
There weren't that many people who had entered into the Social Security program.
And the fact that
in 1970 it was 3.5 workers to 1. Now it's 2.5, but productivity has increased it. I've told you why the Social Security Trust Fund is running out. It is because of wealth disparity. Billionaires hiding and hoarding their money above the cutoff line, which is 176,000. That's the cap. If you remove the cap,
their money.
your grandkids
Billionaires aren't keeping $2 billion under their mattress. They're investing it back into.
They're just putting it into some stock market, or they're just looking around.
And what do you think a 401k or an IRA relies upon? It relies on the stock market and things like that.
Yeah, a 401k relies on the stock market, and I knew people who were retaring in 2008 when the stock market tanked, and they got screwed.
Well, that's a whole other problem. I would argue that's largely driven by the government being once again terrible with policy and creating bad economic hazards.
Social Security is there regardless of what happens with the stock market.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Micah.
Hey, Micah.
Good evening,
Sam.
Sam.
Nice to meet you.
There's an idea that you have that basically government can kind of fix all these problems, right? If you didn't save for retirement, well, then the government can just come in, swoop in, and save you from
Well, not
that.
swoop in. It starts on literally the day you get your Social Security.
Sure. It swoops in once you retire, right? Once you can.
Well, you pay
once you
into
can,
it.
Right, exactly. And so you believe this idea basically that government is an effective organization, which it just time and time again, if you look at history, that's proven to not be true.
When you're hitting at retirement, you don't know. This is an insurance program. That's it. It's an insurance program, and it basically says you're insured against eating cat food when you're 65. And it works. It works.
No, it doesn't. You should have, well, one.
What do you mean it doesn't? Yeah, it does. Explain why it doesn't.
You should have your own personal.
How doesn't it work?
How doesn't it work?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've already discussed the details of how it is just completely failing as a program. Like,
well, how is it failing?
Because
is it not paying out Social Security beneficiaries at this moment?
I'm not going to receive any Social Security
I've already
benefit.
told you right
I
now.
know. I'm not going to rehash out that debate.
Well,
the main
look
issue.
at the numbers. You've just been told this, and you know why you've been told it? Is because they want to raid it to give tax cuts to rich people. That's why.
No, that's not why. This is the funniest part about this is that this is not hidden. Like, it has been a Republican project since the invention. Okay. And since the Reagan era, where the death of the New Deal Democrats came to be, they've been actively trying to do it. The only thing that stops it from happening, and even fucking Democrats have actually undermined Social Security in the past, or at least tried to undermine it. The Tea Party actually nuked it. Thank God for the fucking Tea Party. Holy shit. Barack Obama literally was going to cut Social Security benefits at the time. But the only reason why, like the major reason why Social Security has not been harmed in this process is because old people vote and they fucking love their Social Security. Okay? That's it. But it does currently seem like the mad lad, Donald Trump, might actually end up putting a dent in that. Yeah, Barack Obama almost did it. And you know whose idea it was? Joseph Robinette Biden. That's what. Okay, let's get
So are you saying there are the Trump tax cuts were only for rich people? You're saying
No,
people...
I'm not saying they're only for rich people.
Oh, okay. Then how could
rich
they
people
only...
benefited more from it than low-income people. And I
like it literally sunsetted. It's supposed to sunset this year for you. Dude in a blazer with an ugly ass t-shirt. The only permanent tax cuts for the top marginal tax bracket and also for corporations, the corporate tax rate. That's it. Everybody else's taxes are slated to go up. This is going to be a major battle, major legal battle, major legislative battle. Sorry.
And what do you mean benefited more from that? Because we already went over the percentage numbers and we know that's not true.
They don't need the money as much, and they don't need it.
What are you talking about? These rich people are the people that are investing in smaller businesses. These are the people that are giving other people jobs to allow.
There's that old hat conservatism. Finally, dude. Jesus Christ. It's kind of crazy because like MAGA nationalism has like kind of stopped advocating for these like super old school classic conservative positions like rich people are jobs providers. You must respect them. You know, I think with growing income inequality, Republicans basically realize like they can't get away with that kind of sentiment any longer. But I'm glad that there's at least one person who will bring back the old classics. This is a classic take. Okay. Oh, wealth will trickle down, dude. Rich people are glorious. They're the jobs providers. They're the jobs creators. Excuse me. Put some respect on it. What do you mean they don't need the money? Yeah, rich people don't use money or bring it back into the economy in the same fucking ways that poor people do. That's it. They park it. And then they benefit greatly from the unequal system of capital accumulation. And they get taxed less for it. And there's also on top of that additional methods of simply borrowing against your pre-existing assets, loans with even lower interest rates. Instead of a tax at that point, you're just offering a incredibly low, depending on how wealthy you are, an incredibly low interest rate. That is the tax that you're paying, but instead of paying it to the government, you're paying it to a fucking bank. And then just keep doing that over and over again. This is non-taxable because it's a loan. And you die. Buy, borrow, die.
Allow them to provide for their family.
Okay, pause.
What's up? Hey. Good to be back.
Nice to see you.
Okay, yeah, nice to see you too. I want to zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
So obviously you're pinpointing on Social Security, and there's a reason for that.
And healthcare too.
Oh, okay. But Social Security is the program that you're very concerned about, and that
Medicare. I'd love a Medicare for all program, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the reason you're focusing in on Social Security precisely is because Social Security is the most successful in a shadow of social welfare programs and government spending. That it's like the Democrats.
It's also the biggest bucket of money.
It is the biggest bucket, but the Democrats have these social programs and this deficit spending, and it just never ends. It's never enough money. So you're focused.
Oh no, we got a deficit hawk in the building. Oh, this is another old school conservative guy. I like it. I like it.
On Social Security because it is the one successful child, but you're ignoring all the social welfare state that we become.
Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid make up
the majority.
Over like a
right. So
70%
70% of our federal spending is mandatory. And that, you're right. It's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, interest on debt. 8% of we're paying for that. So the Democrats run on this. Essentially, they want a welfare state. So yes, Social Security might help a lot of people, but it's like we're closer to a welfare state than we've ever been. 38% of the GDP in the U.S. is government spending. That's the highest since World War II. So us conservatives, we're trying to tell you, like, you guys are fiscally really
so are you worried
irresponsible.
about the tax cuts and what that does to the debt and deficit?
The tax cuts increased revenue.
No.
Yes.
I want to tell you about Kansas.
Okay, tell me about Kansas.
Sam Brown back in 2012 brought in Arthur Laffer. You know the Laffer curve, right?
That's
the argument that if you cut taxes, you're going to get more revenue.
And that's exactly what happened.
Kansas.
No, that's exactly what happened
It
to TCJ.
destroyed Kansas. By 2016,
Well,
a Republican legislature raised taxes again. They destroyed their education system.
Reality is against you, my friend.
Look up Kansas.
The
in
numbers.
Fact,
the numbers
during
say
the Trump administration, they sent Sam Brown back. They made him the ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy around because it was a disaster.
If you want to tax the rich, you should vote Republican because they pay more in taxes under Republican. It was the same as Reagan. It was the same as Trump.
Look at Kansas.
Wait, what? Both Reagan and Trump lowered the top. What? Reagan and Trump both lowered taxes for the wealthy. What the fuck? What is he saying? Is he trying to argue that like when taxes are lowered, wealthy people are more productive and therefore end up even with a lower taxable income or a lower tax rate, they end up paying more in taxes overall? Is that what he's trying to say? Like what? That's what he's trying to say, right? That's the argument that he's making, which Sam directly contradicted because with his Kansas argument, Sam directly undermined the point that he was trying to make, which is that in practice, that's not how that works.
The U.S. Look at the U.S. We have the numbers for this.
It was the perfect
Obama's
experiment.
best year, federal income revenue, is pales in comparison to Trump's worst year. Do you get what I'm saying? Does more taxes necessarily equate to more revenue?
Yes.
No, that's where you're wrong. So if you look at TCJA, and I'll say the numbers again, the top 1% paid more into the system. GDP grew, wages grew 3% year over year under TCJA. So when you're saying tax the rich, like it sounds like you're actually a Republican. You just don't know it yet.
You're confusing causation with correlation because Obama's economic recovery was way too slow, and I agree with you on that.
Way too slow.
Way too slow.
When you have tons of stimulus, what you're doing is you're creating the Great Depression for the bottom 90%. All the assets inflate. So who does that benefit? Your policies benefit the 1%. Inflation disproportionately benefits the 1%. It's an immoral tax on the poor. And that's exactly what happens when they stimulate.
Inflation was not a function of monetary stimulus.
It absolutely was. They increased the money supply by $6 trillion,
I understand they did that. I understand they did that. And they could pull it back on taxes with the wealthy if they wanted to. You're making an argument for higher taxation.
Do you think taxing people makes the country wealthier? Is that what you think?
Does it make the country
wealthier? Do taxes make us wealthy? Is that government increasing taxes? Are we now more wealthy? Do you think that the only way you create wealth is by producing?
If you tax and spend, government stimulus can increase GDP, of course.
Is GDP wealth?
Is GDP wealth?
If we import 10 million immigrants and our GDP goes up, are we now wealthier? If the
Not
housing
necessarily.
costs
No, no,
more,
no, no.
if CPI goes up because there's more
No,
people.
I understand. Inflation is
basic
under
economics.
control, and we haven't pulled that money off the table.
Right, but I'm just saying that what
inflation is back
Look,
is
the
back
welfare
down because
state-
we had a problem.
the welfare
with
state makes us all
logistics.
poorer.
No,
That's
it
yes, it
doesn't.
does, and you can see
It doesn't. We have
across history.
if you compare,
He's playing fast and loose with the concept of poverty over and over again. On the one hand, he's not wrong when he says an increase in GDP does not necessarily mean that like everyone is wealthy, but also simultaneously he does point to an increase in GDP as like wealth growing. Here, I'll explain it as such. In the K-shaped recovery after COVID, the wealthy put billions of dollars of wealth directly into their fucking pockets. Okay, their net worths exploded. Their net worths grew. That, especially if they're American billionaires, means that the overall American wealth grew. But that didn't necessarily trickle down to the fucking American poor. Redistributive tax policies are supposed to literally take the money from the tippy top and give it back to the working poor in ways that meaningfully improve their lives. That's it. He starts the argument with taxes are bad because it decreases revenue, but then says stimulus is bad because it increases revenue. Yeah, that I'm saying that he on the one hand says that like the overall wealth growing is good, but then simultaneously says GDP with the overall wealth growing is actually bad because it doesn't yield any sort of material benefits for the 99%, which is why this argument doesn't fucking make sense. You haven't established, once again, an understanding of what the government is supposed to do. I think the government's primary directive is to improve the material wealth of every single citizen, not just the tippy top. It's just a longer way to basically argue on failed Reaganomics that everybody understands in both principle and in theory is an abject fucking failure.
People want to come here for economic opportunity. We don't want handouts. We want opportunity. That's why, as an immigrant, that's why my family came here. We left the socialist paradise. It's garbage. The people that come here want.
What socialist paradise did this motherfucker leave? Where is the socialist paradise? Vuvuzela? Is he from Vuvuzela? Cuba? Bro's like, we left the socialist paradise. Meanwhile, it's like you're like 3 generations removed at this point from fucking the socialist paradise. He's Venezuelan.
Want economic opportunity, and you're stifling that. You're undermining capitalism and the free markets with your utopian vision.
There is no free markets.
Well, there's not anymore.
No, there's never
but now
been
there
a free
used to be.
market. No.
That is what makes America the greatest. That's what makes the greatest.
I want to ask this person, when was the American markets truly free? Like, when has there been free markets? Has there ever been a point in time? The freer the markets, the freer the people. When was it free? Like, I guess pre-New Deal, maybe? He's like, they were so free during the Great Depression. Let me tell you a thing or two about robber barons, okay? The freer the market, the freer the people.
America is the greatest economy in the world because of the free market. Free market capitalism is the most ethical and moral.
America had was when we had 90% tax.
That's not true. The numbers are against you.
1940, 1950, 1960, the highest top marginal tax rate was 90%.
So what happened in the 70s?
And when
Milton Friedman predicted stagflation in the 70s with your social welfare.
We had OPEC.
When your welfare
Milton Friedman predicted the oil shock.
That drove inflation way up, and that was a function of OPEC. But in the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s, highest top marginal tax rate was 90%. We had wealth inequality shrink. We had something called the Great Compression, and more people enjoyed.
Damn. He said we had post-World War II Industrial Revolution. Seems to me like you want centralized planning, incredibly high rates of taxation, and the get dumb bitches like you back to fucking work, okay? Because guess what, dude? If you say, oh, it's the fucking post-World War II Industrial Revolution, guess what, dude? That is America at its closest to the USSR or communism. Obviously not entirely, but if you're talking about like the war economy or post-World War II economy, yeah, that is literally the closest we were to a centrally planned economy. I would love to get back to that. And instead of, building war machines or whatever, I would like to, build things that matter, build things that are good. Free markets. I mean, wait, is he also a free trade advocate? Like, I don't understand. I wonder.
Post World War II Industrial Revolution, we were producing more than every other country. No, it's because we were producing more than every other country. That's what creates wealth.
And we
production.
were doing that with a 90% tax rate on the wealthiest individuals.
When Reagan came in and brought it down, the top 1% paid more. Can you believe that?
No.
Do you know that federal income tax? Wait. You know federal income tax?
I don't get it. Like, he keeps talking about the benefits of manufacturing in the United States of America. But also then hypes up Ronald Reagan. I mean, is he like a anti-NAFTA free market person? Like what? Why are you giving Zio liberal Sammy screen time on the show? Are you a leftist? Isn't there more important things to talk about than this spectacle? That's the easiest ban of my life. 6-month subscriber. Insane statement. Okay, fuck yourself. He says Zio Sammy. Just call him a Jew at that point, Freak.
It was when it was established.
You're talking about the Laffer curve, and I'm telling you to go look at
here's my last
Kansas.
claim. When federal income tax in 1913, when it was established, was only targeted at the people making $100,000 and over. Now we don't even know, most people don't even know that. It's just a base tax. Why? Because the project.
Did that chatter hurt your gringo sensibilities? Okay, I'm gonna give you a week off for that one. No, he did not. He was being a fucking freak. It's also weird, especially because Sam Cedars' position on Israel is, if not identical to mine, fairly close. Yeah. Like we have some differences in opinion every now and then, especially, but not much. Groypers are out of school. No, I don't even think these are Groypers.
Actions that they had of taxing the rich didn't work out like they thought, because it doesn't work out. There's a ton of loopholes. The rich are smart. Like the rich people are smart. So focus on producing. Our top marginal
rate still produced an effective tax rate that is double what it is today. 50% effective tax rate.
Does not create more wealth.
Yes.
More taxes
well,
do not
I don't know what you mean by wealth. I mean,
wealth is very simple. It's production of goods and services. That's what wealth is.
I think there's a strain of anti-woke lefties. Do they not realize I'm the wokest of them all? Like, what the fuck? I dressed up in a maid outfit, dog. Like, what can be more woke than that?
That's
more
what creates
taxes.
Wealth. Money. People think money is
more
wealth.
Taxes
Money buys wealth.
Creates
money
less wealth inequality, and then you have wealth that is shared by more people rather than being in the hands of a plutocracy or a plutonomy. And then you get stuff like an oligarchy.
We've seen what happens when you punish your top producers over and over again. They leave. They stop producing. The government,
capital flight's a myth.
No, it isn't. You cripple the economy. Guess what happens next?
Wait. When did this happen in the country? When we had a 90% tax rate?
It happens in every socialist country. This is the socialist playbook. They come in and they're like, guys.
This is not a socialist country, and I'm not calling for socialism to have higher tax rates.
It is more socialist than ever before.
No,
we have more social welfare span.
The United States of America is more socialist than ever before. We have a 10% union participation rate in labor. And not only that, but also those numbers are still dwindling even after fucking 4 years of Brandonomics. The fuck do you mean, dude? And labor unions aren't even socialism to begin with. Jesus Christ, dude.
No. GDP, I'll say it again, 38% of government spending, of GDP is government spending. We have more social welfare programs. And look at what happens, but how come we have all these programs and the black community is still living in poverty?
What programs are you talking about that are geared towards the black community? We, during in 2021,
what do you mean, what programs?
we expended, hold on, in 2021.
What do you mean, what program? How much money is enough? When is it enough? You have the richest country in the world.
We offered $300.
The way you guys think is just insane to me. Like,
let me just finish this.
All right, go ahead.
In 2021, we extended the child tax credit, which is basically a payment, $300 per social welfare.
Yes.
We cut child poverty in 1 year by 45%. By 45%, but because no Republican would join the Democrats, and Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin voted against this provision in Build Back. I'm talking 2021. From 2021 to 2022, we cut child poverty in this country by 45%. Look it up.
I feel like when I look at it,
I guarantee you, I will give you my phone number. You call me, and if I was wrong.
All right, we'll call.
I'll do it off camera. And you will see that we cut child poverty in a year by 45%.
I'll look into your claim.
All right, guys.
All right. We'll talk after.
Wait, he doesn't know. He didn't know that. Like even if you're a little bit interested in undermining the benefits of the American welfare state, as he claims, like that's a basic fact that you should know, that you should have a counter for. I mean, that's like, God damn, the Brandon admin truly did a number on not actually advocating for the things that they were doing. It's kind of crazy. Like a competent Democratic Party would have been featuring that formatively. That would be like the first entry point into the conversation. And that Republicans would have to address it everywhere they go. Like, why do you care? Why do you want to increase child poverty? Why did you actively undermine and increase child poverty? The very fact that they were having to fight amongst themselves and also couldn't whip the votes for it, and also had to and never really attack the Republicans over it is abysmal messaging overall. Something that I talked about on Pod Save America as well.
My next claim is Trump's policies make the rich richer and the working class poorer.
Hello, sir.
Hey,
Hunter Howell. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you mind if I ask what policies in specific are you referencing to?
Tax cuts for the rich. I think his idea of tariffs on countries in the way that he's talking about will make people poorer. I think all.
Hasan actively chooses to fight against his own cause in Palestine, using a platform to harass. Anissa can go F herself and so can Frogan? What? What are you fucking talking about, dude? I'm pretty sure Ethan exposed you as a radical and you're doing damage to your own cause. Hi, Hasan. Would you like to build a friendship instead of harassing? You're a sad story. When you apologize, you can come back. Anissa should apologize. Y'all don't know how to be friends. This is why war exists, Hasan. You're not a peacemaker, bad friend, bad hombre. You are isolating yourself. I'm pretty sure Ethan exposed you as a radical and you're doing damage to your own cause. You're scared. Huh? Oh my fucking God, Hasan, I love. What a bitter ass lol. Keep going, Hasan. I'm a very cute and mid-sexy Latinx and haven't seen a sing. What the fuck? What is this person saying? I know who Anissa is. I don't know what she has to do with anything. What? What happened? What? Okay, well, I can't. I've already expended too much of my mental bandwidth on listening to fucking broccoli haircut Zoomers talk about being white nationalists and stuff. I don't know what that person is talking about. God damn.
All the work that they're doing in terms of attacking the government agencies will make people poorer because, you know, when you get agencies that are supposed to protect us from corporate interests, they will externalize their costs, those corporations, instead of actually assuming themselves. So their profits are made on the backs of all of us, whether it's our health, our protection from consumer rights, worker rights. His anti-union policies will make us poorer.
So real quick, I'm going to touch on one of the things that you said. Now, there was a lot to unpack there, but
there's
we'll
a lot
start,
of policies.
we'll start at the very beginning. You talked about taxes. Let's talk about, in his first term, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. There are a couple things in that specific policy that actually do benefit the middle class and the lower class more than the top 1%. So you mentioned taxes, right? But in that, from the IRS data that came out, the middle class and lower class got affected. I think they ended up saving like 3 to 4% on their taxes, on their tax cuts, whereas the billionaires only saved 2%. So if we're talking an actual dollar amount, sure, the billionaires saved more, but they also make a lot more, right? Also, the billionaires don't really care about an extra grand or two. In that specific policy, the child tax credit doubled from $1,000 per household to $2,000. No billionaire cares about an extra grand in their pocket, but I can guarantee you the working class does. So how would you rebuttal that?
I would say in terms of the taxes themselves, well, the policies that Trump wants to pursue this time are to expand those taxes for wealthy folks. And over time, what starts to happen is you have this wealth disparity, and as the wealth disparity increases, it becomes harder for working people essentially to keep up. Things become more expensive. You get inflationary pressures when you have people with more money. We have more and more billionaires than we did 4 years ago. And a large part of that was obviously COVID, but a large part of it is also money starts to accelerate. Once you, like you say, when a millionaire gets a tax cut for a couple of grand or 60 grand or $500,000 at the end of the day, they end up investing that and it ends up growing because they're not out there working for their money. Their money is just is doing all the work.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think we can agree with you on that when it comes to, you know, billionaires and millionaires and there being a wealth gap in our country, right? I don't think Republicans or liberals would disagree on that, but I think where we will fundamentally disagree is under Trump, right, the stats show that take-home pay was higher for the middle class and the lower class. Inflation was down. They weren't paying as much on taxes.
Inflation was down, but wage growth was actually greater during the Biden administration.
Well,
I mean, good thing that Trump is here on a second term on the heels of an inflationary crisis. So now they don't have to compare it to an economy that actually was doing comparatively better after 2 terms of Democratic leadership, and they can actually see how Donald Trump manages that situation. As a matter of fact, he is managing that situation currently in the worst ways possible. So, you know, it's neither here nor there. I feel like one of the biggest advantages that the Republicans have is that when they make these tax code changes, the impact of that is not seen immediately. So they'll just keep harping on how wonderful everything is. Meanwhile, things are just getting marginally worse, and the only direction that we go towards is more tax cuts for the wealthy. It's like the problem that wealth inequality, mass layoffs, an affordability crisis is born out of all of these regressive policies that the Republicans and also sometimes liberals both implement. And then the solution to that problem, more of the same thing that caused the problem to begin with. Good stuff. I guess overall the question is, like, since the Reagan era, have Americans actually been better off overall or not? Sure, American productivity has skyrocketed. Sure, the GDP has grown. But is the 99% doing better overall? Or is the bottom 80% doing better overall than the top 10% of the wealthy in this country? The answer is no. Quality of life is down. Everything sucks. People don't have any confidence in their own futures. And there's got to be a reason for that. And the reason for that, Republicans look at that anger and resentment born out of this volatility and say, oh, it's because the federal government is funded too much. We should undermine it further.
That's because due to COVID, when a lot of people lost jobs.
No. I mean, I'm talking in percentage comparison between those 4 years and these past 4 years. Wage growth grew, not from as a baseline on 2020, but I'm talking as a baseline from 2016.
Interesting. Okay, well then another point that I want to talk on with you real quick is you talked about slashing government agencies, for instance, the Department of Government Efficiency. I'm sure you've heard about that a lot in the news.
That's not a government agency. That's just some committee.
It actually an executive order was signed to make DOGE an official government agency as of less than a week ago. So yeah, It is an official government agency.
It's not. DOGE is not an official government agency. It just operates as like it operates under a Obama era agency. It's like supposed to be what is it, like the digital thing?
So
DOGE is not a full government agency. Yeah, it reorganized an existing group within the executive office of the president to form DOGE. Yeah. The U.S. Digital Service. Thank you.
Obviously, we're talking about money. We want people to be able to afford a house. We want them to be able to afford to raise a family, right? As a young man myself, I want to be able to grow up in America and be able to afford food one day, right? I mean, I can now, but continue that. And at the way things are going, it's unsustainable for people on the left, people on the right, people in the middle. So we have to come to a common ground on how to fix that. What's unsustainable? The fact that cost of living is increasing year after year.
What does DOGE do to inhibit cost of living?
Yeah, absolutely. So what DOGE is going to do, the Department of Government Efficiency, is slash a lot of the federal spending, right? So what happens when the feds...
What spending is going to get cut?
So I'm getting there. One second, sir. So what's going to happen is the Department of Government Efficiency is going to slash a lot of federal spending. What happens is the government, Republicans, Democrats alike, spend a bunch of money that, excuse my language, but it's nonsense, right? They spend it out here, they spend it out there.
Be more specific. Here or there. Are you talking about cutting defense? Because they're not going to cut defense.
Well, for example,
wait a second.
Well, no. Let me finish. Okay. $175 billion to Ukraine, first and foremost. That was a bunch of nonsense. So we're going to talk about that, but we also have a bunch of other things in the Defense Department, as well as a bunch of DEI departments.
Well, they're not touching, first of all, there are no DEI departments.
That's completely false.
Listen. Defense spending is not going to be touched by DOGE.
Ron.
And when you talk about the government, what's the biggest expenditure government has?
Our military and Social Security are our top two.
And Medicare and Medicaid, right? Now, they're not going to touch the military. Are they going to cut Social Security?
You're asking me like I'm part of DOGE.
No. Well, you're telling me that DOGE is going to help everybody here. And I'm telling you, if they cut Social Security, everybody in here is going to get hit. Because these folks are going to have to pay for their parents because Social Security keeps 2/3.
I think like being a leftist or even a liberal, really, and being surrounded by conservatives is like a nightmare where you're just like, dude, they're gonna kill you. Like, don't jump in the fucking hot lava. And you're just like surrounded by people who are like, no, you don't understand. Like, they told me the hot lava is actually like a molten lava cake and it's delicious. Like, I'm gonna jump in the lava. Fuck you. And you're like, no, don't do it. I know people that have jumped in the hot lava. They've died. Okay. And it's a really gruesome death. Like, their body starts melting in real time and you just have to sit there and watch them melt. And you're like, nah, lava is actually yummy. I think you're fucking stupid. And I've heard other people jumping in the lava and eating a delicious molten lava cake before, and I'm gonna do it. Fuck you. Like, that's what it feels like. You're just like, no, dude, your life is gonna be worse. And he's right. He's like, they're actively destroying your future. Like, what remains of your future. The reason why you talk about the cost of living crisis and all this shit, like all these things that are harming you, is directly born out of deregulation and causing so much wealth disparity, and you're just actively demanding more of it. Nope. I'm gonna jump in the fucking lava. Shut up, bitch.
Thirds of our elderly out of poverty. So tell me what they're going to cut that's going to make it easier for Americans.
I already did.
What?
I told you the $175 billion that we've sent to Ukraine. We're no longer going to
so
be...
He's going to...
Yes, so Donald Trump has signed an executive order.
Boss, you've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you, sir.
Donald Trump is going to stop giving money to Ukraine, and then guess what, dude? We're saved.
Okay, so why did we see a higher increase in the top 1% paying as part of federal income revenue under TCJA?
Why did we see a higher increase in the...
So under TCJA, it was passed 2017, It was effective 2018. 2018 and onward, we actually saw the top 1% pay more. They had more of the federal income tax burden. They paid 45% as opposed to Obama. During Obama's tax plan, they only paid about 40 to 42% of the federal income tax.
Because they got more money.
Right. Okay. So they got more money.
They got richer.
But why are they paying? And why did they get richer? So this goes on inflation that.
I mean, that's my point. Is the rich are getting richer?
Right. But why would you say that they're getting richer? But you mentioned inflation.
No, they're not. Well, I mean, I think that
I do want to mention something, but like, San Fact Check is owned by a wealthy billionaire. You're feeling some type of way about some of the fact checks. Anyway, in the first term of the Trump administration, the share paid by the top 1% ranged from 39% to nearly 46%, as opposed to under the Obama administration, the taxes paid by the top 1% ranged from 35 to 39.5%. Okay, that is because the wealthy, the top 1%, accumulated more wealth in the process. That hasn't even changed really. And that's probably going to still continue. If the bottom 99% have more wealth overall, they would contribute a higher percentage to, this is not individual tax burdens. Okay, this is not an effective tax rate. They're not talking, don't get tricked by these percentages. They're not talking about the effective tax rate to the individual in the top tax bracket. What they're talking about is what the 1%, the top 1% of wealth, and how much they paid in taxes overall, as an overall percentage of income tax. Okay? This is not an appropriate metric of the overall taxes that were accumulated in the process. And it is a very deceptive, underhanded way to approach the subject matter. If your argument is about destroying wealth inequality and bringing back some kind of parity, okay, this is an awful metric to look at, because this basically proves Sam Cedars' point, which is that, yes, the top 1% grew wealthier and wealthier. And in the process, as they were growing wealthier and wealthier, the amount that they contributed to the coffers in the lower tax rate that they got was higher overall. But the reality of the matter is, in terms of the effective tax rate at the end of the year for a wealthy person, that percentage is incredibly low and gotten even lower. The effective tax rate for you as the average American is like close to 50%, whereas the effective tax rate for someone like Warren Buffett is like what, 0.06 or some shit like that. So overall, this number doesn't mean anything other than the fact that, yes, the top 1% became wealthier overall and therefore contributed to the overall sum in a higher percentage. Having said that, if there was more wage parity, or if wages that actually adjusted across the board alongside productivity, for example, and there was less income inequality, then the top 1%'s contributions to the overall taxes, the overall taxable revenue coming from federal income taxes would be far smaller. Yeah. The easiest way to debunk this figure is to say if the top 1% had 100% of the wealth, then they would pay 100% of the tax burden. Thank you. Exactly.
Inflation?
No, they're not. Well, I mean, I think that the inflation, to the extent that there was money that wasn't a function of like logistics and other problems that we had during COVID, yeah, the rich got richer. Not all inflation is a function of monetary inflation.
That's true, but when we look at COVID and we can see that they increased the money supply by 40%, they added $6 trillion, and you have a Federal Reserve System that's doing quantitative easing and pumping stimulus into the economy, you can attribute that to left-wing policy. The entire Federal Reserve System is Keynesian economics. Those are very left-wing.
Well, I can tell you this: inflation went up in Western European countries at the same rates that it did.
That had stimulus.
No. They didn't have the same level of stimulus that we did. No, they did.
They absolutely did.
They didn't.
You can look at Japan. Yeah, I hear this topic all the time from the Democrats. They say, "Oh, inflation was global." Not true. China never went above 3% inflation during all of COVID, and they were actually they were under deflationary pressures. Japan, which is part of the G7, was also never had deflationary pressures. They never had inflation increase. The only countries that had inflation increase.
In Western Europe, you could see inflation. Well, you could England, Germany, Italy, France. They didn't stimulate as much as we did. It wasn't monetary inflation. If you look at the cost of goods and logistics that screwed up because of COVID.
So let's look at the reason. All international trade, because we're the world reserve currency, is done in U.S. dollars. Because we experience it, domestic inflation was high.
Dude, these fact checks are coming in so fast. In a study of advanced economies, the inflation rate at least doubled from early 2010 to early 2022 in 37 of the 44 countries. In 16 countries, the inflation rate quadrupled. Okay, so that's 1 point for Sam.
Inflation. If you look at the
second, all international trade, because we're the world reserve.
China's annual inflation rate has been below 3% since May 2020. Japan suffered from economic stagnation from 1990s through 2021, resulting in deflation. It is often called Japan's lost decades. Japan is not an adequate comparison, and neither is China. Obviously, our economy is closer to Western European nations, which did see tremendous rates of inflation.
Currency is done in U.S. dollars. Because we experience it, domestic inflation was high.
So you're saying our inflation caused higher inflation in Europe?
Absolutely, because
that's not what economists say.
Well, you can look at the facts. International trade is we have dollar-denominated international trade. All international trade that's why we're the world reserve currency. You guys claim that the U.S. recovered faster than anybody else. It's like, well,
it did.
It's because we have a privilege of being the world reserve currency, and we export our inflation. Like the strength.
We export our inflation.
Yeah, and let me explain that the U.S. dollar is the most safe asset in the world. In times of great crisis and great volatility, like COVID crisis, everybody turns to the dollar. Sure. Many currencies are tied to the dollar. So it's like when you
the euro is not tied to the dollar.
The euro is not, but international trade. So if the euro actually crashed against the dollar during COVID. The euro used to be above the dollar.
I'm unclear what your point is.
My point is that the inflation is caused by left-wing policies, and
so inflation was caused by, you're saying,
supply shock and pumping trillions of dollars into the economy.
First of all, you understand that the Federal Reserve.
Inflation is never caused famously by any fiscal policy, because the only fiscal policy that ever happens is not leftist fiscal policy, but right-wing fiscal policy, which is tax cuts. Inflation can only be caused by monetary policy, which this guy is saying is leftist, okay? Printing money is a leftist principle. That's it. Tax cuts are also inflationary, but of course he won't recognize that, or he won't mention that, because that would undercut the point that he's trying to make, which is that leftist policies are what is causing inflation. Yeah, famous socialist Jerome Powell and his fucking and his inflationary policies.
Is not part of Biden. Didn't have control of the Federal Reserve.
Absolutely not, but the entire Federal Reserve System is left-wing in economic theory. That's the...
Oh my God, bro. That is crazy. American monetary policy is left-wing. Is hilarious to me. That is insane. JD Powell equals JD Pond. Keynesian economics is left wing. I mean, from his worldview, probably. Yeah, if you're like a fucking, if you're like a Friedman truther, then yeah, you're like, that's the most left wing thing I've ever heard. There's nothing beyond that point.
Keynesian economics. It's interventionist economics. So
you're saying that the
more you
quantitative easing,
the more you stimulate. Yeah.
Why didn't we get it through QE?
We do get it through
Why
QE.
didn't we get inflation during the Obama years?
We did get inflation.
We didn't get
the wealth gap that you guys attribute.
Wait.
We absolutely did.
What numbers were inflation?
From 2008 to 2014, the Federal Reserve did quantitative easing, buying up treasuries to increase the money supply. Okay. The rate of inflation back then was nowhere near comparable to the Brandon admin.
We get during the Obama years that were outside of like the 2% sort of Fed target.
I don't think it was as high as COVID. COVID hit as high as 9%.
No, it wasn't even remotely
right,
close.
But when we look at the effects of compounding inflation.
QE1.
For most of the Obama admin, consumer price inflation hovered around or under 2%. In summer 2011, annual consumer price inflation briefly rose to 3.8%, driven by higher food and energy prices. By spring 2012, inflation was back below 2%.
2 and 3 all happened during the Obama years. If your theory was correct, we would have had rampant inflation. In fact,
we did.
Glenn Beck was talking.
No, we didn't. We did not. We did not have that. That is crazy to say we did. I mean, he doesn't. I don't know why he's saying we, because he's like younger than me, so he definitely doesn't even fucking remember it. But
talking about how we were going to turn into Weimar Germany, and none of that happened.
Here's the factors you're missing.
None of it.
Here's the factors you're missing.
So if you look at what's happening at Western Europe, well, no, listen.
We didn't close down the economy. The Biden administration closed down the economy.
I understand.
No, they what?
Wait, what?
Excuse me. The Biden administration.
Yes, they forced mass.
Wait, is he saying that the Trump administration's actions were also it should be attributed to Biden? Or does he think that Biden was the shadow president when Trump was president?
Mandates, they supported Democrats.
Wait.
They supported Democrat
Do you
states.
not remember who was president in the first year of COVID?
What? Yeah, it was Trump. I'm not
right.
So I'm not saying Trump had a role in this, but I'm saying.
Well, wait a second. By the time in 2021, the economy was.
See, you don't understand. Jerome Powell is famously a Maoist. And he was actually not appointed. He didn't rise to power as a Maoist under Trump. He was actually under the secret mind control of the other Maoist, Brandon. Okay. all decisions made during COVID in an effort to do COVID recovery was actually the Brandonian mind control. Okay? All the printing, all the money printing, all that. That was actually Brandonian Maoist mind control. This is Mao Zedong thought. Mao Zedong Brandonist thought. You understand? That's how it works. That's it. Also, Jerome Powell is a Republican, a registered Republican. But that's besides the point, I think. You know, because that's a secret. That is actually to cause you, a simpleton, to not realize that he's actually an Irish Republican and a Maoist. And the appointment was actually Trump that was also under the mindset of Maoist Brandonist thought when he was doing shutdowns.
Opening back up.
Yes, the economy.
All of what you're talking about.
No thanks to the Democrats.
Well, okay,
the Democrats wanted to keep it closed.
Okay.
So
okay, you can talk about hypothetically what the Democrats want, but
it's not hypothetically. We can look at we can look at their mandates. We can look at them closing down.
The economy closed down in 2020, March of 2020.
Well, okay. Sure.
Donald Trump was president.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
How's it going, sir?
Good. How you doing, Sam?
Finally, dude, the fucking Amish get a say in this. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear an Amish person's position on Trump's policies making the rich richer and the working class poor.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
When you're talking about like inflation in
Talk to me, Ezekiel.
2021, Janet Yellen said it would be transitory, and then again in 2022 she said it would be transitory, and it turned out to not be transitory. And then one major thing happened in 2022. I think we all know what that was. That was the war in Ukraine. And I believe, and I can explain, that the war in Ukraine was explicitly caused by Joe Biden's bad.
Oh my God, I was wrong. This dude is just from Dagestan. My apologies. I thought he was Amish. It turns out he's Dagestani. He's going to connect it all to Brandon undermining Russia and also Dagestan. My mistake.
Foreign policy, and that shot inflation up from, like, there was already pretty bad inflation in early 2022 and in late 2021.
Yeah, his parents sent him to Dagestan for 2 to 3 years and forgetty. Yeah, that's what happened. He learned how to grapple with the best of them, okay? He's back, and he's grappling with Sam Cedar's mind right now. One phone call, brother. Brother, one phone call. Send him to Dagestan for 2 to 3 years and forget.
But it shot it up from the low kind of margins in like 3 or 4% all the way to 9% in 2022 of July at the peak.
Jedediah Nurmagomedov. Yeah.
Inflation is now down around 2%, around where
in between 2.5
yeah,
and 6,
where they're looking to get it, and we have really close to record unemployment that we've had over the past 4 years. But how does this have to do with Trump's policies not making the richer richer and the rest of us poor?
Okay, so what I was just explaining with, I was going to get into oil prices. So oil prices skyrocketed in 2022 because in 2021, when Biden got into office, he he shut down our Keystone pipeline, shut down all new oil and gas leases in America. Then he took the sanctions off.
We are producing right now more oil in this country than we ever have in the history of any country everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
On top of the fact that Biden is credited by oil traders, and this isn't something that I, am terribly excited about.
What did he just do on the East Coast?
Apparently,
What did he just sign?
what Biden did during the past 4 years is he used the strategic oil reserve to drive down oil prices and essentially broke and it's filled back up, and he filled it back up, and he broke the negotiating power and the price setting power by oil countries across the world. Really, I mean, oil traders hail him for doing this, and frankly, I don't think it's that impressive. But let's talk about what Trump's policies are.
We only have a little bit of time left, but I was getting to that. So oil prices in 2021, Biden took all the sanctions off of the pipeline in Russia, and then the pipeline in Russia ran straight through Ukraine originally, and he knew that if he invaded Ukraine would destroy the pipeline, and his economic success would be destroyed in Russia. And then when the sanctions,
Biden or
Putin knew that would occur in Russia if the sanctions were taken off of that pipeline, and Biden took all the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2 in Russia, like the second week he was in office, and then a year later, Putin invades Ukraine. Sanctions happen all over the world, and inflation rises within 6 months all the way up to 9%. Trump is going to do great things with oil and let us drill, and what that actually...
I don't know if there's any way to have a conversation with this person, because he's just making a lot of assumptions about what Trump will do, and also fantasizing about how the things that he's assuming Trump will do will end up being very positive. He also said that, like, Biden, I didn't understand it. Was he saying that Biden was too soft on Russia and Trump is going to be harder, kind of? Like, what? Or Biden released the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and that's what caused inflation? How the fuck would that even work? I don't know what he... Like, I don't understand. Or is he saying that Biden was conspiring with... he was conspiring with Vladimir Putin? What?
Actually does for the economy.
Like I say, we are producing more oil in this country than any country in the history of the world.
What executive order did Biden just sign to have to do with offshore drilling in the East Coast?
He stopped it.
Yeah. Really dumb idea. We're about to begin a new...
Well, so you want to go beyond even the record-breaking thing?
Yes, I want to become energy independent. Climate, and that lowers inflation.
We're going to sell this oil.
Better.
We don't use the oil. We sell
it.
We sell
getting money in the pockets of American citizens.
We sell it. Well, how is that oil getting to the pocket of American citizens?
Because when you lower the prices of oil, that lowers the prices of all products.
I understand that the inflationary press is effective of energy, but the fact of the matter is, they're just going to sell it.
Yeah, we're going
to sell it.
Yeah, so we're going to.
You want to produce even more oil than we are now.
Yes.
And you don't think climate change is going to impact? No. You don't believe in climate change?
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, but no.
Well, I mean, it's sort of the same discussion.
Yeah, no, I believe that climate change is, well, there's obviously an element of climate change that is partially true, but lowering or
Which part of it?
Raising man-made raising temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius in the next 150 years isn't necessarily a detriment to society. Human beings.
You don't think so?
He's like, yes, back in my home country, Dagestan, it's no problem. It rains, it's snow, not so much snow is good. I learned how to wrestle. It's very good. Now I wrestle outside. No more snow in mountain. In Dagestan, it's fine. A little bit. It's a little bit. 2.5 centigrade. Up there, high in the mountain, it's very cold. Lots of snow. No more snow after climate change. It's very good for me.
No, human beings are very good at innovation, and we can build seawalls, and we can create carbon technology.
What kind of seawall are you going to build?
What the fuck? Oh, that's amazing. Conspiring with Vladimir Putin to drop sanctions that invade Ukraine, to goad Ukraine into blowing up the Nord Stream? Yeah, no, you don't understand. His mind works in a mysterious way. He has gotten. Now I do believe he got choked out in Dagestan far too much, and lost oxygen to his brain for far too long, and that's why he's making up these insane statements. He's also popped off so hard, people aren't even hitting the red flag right now because they're just like, where is this gonna go? Amazing. We wrestle bear, brother.
For Miami, what are you going to do about
There's
when
a
we
bunch of
don't
research
when we
on
get?
it. I'm talking about the economy right now, which if we get back on topic.
All right, guys. Sorry, time's up. I let you
Yeah,
go
no problem.
longer.
Amish Dagestani. First, I thought it was Amish, but then he started talking about how Biden and Vladimir Putin were doing a grand conspiracy to invade Ukraine together. Then I was like, maybe he's Dagestani.
I choose Ben because he let me lecture him about Social Security.
My claim is that abortion is immoral and should not be legal.
Abortion is immoral and should not be legal. Dude. Are Zoomers whole ass gone? Like, are they done? Is it over? Is the project over? No, right? Like there's polls on this stuff, right? Like this is far from the average Zoomer thought, right? That's not. This has got to be like unique. This is a self-selecting group of Zoomers. I don't want to think. But that's a boring fact versus fiction debate. It requires nothing to back up its claim. It's free. Zoomer here, bro, is mostly the men. I think one day scientists will study what like the Andrew Tate style phenomena did to the mind of the average Zoomer man, like the podcaster, the state of podcasters and what it has done, like the permanent damage it has caused to the collective psyche of Zoomer men. Also on top of that, I think COVID too. If there are scientists that remain at that point, because I feel like they're all going to be underfunded, they're going to cut science in general. No more scientific discovery. No more of that. That's woke and gay. So if there are any scientists that remain, Joe Rogan, Andrew Tate, COVID. Yeah, it's podcasts, dude. I think podcasts have done like lead poisoning levels of damage to the minds of Zoomer men.
Yeah, I disagree because largely because I think the primary rights that we have under a society should belong to the person, and I don't believe a fetus is a person.
Okay. Okay. So that's very interesting. You don't believe the fetus is a person. When do you think that it gains personhood, in your opinion? Would you agree it's a human life, at least?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't care about this. I just think that like a philosophical debate about personhood is unproductive, especially when you're talking about the legislative agenda. Okay? Like that's not how legislation works. You can't, like, having a philosophical conversation about personhood is fine and dandy, but the moment that you actually let that philosophical conversation or disagreement set the legislative agenda for what people can and can't do to themselves in their own bodies, well, that's when we got problems. Okay? You can't, like, it's ridiculous. You don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be about harm reduction. And obviously, making a woman carry a pregnancy to term is causing great harm to an existing human being with life experience, with loved ones and whatnot. It's a tremendous amount of harm that you're forcing upon the carrier. It's ridiculous. And the legislation that comes along with that, like the restrictions that come along with that, actually are incredibly consequential, incredibly damaging, because there's plenty of people that even this fucking dipshit would agree should be able to get a right, should be able to get an abortion, like medical intervention that is an absolute necessity. That's who is being harmed at the end of the day. I also do think, jokingly, that if a little pill can fucking X out the fetus and you just like kind of pee it out, you know, you just kind of bleed it out, then, you know, that's not a life. I'm sorry. It's barely a life when it's outside of the fucking womb. You know what I mean? That's it. That's a weak ass baby. Skill issue. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? You got a fucking no womb, no opinions, please and thank you. Okay, these are two dudes having a conversation about abortion, and a third dude that's also, you know, looking at the conversation that these two dudes are having. Everyone's a dude. Everyone's a dude. If you can eat a pill, by the way, someone said good stop joke, and that's crazy to say, because the whole eating a pill and pissing out the baby is like a thing that I've been saying for years, okay? That's not a Stavros joke. You probably haven't been here for long enough to hear me say this. Here come the motherfuckers that say abortion pills are not benign. Okay? There are definitely pills you can take that would one-shot you, though. Nah, I'm built different. Fuck no. Bro's never heard of cyanide? Nah, I can survive it. I mean, a cyanide pill can also take you out a person, so your argument makes no sense. Okay, eat a fucking abortion pill. Will it kill you? No. My point proven. Yes, there's obviously poison pills like cyanide that could fucking kill the average person, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about a pill that specifically causes something that is not a full fleshed out fucking human being to basically turn into dust inside of the womb. Okay? If you're like this big, if you're this fucking big, okay, and your carrier eats a pill and you're a clump of cells and you turn into a fucking a heavy flow period magically over the course of fucking 24 hours, then you weren't a human being. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm sorry. The comparison to cyanide pills are fucking stupid, okay? I will eat abortion pills for breakfast. There's no other process in which, like, you take a pill and then someone else dies. What are we talking about? You're on a good point. Stop losing what you actually mean. Like, you imagine you just, yeah, I took a fish oil pill this morning and then someone next to me just fucking dies. Okay. It's crazy. Crazy.
You could say that. I mean, yes, I think that's, I mean, largely, I think that claim is largely like, it's not relevant to the way that I think about it. I think about it in terms of personhood. I mean, I think, like, you know, life exists all around us. And
not human. Well, I mean, human life, but not like there's
right.
not human life in a tree. Correct.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
And
so it's human life.
It's human life.
But it's not a person?
It's not a person.
At which point does it gain personhood and gain the value of being a human?
Well, I think it becomes a person when it's born.
Why? So 5 seconds prior, it's not born yet, not person. 5 seconds after exits the birth canal, person. Is there a magical?
Yeah, I hate this. I hate that there's a magical distinction. Like, who cares, man? No. It just doesn't matter. This is not how we do legislation, okay? This is why the argument is so fucking dumb. Fuck it. I don't think it's a person after it's born. Okay? How about that? How about that, bitch? What are you going to say about it? Dumbass baby can't make a sandwich. Dumbass baby can't hold a fucking conversation. Get the fuck out of here. Baby is not a person until like 5 or 6, okay? I don't want to hear no Google Gaga ass bullshit either. How about that? Yeah, can't hold his dumbass head up. The hell? Got a soft spot? Literally has a soft spot. Has a button, okay? All right, let's keep going.
Equal quality to the birth canal? What is that?
The person becomes separate from the host that has been that it's been growing inside.
Okay, so would you assign that to other human beings that are attached to things? Like, for instance, if I'm attached to a machine, am I a machine now? Am I part of that machine, or am I still a human life? I just need support in order to stay alive.
If you've never been born and you're growing in, let's say, a test tube, for instance, then yes, I would argue you're not a person yet.
Okay, so then, but it's not really the disconnected part. It's the being born part.
Well, being born means being disconnected from your mother.
Okay, so you're specifically aligning having the quality of being birthed as what makes someone a person.
Person within the context of like our society.
I mean, yeah, that is the legal definition. That's why your fucking fetus doesn't count as a person. You know what I mean? Until it's out of your womb. So yeah, Sam is taking a legal position here. That baby ain't nothing until it's got a social security number. Okay? Sorry, I don't make the rules. You know who does? The federal fucking government. You feel me? Yeah, no, your votes don't count as 2. There's no babies being counted in the fucking census. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, no certificate, not a person. That's it. Sam Cedar should say it's his belief based on Judaism. I know. You could kind of lock a lot of Republicans with that as a Jewish person. Low key. It's kind of a superpower in that regard.
Society and civilization.
So just in our society, you wouldn't say that objectively that's a person. You would say that we just decide that it's a person because it's birth.
Yeah, rights we give to persons. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's an interesting kind of definition of what human life and specifically personhood is.
Well, no, I don't. I'm conceding that it's human life, but that you're not a person until you're born, and you do not have the same rights that we would give. Look, we have rights about cruelty to animals, for instance.
I mean, our legal arguments to define who's a person in good stance. No, we're just not really entertaining the philosophical concept of personhood, which is not necessarily definable. There is no consensus surrounding it. And that's not something that you can use to craft legislation. And because it's a wholly unproductive subject matter when you talk about the morality around abortion, but more importantly, the legality around abortion, that we like to have fun with the argument and make silly arguments. Because if you were to legislate around arbitrary designations that change from person to person, that there's no established consensus on, not even scientifically, then it would be completely fucking ridiculous. Okay? It would be just as, that person's argument around personhood is just as ridiculous as me saying a baby is not a person until it can fucking entertain me. Okay? It's just the difference is a lot of people think that his position sounds a lot more reasonable. Neither of these positions, and his position is closer to reason than mine because I'm obviously joking, but report for hate speech. Can't report him for hate. Somehow his reports are getting denied. Fuck off, Hassan, you scumbag. Report for hate speech. Wow, we got a real abortion illegalizer in the chat. Just like spamming it. You know, when you say report for hate speech, that doesn't actually work, right? Like, I have to literally do hate speech, and you can't just like type it out. Also, why are you admitting that you're abusing the hate speech report tool in the chat? Are you a baby? Am I doing hate speech against babies? You might be mentally stunted like a baby. Did somebody poke your soft spot? Is that what happened? You did, and it refused to report. Wait, what was my hate speech? Report for hate speech, XXX. The only fun position is supporting recreational abortion at all stages of life. Agreed. But did that previous chatter understand my point? Which is that if you're advocating for the legality or illegality of abortions, then the conversation can't be centered around concepts such as personhood. Okay? It can't. You have to, that's not how legislation works. You have to look at harm and who's being harmed and how to mitigate said harm. And if you understand that the carrier is being harmed in every single case where a carrier is forced to carry a pregnancy to term, then yeah, you can't fucking make abortion illegal. It's ridiculous. I asked this person what my hate speech was, and he just said, you did, and it refused to report. I want to know what he thinks I said that was hate speech. The scientific answer to this question, real heartbeat brain function, is about 7th month of pregnancy. Yes. Or viability outside of the womb is another argument, but it doesn't matter because ultimately, then you arrive at, I'll show you, what the fuck? Then you arrive at like, okay, if scientists can like carry a pregnancy, if scientists can offer viability outside the womb at like fucking 2 months, then is that appropriate? I'll show you.
Right? But they're not persons within the context
Well, yeah,
of
I'm
our
not
society.
saying that they are, but specifically, it seems like you're just kind of saying, oh, it's a person when it's born, but you're not actually providing any consistent reason for that. You're just saying it just is a person.
I'm saying that on some level, there's a certain amount of like arbitrariness as to when we give rights. Like one could say, like, do you say it's at conception?
Sure, yeah.
So IVF, in other words, would have to be illegal under your principle because.
I mean, I'm not sure that I would agree with IVF in that case. It really depends on the particulars in that case. But I believe.
Well, what do you mean?
Why? What do you mean? It depends on the particulars. What the fuck? What particulars? IVF is a literal fertilized egg. There's literally baby genocide happening inside of test tubes on a regular basis. Hello? You can't. Like, what? This is the problem. These guys don't have any sort of fucking moral consistency anyway. At least I admit, I'm like, I don't know when a fucking person is a person. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? I don't want like random women to have to carry pregnancies to term because I understand that that process is sometimes deadly, you know? Why the fuck would you do that? If I could get pregnant, I would not want to fucking have the government restrict what I do in that situation. Like, it's that simple. It's literally basic empathy, you know? I just don't understand how so many people still are like, nah, you don't understand. It's immoral. You're doing murder. I was like, shut the fuck up, dude. You're the one who's advocating the murder migrants coming into the country without proper paperwork. And you're over here talking about having a whole ass thing inside of you growing, sucking up your life force and shit. Because that's the difference between someone who wants to have a pregnancy versus someone who wants to have an abortion. That's the difference. It's up to the fucking carrier. The moment that they don't want to have this fucking pregnancy, it's literally an invasive force on you. It's so stupid. It makes no sense to me. These guys literally are like, oh, if someone breaks into my house, they're about to suck lead, okay? Meanwhile, you're literally also simultaneously advocating for the government to be like, not even like someone breaking into your house, someone growing inside of you. And you just have to fucking possibly die in the process of giving birth to this thing. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. This guy, by the way, instead of showing me, just said that I agree with. I think they meant I agree with your statements about abortion. We're slowly bringing this chatter back to life. He's slowly recognizing that I wasn't doing hate speech. I was really excited to see what he considered to be me doing hate speech.
Well, so for instance, at conception, you would still be a human life, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the fertilized egg attaches to the uterine wall.
Is it human life for you or what?
It's human life, yeah.
Okay, so human life should be protected.
Yes.
Okay, so IVF.
Yeah, I would say that.
So IVF should be illegal under your rubric.
No. So they're human lives, correct?
The IVF is when the egg and the sperm in that and then they're supplanted.
Yes.
Is it when is it human life?
As soon as it has unique human DNA, that's a human life.
Okay. So
it's a new human, correct?
Now in the IVF process, there's stuff that gets thrown out. Like,
yes.
You would consider that murder.
I'm not even defending IVF or going against it. I'm specifically saying abortion. That was my claim, right? I'm not going to argue IVF.
But isn't that abortion under your principle?
I would say if you get rid of human life after conception, I don't think that's moral. I'm not going to argue the IVF particulars because that's not what my claim was, right?
When we're talking about laws, right? Because you want to outlaw abortion.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. When we're talking about laws, it's not just morality when we form public policy around and create laws.
Not just, but it should be moral, correct?
Well, I mean, I think like your definition of what constitutes moral and mine are different. For instance, I would prefer in a perfect world not to have abortion on demand until, up until birth, right?
Sure.
In a perfect world. However, we know in practice that when you start to restrict things, like say, only in the threat of life to the woman, let's say, that's the only way we're going to allow abortions, right? When you start to have these exceptions, they're in practice, they don't work. Because when your life is in jeopardy and you come into a hospital, the doctor doesn't see a bulb that shows up above you and say, like, your life is in jeopardy. It's always a subjective assessment. And what does life in jeopardy, hold on, what does life in jeopardy mean? Does it mean a 30% chance of death? Does it mean a 50%, a 70%, or a 20%? That's why we now have women who are dying, because doctors are afraid to perform abortions on them. That's true.
Are you referencing just because some doctors misread plain text doesn't mean that that it's
when you
all of a sudden
pass
that life
laws,
is less valuable or more valuable?
No. It means that you are subjecting the woman to more risk, and it's impossible. These exceptions are they're canards.
No, Christian.
When you oppose a law, it is not just about morality, it's in practice.
Sure,
in practice,
I understand that.
You cannot do this without sacrificing women.
There we go. Bringing it back. That's how laws are written, or at least in theory, that is how laws are supposed to be written. Okay? That's it. That's why so many Republicans that go abortion is murder are like, but also in cases of incest, it's not murder any longer. Why? It's still fucking murder, dumbass. Why are you lying? If you truly believe that it's murder, and you should not believe in IVF. You should make IVF illegal. You should literally fucking advocate to force pregnancies born out of pedophilic rape and incest and make these little girls carry pregnancies to term. The reason why you don't advocate for that is because you understand that there are exceptions. And the reason why you understand that there are exceptions is because it's not fucking murder. Deep down inside, you also understand you just don't care about what happens to women broadly. And that's the reason why you're like, okay, it's murder sometimes. I hate it. I hate that. It's just, you said abortion is immoral and should not be legal because you think it's murder, but you don't actually think it's fucking murder. There are some who do, but those people are fucking real freaks. What do you mean? Oh, well, abortion is murder, but sometimes murder is awesome. Okay, what a fucking stupid position you have. I guess, I guess you don't think it's murder then. Like, what? This is why, considering the actual like financial restrictions and the medical restrictions and the medical intervention necessary for third trimester abortions, that is a self-selecting group of people who actually were trying to carry a pregnancy to fucking term and had to get medical intervention that's necessary, which is why even the conversation around late-term abortions is a fucking red herring. It's a silly distraction. Oh, late-term abortions. Like, no, dude. There's no woman is carrying a fucking pregnancy to almost term to then be like, now is the time for me to kill this fucking baby. All right? Hell yeah. Can't wait to fucking get this insanely invasive procedure done to me. That's going to cost like $40,000 minimum for fun. Psychotic. Yeah, it was awesome. I was throwing up for fucking 7-8 months, okay? And felt like shit all the time. And my back hurts all the goddamn time. And on top of that, it's an incredibly costly procedure. And it's also invasive. Sick. Definitely doing that for fun. You're a psychopath. Conservative policies, or at least like the harm that they perceive is happening, is literally always invented. And it's so psychotic that all you need to do is make someone describe who's doing this thing in the hypothetical. Okay? Who? Like, you think that there are people out there who are like, I'm pregnant. I'm going to carry this baby for 8 months. Okay? And I want the thrill. I want the thrill of someone scooping out the fucking body parts of this fetus from my pussy. And that's the reason why I'm carrying this pregnancy to fucking, 8 months, 8.5 months. And not because it is an immediate medical intervention that is necessary to save my fucking life. Okay? Like, you are psychotic. You are a psychopathic individual if you think that people who have actually carried a fucking pregnancy for 8 months are actually doing it for fun. It's insane.
Women's lives because
what about
of your
the unborn
morality.
children, though? Because let's go back to your born
Unborn
thing.
children
so let's
are
say
not persons,
you have a 9-month.
and the mother has more rights, in my mind, than the unborn child.
Yeah, that's a claim that you can make. But so a 9-month birthed child, or just 9 months and just now born, it's a newborn baby. A 5-month could be emergency C-section and could be birthed, right? Let's say they don't do that. What's the difference between the arbitrary choice of taking that child out of the womb at 6 months or 5 months?
Why don't we take all children out at 5 months?
No, what I'm saying is that the personhood just because of birth runs into a problem where it starts to say,
all right, guys.
Well, my dad would say it's because the woman is being irresponsible. What is your dad saying? What, like, that doesn't, so your dad, honest to God, is like, no, a woman is such a dumb broad. This woman, this hypothetical woman is such a dumb broad and so vicious that they literally fucked their body up for 8 months just to all of a sudden remember that they're pregnant. Like, what is the argument there? It just doesn't make sense. Do you understand? Third trimester abortions are incredibly fucking rare. And the only reason as to why it happens is due to a medical necessity. Okay? Some kind of, first of all, there's no place where, even when they say no exception, third trimester abortions, okay? Because there are some states where they say there are no exceptions. Like you can get a third trimester abortion. Okay? Those people are still locked out of that process when those people are still locked out of that process due to the financial and medically invasive procedure of getting a fucking abortion. Okay? No one is actually doing that unless there is severe harm to the carrier. There's no reason to try and legislate that by being like, nah, it's actually illegal until there's a medical necessity. Because in the process of legislating third trimester abortions, okay, we're not even talking about fucking, second trimester or, the first trimester where like 90% of abortions happen anyway, where you take a pill, boom, okay, heavy flow period, it's dead, okay? This is not a real thing, okay? It's this fucking big. Get the fuck out of here. But like, if you're talking about legislating third trimester abortions, for example, you are creating unnecessary paperwork and unnecessary hurdles for doctors to fucking clear, okay? And in the process of clearing these unnecessary hurdles, doctors are sometimes going to refuse to do an abortion on someone who needed it. And in the process, the carrier is going to fucking die. Now the kid is dead and the carrier is dead. Good job. That's how it works. So in order for random people to not fall through the cracks, I say there's really no reason to try and legislate this shit. It's just you're only doing it to make yourself feel better. Like you're actually stopping something that is not actually happening. And in the process, because you've invented a problem in your mind, and now you made it everybody else's issue.
I hate to do it, but I gotta do it. I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay.
Hey. I'm glad I was here. It was interesting. I know my questions were more sort of policy oriented, I think, than maybe folks anticipated here. And I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't many people here who could address the policies. They were very, very sure of themselves as to why they voted for Trump, but a lot of it was sort of not material in any way.
So there was stuff that conservatives were saying today that I fundamentally disagreed with my entire heart, but at the end of the day, we're still part of the conservative movement. So I think there are people that I disagreed with, there are people that I completely did agree with, but the cool thing about this new conservative movement.
Yeah, there's also the other side of this, by the way, which is obviously legal restrictions on abortions don't actually make abortions more rare. It just makes them more dangerous because guess what? At the end of the day, it's still up to the fucking carrier. That's right. So, you don't want a coat hanger abortion, okay? You don't want fucking back alley abortions. It's so stupid. And before people say, oh, well, murder is illegal and people still murder. Yeah, there's a fucking difference, dumbass. It's not the same as like going out and actively killing a person. You're making an active decision that you could actually technically hide too from the authorities in terms of like stopping the abortion from being carried out.
And the people here today it's people from all different walks of life sharing their perspective.
I don't think Sam had any, like, at least when I was speaking to him, I don't think Sam really had great responses because the reality is not on his side. I don't think socialism works. I think social programs can be good up to a certain extent, but we are very socialist as a nation, and yeah, I mean, I'll just say it again. Socialism does not work.
Oh, sick. That's a good note, man. Thank you. Yeah, socialism doesn't work, but America is very socialist. All right, that was an experience. I am reminded as to why I had a blanket embargo on the Jube, regardless of how much chatters will come in here and actively try to get me to watch the Jube. But That was rough. And it's funny because the Jew video was peak DEI. Oh my God. Reinstate the embargo. The embargo stands after this. It's a hoax science anyways. They don't know shit. You're a fucking baboon, dude. Not even a baboon, because I feel like even a fucking baboon would be like, there's disease, I think, here. I should move away. You, on the other hand, are rushing towards the fucking disease. What do you know? You're a fucking Twitch commenter, dude. What are you talking about? What happened to the fucking universe, dude? All technological advancements, fucking academia, the field of research, scientific discovery, cast it aside. Throw it away. Look alive, gentlemen. There's an American here. People just straight up, they go, excuse me, thousands of years of research, ain't never seen a guy like me before. All of the fucking experts are stupid. You're not even literate. Shut the fuck up. Americans unironically think they know better than, like, people who have poured their entire lives into this shit. So much of the shit that you take for granted is unironically experts working tirelessly behind fucking closed doors so you don't get trichinosis from the fucking meat that you're consuming, but you just take it all for granted. You know nothing. Like, I don't know what a germ is because I can't see it, so it's fake. That was bars. That guy is spitting. Hot off the presses, a new one from Emma.
I think I have a slight issue with...
Okay, first of all, you're really gonna tell me that this dude is not gonna start the conversation with an acknowledgement? Why is this barista looking ass sitting across from Sam Cedar and not talking about how Sam Cedar is not radical enough? Like, this is a card-carrying DSA member in a polyamorous relationship with a non-binary person by the name of Sock, and yet here he is sitting across from Sam, not talking about things from an anarchist perspective and saying he's not going hard enough on how the concept of a shower is actually an unjustifiable hierarchy, but instead he's going to be sitting here being like Donald Trump is our Lord and Savior. Dudes that look like they own a vinyl collection should not be arguing to defend Donald Trump. Dudes who look like they've experimented with pegging and talk about it openly should not be arguing about Donald Trump being great. What the fuck is going on? I finally got the sock joke. Nice. Yeah. All right. That's it for me today, folks. I'm tired. Okay. What a day. What a long ass day we had. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly did. Love you all. Tomorrow is another day and another sleigh. We'll be back with more fire. Fuego. Peace, everybody. W stream on God. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded up puppet, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.